Chapter 1, The Blind Box System of All Worlds. Pirate World, Sabayati Archipelago. GN stood on the busy street. He was a time traveler. He traveled to the pirate world inexplicably. Thinking back to the recent news, he couldn't help feeling irritated and anxious. Blackbeard defected, and Ace went to capture him. It was approaching an extraordinary period. As a time traveler, GN knew very well what would happen next. Summit War. It seemed to be imminent. At that time, Marine's forces would gather at Marineford to fight against the upcoming Whitebeard pirates. And now, as a time traveler, he didn't have any cheats. He didn't even have the power to protect himself. Thinking of this, GN almost cried out of grievance. You know, Sabayati Archipelago is a must-go place for many pirates. He was already worried, and he experienced such a war again. The possibility of being killed was quite high. System. Isn't it said that time travelers will have cheats like the system? Just as GN was shouting in his heart, a voice suddenly popped up in his mind. The blind box system of all worlds has been loaded. GN was stunned for a moment, wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. However, the voice soon appeared again. Blind box system of all worlds, you can draw out items from all worlds. GN was ecstatic. This voice made him understand. It was not that he heard it wrong, but that he really got the favor of the system. TMD, since there is a system, why didn't it come out earlier and make me worry? GN secretly found a corner where no one was, and whispered, System, system. What do you mean by being able to draw out items from all worlds? The system quickly answered GN's question. Soon, GN's face was full of vigor. Because of this blind box system, even he himself was very excited. All worlds, that is, you can draw out all the items that are not restricted in the pirate world. For example, various ninjutsu in the Hokage world, various devil fruit abilities in the One Piece world, or combat power detectors in Dragon Ball. All kinds of top-quality divine items, it's a win to draw them. And no matter who draws the blind box. The upgraded version of the items obtained will be directly returned to GN. If someone draws an A-level ninjutsu through the system, GN will automatically get an S-level ninjutsu. And in order to save those extra items, the system even thoughtfully prepared a universal capsule, ultimate version, for GN. Unlimited storage space. Specially used to store the good things obtained by the host. GN was happy, as if he had seen the throne of the king of the world, waving at him. The voice of the system quickly interrupted his thoughts. Low-level blind box, 100,000 Baileys each. Intermediate blind box, 1 million Baileys each. Advanced blind box, 10 million Baileys each. Luxury blind box, 1 billion Baileys each. Supreme blind box, 10 billion Baileys each. Ultimate blind box, 100 billion Baileys each. The system's voice constantly stimulated GN's head. However, at this time, he was completely blank. This blind box system is certainly good. It perfectly seduced his interest. Since the system has said that no matter who draws it, the things drawn can be returned to GN in an upgraded version. Then why did GN spend money to draw this thing? Of course, find a sucker to take the blame. No. Come and try your luck today. But, as an ordinary person, without background, let alone knowing any big shots, which sucker will come to patronize his first blind box and let him earn his first pot of gold? Just when GN was worried, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. White hair, glasses on his face, slippers on his feet, a knife on his waist, drinking while walking. This person is Pluton Rayleigh. GN was not surprised. After all, he had been in Sabayati Archipelago for so long and had seen Rayleigh many times. But this time, GN's eyes moved slightly. As we all know, Rayleigh has 3 hobbies: drinking, Coding, gambling. And if I use the gimmick of gambling to let Rayleigh pay for such a blind box, maybe Rayleigh will be very interested. Anyway, I have to try it first, right? GN didn't think about it anymore, and immediately stepped forward to stop Rayleigh. Uncle, wait a minute. Rayleigh really stopped after hearing this, and looked at GN and laughed. What? Old man, I shouldn't be blocking your way, right? GN shook his head. Since there is nothing else to do, I will leave first. Rayleigh just smiled faintly and walked away. Want to leave? Not so easy. Uncle, I have something else to ask you. I see that you look good today, so you must be lucky. It just so happens that I can draw a lottery here. Do you want to try your luck? Hearing this, Rayleigh couldn't help laughing. Please give me flowers, comments, and data. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 2 Long Spicy Strips, a delicacy from another world? Don't bother me, you little brat. Here, this is 10,000 Baileys, save it. He looked at GN in front of him with a faint smile, just treating him as a despicable villain who wanted to blackmail an innocent old man. However, GN still planned to give it a try. No deception. Playing a blind box lottery only costs 200,000 Baileys. It's not a loss. Seeing you dressed like this, I think you are also a person of noble status. Why don't you try your luck today? In this way, it is fate that we meet today. The first lottery is only half price, 100,000 Baileys. After saying a lot, Rayleigh's interest was aroused. Rayleigh's gambling mentality was completely aroused. Low-level blind boxes, the original price is 100,000 Baileys. However, GN does not intend to provide blind box lottery opportunities at the original price. He is not a philanthropist. Does he not need middlemen to make a profit? Coincidentally, Rayleigh's luck is indeed good today. 100,000 Baileys, it really can be taken out. GN said something that made sense, so I decided to give it a try. Money is something outside of one's body. It is better to use it for entertainment than to do anything else. Without any hesitation, Rayleigh directly gave GN 100,000 Baileys. GN was overjoyed and immediately took it over, and then began to help Rayleigh draw the blind box. A puff of smoke came from nowhere. Soon, a yellow gift box appeared in Rayleigh's hand, with two big words engraved on it, "Blind Box." Rayleigh's eyes lit up, he opened it and saw the contents. At the same time, the system's prompt sound also sounded at this moment. Unfortunately, I didn't win the grand prize. However, you can get a consolation reward. A bag of long spicy strips. At the moment when the contents of the blind box were confirmed, Rayleigh looked at the transparent package that suddenly appeared in his hand, which contained several unknown orange strips, and fell into deep thought. GN was also dumbfounded. The blind box given by the system actually gives out such a thing. The consolation prize is the Long Spicy bar that was worth only $1 in the previous life? Is this thing worth spending 100,000 Baileys to draw? GN found out. A pack of Long Spicy bar also appeared in the Universal Capsule, Ultimate version, in his pocket. It's just a larger version. GN was very depressed. At the same time, GN also thought that if Rayleigh saw this kind of thing, would he also feel like I was cheated? The former deputy of the Pirate King, Pluton Rayleigh, was cheated. Spending 100,000 Baileys to get such a thing? However, at this point, GN has no other way. He can only try his best to blow this pack of Long Spicy bar into an invincible snack. I say, brother, this thing is what I spent 100,000 Baileys to draw. Rayleigh looked at GN with a smile. This thing looks like a snack. However, the color and appearance do not look very appetizing. The orange-yellow appearance, and there are small red powders on the strips. Poison? Rayleigh thought of this immediately. Could it be that this guy covets my money and wants to poison me? Thinking of this, he reacted instantly. I must have been cheated. GN smiled awkwardly. After all, Rayleigh is not a simple person, but a real peerless master. Although he has a system, he will be killed in a few minutes in front of such a strong man. How can he not be afraid? Yes, that's right. GN forced a very bright smile on his face. Rayleigh's face changed slightly. Although he felt that he was cheated, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, he has completely retired now and doesn't want to cause any more trouble. Besides, attacking other people in Sabayati archipelago will definitely attract the attention of nearby Marines. After all, it's not worth it to re-enter Marine's sight for these 100,000 Baileys. And he won money today and was in a good mood. He didn't bother to care anymore, just picked up the Wolong spicy strips and walked away. Please give me a beanbag. Although Rayleigh didn't intend to pursue GN's money-sucking behavior, GN didn't intend to give up this opportunity. You know, the pirate world won't understand. Although Wolong spicy strips were cheap in the modern society of the previous life, they attracted countless Hyuxia descendants to go crazy with their unique taste and salty and spicy taste. Who knows, after tasting a Wolong spicy strip, Rayleigh will feel that this spicy strip is not some kind of strange poison, but an infinitely addictive snack. Hearing GN's words, Rayleigh looked over with sharp eyes. GN shuddered all over. This is actually a pack of strong, delicious snacks. Can you associate it with senbei? If you don't believe me, try it. It's worth it to exchange 100,000 Baileys for such a pack of snacks. Facing Rayleigh's gaze, GN encouraged himself privately to give himself courage. Senbei? Tell me, what is the comparability between this thing and senbei? Are they even a little bit similar? Since I'm in a good mood today, hurry up and leave. I'll let you go today. Facing Rayleigh's questioning, GN gritted his teeth. Grabbed the Wolong spicy strips from Rayleigh's hand and opened it. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 3 A Sure Win Business. You don't want to eat it, right? Okay, if you don't, I will. Looking at this bag of Wolong spicy strips, GN's addiction also came up. Thinking back to the past, he was also addicted to Wolong brand spicy strips in his previous life. He took out 5 of them and put them in his mouth. The soft and tough spicy strips entered his mouth, and a strong spicy taste, and at the same time, a hint of salty and fresh taste continued to come out of his mouth. Fresh. He couldn't help but smack his lips, and even didn't want to let go of the chili powder at the corner of his mouth. If you don't believe it, try it. GN shook the only 2 Wolong spicy strips left, and said to the stunned Rayleigh. Soon, Rayleigh came back to his senses. Since this kid has tasted it, it's okay. That greedy expression doesn't seem to be fake. After all, I spent 100,000 Baileys to draw it. If I don't try it, wouldn't it be a waste of 100,000? Without saying a word, he poured out the remaining 2 spicy strips and stuffed them directly into his mouth. After eating the spicy strips, Rayleigh's eyes widened. It's completely different from the crispy taste of senbei, but it has a chewy texture. The fresh and unique taste, coupled with the salty, fresh, and spicy taste, the perfect blend of the 3 flavors, made Rayleigh's spirits rise. It was as if all the tiredness of the day was swept away. After stuffing 2 spicy strips into his stomach, the chili powder left at the corners of his mouth made Rayleigh, who was already addicted, stick out his tongue regardless of his image. He licked all around his mouth 360 degrees up and down. The slightly spicy taste even made Rayleigh's appetite soar at this time, and it felt like his alcohol tolerance had increased by more than one level. This is a good thing. The best thing is that after eating this thing, I always feel like drinking something. If there is another bottle of wine around, it is really a perfect match. Rayleigh turned around and praised GN. This thing is much better than senbei. Although it is a little spicy, it is even more addictive than senbei. This combination of salty and spicy, plus the chewiness, is like entering a new world. 100,000 Baileys to get such a small bag. It's worth it, it's really worth it. Snacks, hey? This is the most delicious snack I've ever eaten in my life. Thinking of this, Rayleigh quickly picked up another spicy strip and stuffed it into his mouth. Feeling the touch of the chili powder stimulating the tip of his tongue, he couldn't help but touch the package. In the end, he found that there were only a few spicy strips. Obviously, he took them out, but the guy in front of him ate the most. Seeing Rayleigh's unsatisfied expression, GN smiled. His sales promotion worked. Rayleigh frowned and looked at the empty packaging bag in his hand. He said with a smile, "Brother, I want to draw another blind box, can I?" This sentence made GN stunned, and he didn't react for a while. But then, GN showed an ecstatic look on his face. Of course. This was GN's original plan. Now, Rayleigh has taken the bait. No. Finally, Rayleigh has tasted the sweetness. GN was ecstatic. However, I still have to say it in advance. But uncle, I don't know what will come out of this blind box. It may be good, it may be bad. You must be mentally prepared. Besides, the first draw is half price. The second time, it will cost 200,000 Baileys. After GN finished speaking, he looked at Rayleigh expectantly. In the blind box, you don't know what you will draw. So GN also needs to take precautions in advance. After GN finished speaking, he looked at Rayleigh expectantly. On the other side, Rayleigh naturally smiled. Of course, no problem. It's only 200,000 Baileys, I can take it out. Don't say 200,000. Even if it's doubled, 400,000 Baileys. In order to get that long spicy strips, Rayleigh is completely willing. He took out 200,000 Baileys from his pocket very readily. To be honest, GN has never seen such a large amount of money since he traveled through time. After happily taking the money, he threw them directly into the Universal Capsule, Ultimate Edition. Without saying anything, he told the system in his mind, 2 more blind boxes. What a joke, 100,000 Baileys for a low-level blind box. Now, in addition to giving Rayleigh a draw, he also has 100,000 Baileys of capital, and draws it himself. Of course, GN doesn't want to miss this extra pleasure of drawing a blind box. One blind box appeared in Rayleigh's hand, and another one appeared directly in GN's hand. He hasn't opened his own yet. But he first knew the reward Rayleigh got from the system prompts sound. It's a pity that I didn't win the grand prize. I got a consolation reward, a pack of long spicy strips. Inside the Universal Capsule, Ultimate version, there was naturally an extra large pack of long spicy strips. Rayleigh's face glowed, and GN, who knew the truth, twitched slightly. Isn't the probability of winning too outrageous? I don't want to think too much. See what I can get from the blind box. This time, after opening the blind box, there was nothing. Nothing. System, are you kidding me? Suddenly, the prompt sound made GN's face brighten. Congratulations host for winning Armament Hacky, January hard training. Finally it's not long spicy strips. GN was delighted. And nothing appeared in his blind box. It's not because this thing is empty. It's transformed into GN's own strength. Sensing that he has indeed mastered the skills of using Armament Hacky, GN's inner joy is almost reflected on his face. If this kind of strength-enhancing reward comes more often, he won't have to worry about the upcoming Summit War. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 4 Sorry, we don't offer credit service. Just when GN was excited, Rayleigh, who was originally nervous, turned his anxiety into joy after seeing the Wolong spicy strips in the blind box. Laughing with satisfaction, this time, Rayleigh, who was on high, simply squeezed out almost all the spicy strips inside and stuffed them all in with a big mouth. There was one left. He frowned, and seemed to be struggling whether to keep it. But in the end, he suppressed his inner desire. The only remaining spicy strip was put in the packaging bag and put in his pocket. Beiji. The spicy taste remained between his lips and teeth, and Rayleigh felt that he was extremely excited now. Unfortunately, he didn't have a good wine in his hand now. If he had, plus this Wolong spicy strip. It's really amazing to go with wine. It's so cool. Pluton Rayleigh, the top boss who has followed the Pirate King Gold Roger to travel the sea for more than 10 years. What haven't you tried? What haven't you experienced? But this orange-yellow, strange thing. It made Rayleigh feel for the first time that his life was worthwhile. Isn't life for pleasure? If there were such delicious snacks as Wolong spicy jiao in the town where he lived, he would have been sure. Even if Roger invited him personally, he would have refused decisively. Just because this thing is too addictive. There is an inexplicable charm that attracts people to continue eating. GN looked at Rayleigh in front of him, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought that Rayleigh might not like spicy snacks like spicy strips. Although it was indeed a novel feeling at the beginning. It is loved by young people. However, I have never heard of any elderly people who like to eat this thing. For those with bad teeth, cereal may be more suitable for them. Looking at Rayleigh's reluctant look. He even drooled over the empty packaging bag. He wished that all the spicy strip oil inside could be dripped out to moisten his throat. GN suddenly felt as if she had met a soulmate. Although there was a huge age gap. But they had a common hobby. Spicy strips. Actually, this thing is a specialty of our hometown, and the production is also very small, so there is no such snack in other places. GN said. Hometown? So this thing is produced in your hometown? Can you take me there? Rayleigh's eyes lit up and he shook GN like crazy. GN almost vomited his lunch at noon. Ah, this thing is actually a hot commodity in our hometown. The supply is small, so only locals can buy it. If outsiders want to buy it, they have to pay at least 100 million Baileys. The high price instantly made Rayleigh sober up. Although he won money today, he is far from being generous enough to spend 100 million Baileys casually. And although this spicy strip is delicious, it is really a bit of a loss to spend 100 million to buy such a small bag. Thinking of this, Rayleigh immediately gave up the idea of going to the place of origin to buy spicy strips. But, little brother, why are there only Wolong spicy strips in this blind box? Is there nothing else? Although Rayleigh praised the spicy strips. However, everyone would be curious. Will there be other things in the blind box? GN rolled his eyes. He felt that it was time to promote a higher level of blind boxes. Of course. But 200,000 Baileys can only draw the lowest level blind box. This is obviously not in line with your noble status. And in the higher level blind box, intermediate blind box, there will be better things than Wolong spicy strips. Of course, I think that with your status, uncle, you deserve the highest level blind box, the ultimate blind box. After all, you have an extraordinary temperament, and you can tell at a glance that you have experienced many ups and downs. And, maybe, there are snacks in those high-level blind boxes that are more delicious than Wolong spicy strips. You may forget about these spicy strips after tasting them. With only 2 million Baileys, you can get even rarer good things. You can make a profit. Rayleigh was moved. For him who tasted the sweetness of this primary blind box, he felt that perhaps there might be better things in the higher-level blind boxes. But at this time, Rayleigh's face was extremely disappointed. Because he had spent all the money he won. "Little brother, I really want to get a mid-level blind box. But I don't have any money. Can I buy it on credit once?" "No." GN refused decisively. "Free? No way. Even if it's Pluton Rayleigh, you can't eat for free here." After thinking about it, Rayleigh continued, "I think it's better to do this. Just stay here and don't move. I'll go back first. When I get the money, I'll come to you immediately." GN didn't look too disappointed. Obviously, Rayleigh has taken the bait. It's only a matter of time to find him. After all, this Walong spicy strips was a very popular existence even in the previous life. Seeking flowers, comments, and data. Reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 5. We need to trick more people into participating in the lottery. Well, if you want to participate in the lottery, just come to me. Of course, you can also invite people to participate in the lottery. If you invite one person, you will get a 50% discount. This time, GN did not give Rayleigh any false information. Directly give you a 50% discount promotion. Small profits but quick turnover. Such a simple truth, GN would not fail to understand. Hearing this, Rayleigh laughed happily. You must make a promise, don't regret it. No matter how many people you invite, will this 50% discount count? GN smiled. Of course. Rayleigh left here with satisfaction. From time to time, he looked back and looked at GN with lingering feelings. Seeing that GN did not leave his position, he began to take big steps. On the street, there were only people coming and going. And Rayleigh had disappeared without a trace. GN couldn't wait to hide in a corner. Look around to see if there is anything to test. Finally, a big stone was seen. 1 month of hard training of armament hacking. Let me try how much strength it has increased for me. He punched the big stone. Boom! With a dull sound, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the huge stone. At this time, GN rubbed his hands. This power, although it is a little worse. But compared with the previous one, it is much stronger. Although it doesn't feel much different. It can be seen from the actual performance. This is indeed armament hacking. But it's a pity, is this the extent of armament hacking in this month? GN envied Garp, a strong physical practitioner, who could even smash the entire mountain with one punch. Host, don't be greedy. If you want to reach the level of Garp, you need at least 10 years of hard training of armament hacking to do it. The system responded seriously. GN's eyes flickered slightly. This is not without reason. But 10 years is too long. Summit War broke out before our eyes. It seems that I still need to trick more people into the blind box lottery. On the other side, Rayleigh has returned to the bar where Shucky is. And Shucky is leaning on the bar, puffing smoke comfortably. Seeing Rayleigh pushing the door in, his face is still full of joy. Shucky is curious about this. Did you win a lot of money today? Why do you look so happy? Hearing Shucky's question, Rayleigh couldn't help but smile even more. Yes, I did win a lot of money today. But compared to winning money, I also found something more interesting. Oh? Even you find it interesting? Shucky looked at Rayleigh with interest. Suddenly, he found 2 transparent packaging bags in Rayleigh's hand. It looks like the snack packaging sold in various shopping malls on the market, but there are some differences. Do the 2 empty bags in your hand have anything to do with the interesting things you said? That's them. According to the guy who sold it to me, this is a very appetizing snack that goes well with wine, called Walong spicy strips. Recalling GN's introduction, Rayleigh also introduced it to Shucky at this time. On the opposite side, Shucky laughed and took the empty bag in Rayleigh's hand, with a little chili oil left. But you can't tell anything just by looking at it. Why is it empty? Oh no. There seems to be one more? No, why is there only one left? Did you steal it on the way? Bring this bag back just to let me see it. But I really can't think of it. A guy like you who loves alcohol like crazy, one day he would be interested in something other than alcohol. Snacks? You guys never have the habit of eating snacks. Rayleigh smiled strangely, and then took out the only remaining spicy strip. Shaking it in front of Shucky for a while. Look, I left a little for you. The orange-yellow strips with red crumbs still caught Shucky's attention. Her eyes flickered, and she said in surprise, "What is this? What are the red crumbs on it? Isn't it poisonous?" For a moment, Shucky looked at Rayleigh coldly. Will this old man add some strange ingredients to this orange strip, and then... No. This is chili powder, which is the soul of spicy strips. I left this one for you to taste. If you don't want to eat it, give it to me. Seeing that Shucky actually misunderstood his good intentions, Rayleigh couldn't help but roll his eyes at her, and said that he was going to snatch the only spicy strip. This spicy strip is so precious. I spent 200,000 Baileys to get a bag. If you are unlucky, you may not get it. It is really in short supply. It is said that this thing costs 100 million Baileys per bag in its place of origin. Across from him, Shucky took back his hand and saw Rayleigh holding the spicy strip in his hand like a calf. He couldn't help but curl his lips and glared at Rayleigh. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 6, Lead the Way. The Queen of Blind Boxes appears. Rayleigh, you've changed. You're so stingy. It's not that I'm stingy. It's that this Walong spicy strip is hard to come by. Rayleigh smiled helplessly. You know, I saved this one specifically to share with you. But you actually slandered me, saying that I poisoned it. Then I won't give it to you. He was about to pick up the spicy strip and throw it into his mouth, feeling the chewy texture and spicy taste. Wait. After hearing what you said, I'm really curious, what is so attractive about this snack to you? Bring it to me and try it. Shucky took the spicy strip from Rayleigh's hand again and put it in his mouth to chew. You guy, why are you more anxious than me? Eat it, I won't fight with you. It was originally for you to try. Rayleigh sighed helplessly. I felt a little distressed that I missed out on this delicious taste. After the spicy strip went down, Shucky's eyes suddenly widened. This snack. Shucky's whole spirit was shocked. In terms of taste, this chewy feeling is like chewing oxhide candy. But it's not so sticky. The most amazing thing is the salty, spicy, and fresh taste buds. Even if he followed rocks and sailed for decades and ate all the delicacies in the world, he has never eaten such a magical thing. He looked at Rayleigh with shining eyes and couldn't help but exclaimed. This is really good stuff. Walong spicy strips is a perfect name. This is the most delicious snack I have ever eaten in my life. It is much better than other senbei and oxhide candy. The stimulation of the red crumbs still impresses me. Great. It's great. Rayleigh looked at Shucky, who was amazed and couldn't help but recall that he had the same expression on his face before. How is it? Isn't it great? Now you should know why I am so happy. Such a delicious thing, I am willing to share it with you. It shows my generosity. Yes, yes. Shucky nodded. Originally, he was skeptical of Rayleigh's statement. But after experiencing this Walong spicy strip in person, Xiaoqi finally understood. Rayleigh's exaggerated protectiveness was not pretended. Even if it was her, she would never want to share such a delicious and appetizing thing with others. Maybe, she wouldn't even want to share this small piece. Shucky licked her lips with satisfaction, and became very curious about this long spicy strip. And salivating. By the way, where did you get this bag of long spicy strips? 200,000 Baileys? It's a bit expensive, but the taste is really unforgettable. It doesn't seem that expensive after all. Rayleigh laughed. She left such a spicy strip just to let Shucky take the bait. GN said that as long as he could get someone to draw a blind box, he could enjoy a half-price one. It's like this. On the way back from the casino, I met a blind box guy. Soon, Rayleigh told the whole story. At that time, I thought this guy stopped me to cheat me out of money. I bought a blind box for 100,000 Baileys, and I only got such a small thing. If I hadn't thought about my anonymity now, I might have taught him a lesson. But now think about it, the taste of this long spicy strip is unpredictable, even better than my favorite wine. Rayleigh laughed. Blind box? What is that? Shucky obviously didn't understand what this new term meant. I didn't understand it at first. Later. The guy told me that the things inside were completely random. But it's strange. The yellow blind box seemed to come out of thin air. I didn't see where the little brother took the blind box from. Shucky was even more surprised. Could it be the power of the devil fruit? But I've never heard of such a fruit with the power of a blind box lottery. Rayleigh shook her head. Who knows? Even though I'm well informed, there are still many things I don't know. Anyway, Shucky. Do you want to come with me to try it? As a reward for my invitation to taste long spicy strips, lend me 200,000 Baileys so that I can draw a blind box, how about that? Rayleigh's eyes were salivating. Shucky's eyebrows were raised. I can go with you. Can I help you pay for it? Don't even think about it. Shucky was very suspicious. Could it be that this old guy Rayleigh was specifically trying to cheat her out of money and let her help pay for the lottery opportunity, so that he kindly gave her the delicious spicy strips to try? Want to get something for free? Who in the world dares to get something from Shucky for free? Even Rayleigh, it's impossible. However, Shucky is already very interested in the blind box lottery. Swaying her graceful figure, she walked towards a room in the tavern. Then, she carried a heavy wallet. Rayleigh's eyes condensed. Wow, this guy brought all his wealth. It turns out that Shucky's addiction is even greater than hers. Lead the way. She ordered without any emotion. Today, Shucky will be the queen of blind boxes. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 7, Chestnut and Snail Noodles? On the other side. Although GN was hiding in a corner, testing her armament haki. However, people around her looked at her strangely. GN ignored them. After being exhausted, she returned to the place where she first met Rayleigh. There was a faint pain in her hand. However, compared with the joy of mastering armament haki, this pain was nothing. In the distance, Rayleigh's voice came, "That blind box guy, you are still here. I don't have to look for you." GN turned her head and saw that Rayleigh's face was full of wrinkles, and he walked towards her with a smile. Behind her, there was a woman with short hair but a hot body. As soon as she saw this outfit, GN immediately understood. Shucky. A pirate from the old times. Although she has retired for more than 40 years, I don't know why, she can't be seen from her appearance that she is already in her 60s. After a little complaint in her heart, GN soon became excited. Business is coming again. It seems that spicy strip is very useful. Rayleigh is also a scheming old fox. GN quickly thought of the reason why Rayleigh didn't eat all the spicy strips. With a smile, GN waved to Rayleigh, "Uncle, see you again." Rayleigh and Shucky came to GN. GN spoke first, "Who is this young sister? So beautiful. Even if you know in your heart that Shucky is already an aunt. But you have to flatter her. For your own kickbacks, you have to say it even if you are not conscientious." Behind him, Shucky smiled sweetly after hearing GN's words. This handsome brother is very good at talking. Then, Shucky immediately took out the money from his bag. "Vice Admiral. Come on, brother." Originally, sister only wanted to open a primary blind box. Now, sister has changed her mind. 5 times. This is 1 million Baileys. Shucky twisted his body and stared at Rayleigh on the side. The generosity also shocked GN. Rich woman. Freeloader, hungry. GN almost shouted, "Rich woman, please cling to me." With a smile on his face, he praised Shucky a few more times. After the latter was satisfied, GN did not waste any words and immediately asked the system to draw blind boxes. 1 million Baileys, enough for 10 draws. A puff of smoke drifted by. 5 almost identical blind boxes suddenly appeared in Shucky's hand. And the same was true in GN's hand. Without further ado, open them first. First Shucky. When Shucky was about to open the blind box, Rayleigh also came over. Wanted to see if Shucky's luck would also draw along spicy strips. After all, Rayleigh found out that this Walong spicy strips was really invincible after tasting it himself. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he saw the contents of the blind box clearly. "Unfortunately, I didn't win the grand prize. I got a consolation reward, a bag of Walong spicy strips. Unfortunately, I didn't win the grand prize. I got a consolation reward, a bag of Walong spicy strips." 2 consecutive bags of Walong spicy strips made Xiaoqi smile. GN's eyes twitched. "My own hasn't been opened yet. But looking at this winning rate, it's too outrageous, right?" Suddenly, something different appeared in the blind box. A bag with something similar to noodles on it. It made Shucky and Rayleigh's faces stagnate slightly. "Isn't this thing Walong spicy strips?" And GN also knew what this thing was through the system prompt sound. "Unfortunately, I didn't win the grand prize. I got a consolation reward, a bag of Li Ziai Chi snail noodles." Li Ziai Chi snail noodles. GN's face instantly became wonderful when he heard this thing. Snail noodles? This thing was praised and criticized in the modern society of the previous life. Those who love it have deep feelings for it and think that nothing is more delicious than it. But another part of people think that this thing is extremely smelly and hate it to death. What is this? Brother GN. Since they drew something different, Shucky and Rayleigh naturally came to ask clearly. This bag of things doesn't even match any of the previous cognitions. This is a good thing. When it comes to snail noodles, GN has something to say. Of course, he belongs to the kind of people who love it very much. Although snail noodles smell quite smelly. But it tastes really delicious. Since it can be opened from the primary blind box, it must be recommended to the people in this world to let them feel the charm of snail noodles. This thing is actually a kind of food, but it needs to be cooked with water. I think this way. You open the other blind boxes first, and then I will go to the bar with you and show you how to eat this thing. GN patted his chest. I was just worried that the food in this world was a little hard to get used to. Now, there is this thing called snail rice noodle. I have to satisfy my craving. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 8 Universal Capsule. Evo Submachine Gun. This blind box has everything. Okay. Since this little brother has come to my bar, of course I have to give him a good welcome. I heard that this bag of food is not worse than Walong spicy strips, so I think it must be very delicious. With this urgent mood, Shucky directly opened the other two blind boxes. Suddenly, a different voice came out. Congratulations! Win the intermediate reward, Universal Capsule, Youth Edition. Universal Capsule? Youth Edition? This thing. GN directly thought of the Universal Capsule, Ultimate Edition, he obtained at the beginning of the Awakening system. That thing has unlimited storage space. Even if the pirate world is installed, there is no problem at all. But Youth Edition? What on earth is that? Sensing GN's doubts, the system automatically began to answer him. Universal Capsule, Youth Edition, which contains a 5 cubic meter space. In this 5 cubic meter space, everything smaller than this volume can be accommodated. GN understood. This thing, to put it bluntly, is the ultimate castrated version of the Universal Capsule. For GN, who has the ultimate Universal Capsule, it is simply unattractive. But for Rayleigh and Shucky, this cannot be said. Shucky looked at the small capsule in his hand, and his eyes showed great confusion. My brother, may I ask what I opened this thing? What is it? It can be seen that it is a capsule. But, capsule? What is the use? GN stood up at this time and said in amazement. Sister! Congratulations, this is a good thing. He took the Universal Capsule, Youth version. His eyes were shining hard. This thing is called the Universal Capsule, Youth version. As the name suggests, it is the top prize that only adolescent big sisters can draw. Anyway, people in this pirate world don't know about this thing. It won't be discovered if you make up a story. GN's words made Shucky's smile even more intense. Rayleigh, who was watching from the side, felt unbalanced. Why is it that only Shucky got this youth version Universal Capsule? Is it possible that I am old? But, sister, this Universal Capsule, Youth version, in addition to its name being suitable for your age, is also very useful. GN persuaded her patiently. She showed the set of rhetoric she had thought of long ago. Oh? Then I want to hear what is so special about this capsule. A curious look appeared on Shucky's face. I really can't think of what is so special about this capsule. Sister, I think you are so good looking, and it must be very tiring to carry such a big bag. GN saw at a glance that Shucky's bag was heavy. It was probably filled with money. I have to work harder and cheat all the money. No. How can it be called cheating if we are willing? Anyway, it's right to get it. After listening to GN's words, Shucky realized it. My hands are indeed a little sore from carrying the bag all the time. Yet, look at this old guy next to me, he doesn't know how to be gentle and gentle, help me. He looked at Rayleigh with resentment, as if with a little dissatisfaction. Rayleigh turned a blind eye. Thinking that you are also a pirate, you are not to the extent of asking me to carry your bag. But with this Universal Capsule, Youth version, it will be completely different. Let me demonstrate it to my sister. Let Shucky give him the wallet. He directly pressed the button on the Universal Capsule. The moment it came into contact with Shucky's purse, it seemed to make a bang sound. Shucky's bag disappeared instantly. My bag! Shucky subconsciously exclaimed. His own wealth is all in the bag. Sister, your bag is not lost, it is in this Universal Capsule. If you don't believe me, I'll take it out and show you. GN took out the bag. Seeing that such a small capsule could actually fit into a heavy bag, Shucky and Rayleigh showed curious expressions. This Universal Capsule, Youth version, is simply amazing. Excitedly accepting the Universal Capsule, Youth version, knowing that there is only one blind box left to open. This time, there is no hesitation. A black, small, something resembling a gun caught the eyes of Rayleigh and Shucky. As the answer to the last blind box was revealed, a system prompt sounded in GN's mind. Congratulations! You won the luxury reward, EVO Submachine Gun, Pirate Limited. When this system voice entered GN's mind, even GN showed a puzzled expression. EVO Submachine Gun? Is it the submachine gun that is said to be banned in the online game CF? The luxury reward in the primary blind box is actually this? But then, GN's face showed a bit of weirdness. In the previous life, the power of submachine guns was not particularly great. In the game, the EVO submachine gun was only banned because of the stickiness of the hollow point bullet and the close-range fire suppression. But this thing? In the pirate world, what's special? No hacky blessing, no extra ammunition. Why is this thing regarded as a luxury reward for the primary blind box? Pirate Limited? What the hell is this? Could it be that the system has made some changes to this EVO according to the world it is in? Host is right. The difference between this EVO submachine gun and the real world is that it has unlimited ammunition. If it is just unlimited ammunition, it is useless. Facing a master who knows hacky, it has no lethality. The bullets used will automatically attach armament hacky. Hey! This explanation from the system made GN's face instantly become wonderful. In this way, I thought the luxurious grand prize in the primary blind box was just a joke. After all, guns are really a tasteless existence in the world of pirates. However, once there is unlimited ammunition, armament hacky is automatically attached? That's completely different. By the way, I remember the system said that anyone who spends money to draw a blind box will have its built-in rewards fed back to my universal capsule in various advanced forms. Take a deep breath, and the indifferent look on GN's face is gone. While Shucky and Rayleigh were looking at the submachine gun they had never seen before with curiosity, GN took out his universal capsule and looked at the contents. 2 packs of Walong spicy strips, large package, Liaziki snail noodles, self-heating version, universal capsule, regular version. What a good thing, it is indeed one level higher than what Shucky drew. So, what about the EVO submachine gun? What will the system give back to me? Look directly at the last item. 6-barreled Gatling machine gun? Good guy, it is really Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. After the system introduced it again, GN also understood. This Gatling gun is also a pirate limited edition. Unlimited ammunition. Automatically attaching armament hacky to the bullet. Even the heat resistance of the barrel is infinite. However, this 6-barreled Gatling gun is one of the luxurious prizes in the intermediate blind box. Now, it has been given back to GN by the system. This thing is too powerful. GN couldn't believe it. This blind box was probably trying to throw the top technology of the entire modern society into the pirate world to become the so-called pirate limited one, right? He lifted the Gatling gun slightly. It was heavy. With GN's current strength, he couldn't lift it at all. Juju Zi. With this thing, I'm not afraid of even Marine Admiral. But, I can't lift it. Doesn't it mean that I can only watch it and can't use it? GN couldn't help but show a trace of regret. He looked up and saw Shucky and Rayleigh looking at him. The half-excited and half-regretful look on their faces made the two of them look curious. Hey, little brother, I wonder what this thing that looks like a gun is. Rayleigh has seen guns before. However, in front of Rayleigh, who has become a master of Conqueror's hacky, this kind of small-scale stuff is really not very impressive. Therefore, it is impossible to show much covetousness towards it. This thing is the luxury prize in the primary blind box. GN knows how powerful this thing is. It's actually a luxury prize. Hearing GN's words, Rayleigh's eyes showed envy that could not be concealed. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 9 Intermediate Reward, Shadow Clone Technique. Shucky is so lucky that he won the grand prize. How lucky does it take to win this? But this thing doesn't look special, why is it called the grand prize? Rayleigh raised his doubts. In my opinion, it's better to replace this thing with 10 packs of Wolong spicy strips. Spicy strips are more attractive to me. Speaking of spicy strips, Rayleigh couldn't help but look at the universal capsule, youth version, in Shucky's hand. Knowing that the spicy strips are stored in it. Uncle, you don't understand. This thing is called EVO submachine gun, it's amazing. GN was too lazy to explain how awesome this thing is. If it wasn't for continuing to attract Shucky, the rich woman, to continue to draw, he really wanted to say that this thing is useless. This submachine gun is more useful to him than Gatling at present. It's useless to say too much. Let me demonstrate it for you. If you talk a lot, you have to show some actual performance. Since it is a gun, then we have to see how powerful it is. GN is also very interested in this. He took Shucky and Rayleigh to the small corner where armament hacky was tested before. There were obviously fewer people around. GN held the EVO submachine gun and aimed at another complete huge stone. Pull the trigger. There was a crackling sound, and countless fire dragons instantly sprayed out from the muzzle of the submachine gun. The sudden series of sounds scared Rayleigh and Shucky. He touched his frightened heart and looked at the stone intently. Just at the moment when the bullet touched the boulder, the cracks on the stone appeared rapidly. Then, in less than half a second, the boulder that was as high as a person was directly shattered by the rain of bullets fired from the submachine gun. Countless stone pieces flew everywhere. Rayleigh and Shucky were also messy in the wind. What the hell, this is called a firearm. It was the first time that Rayleigh saw that a gun could have such power. Even a punch covered with armament hacky could only break the stone. But, to make the stone fragments fly everywhere? How many punches would he have to do to achieve that? This gun is so powerful. It's amazing. Rayleigh looked at the ground covered with gravel in shock. This kind of destructive power is definitely not something a gun can do. Ordinary guns can only make a hole in the stone. After the demonstration, GN directly threw the EVO submachine gun, Pirate Limited, to Shucky. Although he was a little reluctant, for the sake of greater profits, GN had to give it up. What's more, in his universal capsule, there was a Gatling gun that was many times more powerful than the EVO. Maybe after he drew some potion that increased his strength, he could use that terrifying weapon that could kill an entire army at will. After seeing the luxurious grand prize in this primary blind box, Shucky's face was filled with joy. In Rayleigh's mind, Chnin couldn't help but imagine the scene of Shucky holding a submachine gun, constantly firing into the air, and shouting at some pirates who didn't pay for the goods on credit to pay them back. On his forehead, he couldn't help but sweat. This gun is much more powerful than any supreme sword. And seeing GN throw the gun out so casually, Shucky hurriedly went up and held the artifact carefully. For fear of breaking it by bumping it, and not being able to get his debt back. Immediately, Shucky's eyes flowed to GN again. The latter instinctively wanted to hide. He didn't want to be kissed by an old lady who was actually over 60 years old. However, Shucky didn't mean that. She took out the universal capsule and took out the wallet inside. Smiling at GN, she said, "Brother, this is the last money I have. 2 million Baileys. This time, I'm going to have a blast. Don't let me down. Open an intermediate blind box for me." Obviously, whether it's Wolong spicy strips, universal capsules, youth edition, or EVO submachine guns, they all made Shucky really taste the sweetness. As for the bagged food, since it comes from a blind box, it can't be wrong. It must be a good thing. GN happily took the 2 million Baileys. She kept sighing in her heart, she is really a rich woman. How generous she is. 2 million Baileys, just throw it away. Unlike Rayleigh, she can't even afford a single intermediate blind box. GN couldn't wait to let the system take out an intermediate blind box for him. Keeping the 1 million Baileys from the kickback, GN thought about it. Why not save up and play a big advanced blind box? A puff of smoke drifted by. In Shucky's hand, a blue blind box appeared. Looking at its appearance, it is obviously more high-end and classy than the previous primary blind box. The moment he got the blind box, Shucky opened it directly. Congratulations! I won the intermediate reward, Shadow Clone Technique, one-time version. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 10 Paramecia Rare Species, Blind Box Fruit Blind Box Man. The moment the scroll appeared in the blind box, GN immediately understood. What did Shucky draw? This is a scroll? Handsome brother, what is the use of this? Introduce it to your sister. After taking out the scroll, he threw the empty box away casually. Shucky looked at another brand new thing curiously. GN heard it and hurriedly said to the two of them. This time, it's a very incredible thing. To be honest, after so many draws, except for the universal capsule, I have never seen anything from the 10,000 worlds. GN almost thought that this blind box could not draw anything from other worlds. But, this time, the practice method of shadow clone technique? It made GN himself excited. Good stuff? Then quickly explain to your sister, what is the use of this? Shucky was very puzzled. However, she was not too embarrassed to open the scroll directly in front of GN. Rayleigh also touched it. This scroll looks simple and has a sandpaper-like texture. GN explained, this thing is a skill training method called Shadow Clone Technique. Shadow Clone Technique. Rayleigh and Shucky murmured in unison. That's right. This thing is amazing. You know, no matter how powerful a person is, he can only be one person. But once you learn this technique, you can create another self. And the other self is completely controlled by your original body. You can disappear at any time. Rayleigh and Shucky were shocked when they heard this. That is to say, you can create another me? Is it true? Their eyes flickered as they looked at this ordinary scroll. Is this thing so amazing? Too exaggerated, right? Shucky said in surprise. Of course it's true. Blind box products must be high-quality products. GN patted his chest and guaranteed. Being able to turn one person into two, even if it's the power of the devil fruit, it's really too much. Rayleigh's eyes turned and he had an evil thought. If I have this scroll, wouldn't there be two of me in this world? Interesting, really interesting. If one of me is auctioned. He is short of money now. Shucky's successive winnings made him really itchy. What if there is this shadow clone technique? Auction the other self, sell it and then make it disappear. Rayleigh couldn't help but curl up his mouth. It's really a good way to make a fortune. No. You can use this trick to get a bug and draw blind boxes infinitely. In this way, you will have an infinite source of long spicy strips. You can also experience the pleasure of drawing a lottery. On the side, Shucky heard GN's words and also had other ideas. However, this thing can only be used once. Seeing the greedy look of Shucky and Rayleigh, GN had already guessed what they wanted to do. Want to use this bug? The system has already thought of a solution. One time. Even if you learn it, you can only use it once. After hearing GN's words, the joy on Rayleigh and Shucky's faces stagnated slightly. Sure enough. Can't you be greedy for such a bargain? But even if it's just once, it's a big profit. Shucky, no, Chi-Mayor. This thing, just give it to me. Pluton Rayleigh didn't care about his identity as a giant in the pirate world at all, and was thick-skinned. Although this thing was not drawn by him. But, can he be thick-skinned to ask for it? Let's talk about this later. Shucky waved his hand. Forget it. Once is once. 2,000,000 Baileys, to see such a magical skill. It's not a loss. This intermediate blind box is indeed of better quality than the primary blind box. Although Wolong spicy strips are delicious, they are just snacks after all. They are gone after you eat them. But, what about this shadow clone technique? Although it can only be used once, it doesn't say how long this clone can last. Rayleigh already had another idea in mind. I shamelessly asked Shucky for this shadow clone, as long as I don't take it back. Wouldn't that be equivalent to permanent? Shucky turned his head and looked at GN and asked. By the way, handsome brother, where did you get these magical blind boxes from? GN's face tightened. This is his secret, and he must not reveal it. Since he asked, what should I do? Of course it's nonsense. Actually, I am a blind box person who ate the blind box fruit. Well, it's probably a rare species of paramecia. Because it's a new species that has just come out, you don't know it. GN made up an explanation casually, trying to get away with it. But I think this poor excuse can't fool anyone. Is it really a devil fruit? There is such a magical fruit in the world. Finally explained the confusion in my heart. Paramecia is a rare species. Although I have never heard of it, even the devil fruit encyclopedia cannot record all the fruit abilities. Thinking of this, Shucky, Rayleigh looked at GN with more eagerness. Damn, you didn't believe my lies. GN's eyes widened. Reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 11. This snail noodle tastes so special. Actually, I have more than just these blind boxes. Seeing that Rayleigh and the others were completely fooled by him, GN felt that it was time to sell them higher level blind boxes. I have higher level blind boxes. The things you get are more luxurious and more delicious. Maybe, there are some things that you will be amazed at when you see them. You will love them when you see them. Rayleigh couldn't help but be moved when he heard GN's words. The blind box lottery just now made him addicted. All kinds of things that he had never heard of or seen before. Even an old man like him, if it weren't for GN's explanation, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to guess that those seemingly insignificant things had such a big effect. Is it something more delicious than Wolong spicy strips? Rayleigh showed an extremely yearning look. At his age, what he needs is no longer fighting on the battlefield, but he will care more about the fun of life in his old age. Young man, don't go far away recently. Wait for me for a few days, I will get more Baileys. I also want to experience the intermediate blind box, or even the advanced blind box. What will it be? This is much more interesting than gambling. Rayleigh couldn't help but smile. Sister thinks so too. You don't know, in order to draw a blind box, sister, I threw all my belongings into it. It just so happens that with this EVO submachine gun, I have to treat those guests who drink here without paying. Shucky smiled and touched the gun in his hand lovingly. Rayleigh's eyes evaded. Don't make him angry easily in the future. Oh, right. Suddenly, Rayleigh thought of something and said to GN. You told me before that you would give me a chance to draw a blind box at half price. And you didn't say what kind of blind box it was, that is to say, intermediate blind boxes are also okay, right? GN smiled. Of course. Honesty is what I need in my line of work. You have fun, and I feel good making money, right? After hearing this, Shucky couldn't help but look at GN and smiled. Handsome brother, you said you would go to the bar with me, I want to listen to your explanation, what this thing is. Take out the chestnut 7 snail noodles. A curious light appeared on her face. GN nodded very readily. Let's go, I'll go with you. By the way, there aren't many people in your bar at this time, right? I was very surprised why GN asked this question. Shucky thought about it. It's a bit late at this time. So there aren't many customers in the bar. That's good. GN breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, if the customers were driven away while cooking the snail noodles. That would be embarrassing. You know, after cooking, the snail noodles will emit a smell that is almost fermented after 20 days of leftovers. Don't let Shucky argue with him in a fit of anger, that would be very troublesome. At least, GN doesn't want to miss the patronage of such a rich woman. Follow Shucky to the ripped-off bar. Sure enough, as Shucky said, there was no one. It's closed. Then let's start. Shucky was excited, and his face was full of expectations for this snail noodle that was said to be delicious. Don't forget to let me have a taste too. Rayleigh couldn't help swallowing his saliva beside him. Heat the pot and pour water. Put the noodles, seasoning packets, and vegetable packets into the pot. An indescribable smell suddenly came out of the pot. What is this smell? So special. At the moment the odor was emitted, Shucky and Rayleigh felt it at the first time. It was as if someone threw a stink bomb into their bar, which was comparable to a biological weapon. Shucky was about to say the words "so stinky." But when he saw the indifferent look on GN's face, he swallowed the two words directly. He replaced them with the two neutral words "special." Why does this handsome brother have no reaction to this smell? Is there something wrong with my nose? He looked at GN suspiciously and took a deep breath. Shucky was almost suffocated by the stench. Cough, cough, cough. This scene made GN laugh in her heart. Sister, this snail noodle smells bad, but it tastes really good. In our hometown, this thing has been sold at a sky-high price of 200 million Baileys. GN said seriously. 200 million Baileys? Is this thing really that attractive? Shucky didn't understand why this smelly snail noodle alone would be sold at a sky-high price of 200 million Baileys. But Rayleigh, it's different. Shucky. It seems that this snail noodle is really a delicacy. Recalling what GN said at the beginning. Wolong spicy strips, a supreme delicacy, costs 100 million Baileys to buy. But this snail noodle, it costs 200 million Baileys. Doesn't that mean that this thing that smells so bad is even better than Wolong spicy strips? Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 12 Rayleigh, Shucky, can you lend me the shadow clone technique? Here, it's ready. Who wants to try it? Brought out a bowl of snail noodles that looked good, tasted good, but smelled bad. Shucky and Rayleigh instantly felt that as this food called snail noodles was served, the stench in the entire kitchen instantly became hundreds of times stronger. Really, do you want to eat it? Shucky looked embarrassed. Although she knew that it was a blind box product, she would definitely not be disappointed. But the rejection of the odor in her heart made her subconsciously want to stay away from this place. A place full of stench. I'll do it. Rayleigh trembled and took the snail noodles from GN's hand. Looking embarrassed. Just swallow it in one mouthful. He swallowed a mouthful of snail noodles. Tentatively tasted the soup with the tip of his tongue. Sour, salty, spicy, and then fresh. In an instant, Rayleigh's eyes suddenly changed. It was as if the bowl in his hand was no longer a stinking gas bomb, but a bowl that could stimulate anyone's taste buds. A delicacy. A delicacy. Rayleigh tasted the soup of the snail noodles. Although he had swallowed it, the salty and fresh taste was still lingering in his mind. The source of the stench should be that crunchy thing. But that inexplicable sour taste made me hungry at this moment. I just want another bowl, no. 3 more bowls. Rayleigh's eyes lit up as he looked at the bowl in his hand. Unconsciously, he had swallowed up most of the full bowl of snail noodles. That thing is called sour bamboo shoots, and the stench is indeed emitted from it. However, it is the soul of snail noodles. GN introduced the bowl of snail noodles to Rayleigh just right. Seeing Rayleigh's praise after tasting the snail noodles, Shucky took the remaining soup from Rayleigh without hesitation. This! How delicious! The salty and fresh taste of this soup alone can be compared with the taste of Wolong spicy strips. After tasting it, Shucky's eyebrows suddenly widened. Compared with the salty, spicy, and stimulating taste of Wolong spicy strips, the soup of this snail noodle brings the ultimate freshness. There is such a delicious food in this world. No wonder it is sold at a sky-high price of 200 million Baileys. After just 2 mouthfuls, a bowl of snail noodles was directly finished, and even the soup was drunk up. It's not satisfying at all. This snail noodle is gone. Looking at the empty bowl in his hand with unsatisfied eyes, Shucky looked at GN with fiery eyes. At the same time, he reached for his wallet. Handsome brother, this snail noodle is really as good as its reputation. Give me another one. He touched his empty wallet, but didn't even find a Bailey. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. Because GN's blind box lottery is so interesting. The prizes are too attractive. Unknowingly, she had spent all the money of this rich woman. Looking at GN with regret, his eyes were full of reluctance. It seems that I must make more money in the future and get more delicious and fun novel things from GN's blind box. After saying goodbye, GN left Shucky's bar. When he passed an alley, he stopped. He carefully looked at the system feedback to him in the Universal Capsule, Ultimate version, and the things he drew. Wolong Spicy Strips large package, Lizicky Snail Noodles. And even a 6-barrel Gatling machine gun, Pirate Limited. But these are not what GN cares about most. What he cares about is the intermediate reward that Shucky won in the intermediate lottery, Shadow Clone Technique, one-time version. Since it is an upgraded version, it must not be as simple as a one-time shadow clone. GN was also very curious. This time, what did the system give him back? After searching in the huge space, soon a scroll was found. It turned out to be Shadow Clone Technique, improved version. GN couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Improved version? Not some one-time extreme castrated version? That's obvious. GN estimated that this shadow clone might be the normal version of the Hokage world. Host guessed right. After the improvement of this system, when performing shadow clone, chakra does not need to be consumed, but physical strength is consumed instead. The system reminded him at the right time. This time, GN was completely relieved. On the other side, in the empty bar, Pluton Rayleigh changed his usual elegant demeanor and showed a flattering look on his face. Sister Chi, can you give me the shadow clone technique, disposable version? It's just a one-time use anyway. We have been friends for many years. You wouldn't even refuse my small request, would you? In order to get this prize that didn't belong to him, Rayleigh completely abandoned his previous personality. No. This is an intermediate reward. I have to take a good look at this shadow clone technique, what's so great about it? He kept playing with the scroll in his hand, thinking about how to use this shadow clone to look after the bar. Then when he had enough money, he would go to the handsome brother to draw a lottery. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13. To promote blind boxes, you have to go to the auction house. Seeing that being soft is useless, Rayleigh couldn't help but come up with a plan. Shucky, I have a plan. You give me this shadow clone, and then I will. After the matter is done, at worst I will compensate you with a luxury reward. How about it? He stared at Rayleigh in front of him in amazement. Unexpectedly, this guy could come up with such a shameless method. However, since they are pirates, Shucky finally agreed. You must keep your word. I owe me a luxury reward for the intermediate lottery. After all, shadow clone technique, one-time version, is just an intermediate reward. But Rayleigh actually said in person that he would compensate her with the luxury grand prize? That's not polite. Reluctantly, he handed the shadow clone technique, one-time version, to Rayleigh. In his heart, he silently said, "If you don't give me a luxury reward, I'll make you look bad." The next day, after getting up, GN opened his universal capsule again. Looking at the dazzling array of Wolong spicy strips and various commodities. With so many things, I might as well auction them. I can't use them anyway. When I think about the money from the auction of these things, it will return to my hands. With this money, can't I do another wave of blind box draws? Rayleigh's bug-stuck method is really despicable. When it comes to bug-stuck, you have to look at me. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He put on his clothes and walked towards the auction. It's not the same as before. Now that GN has money in his hands, he naturally bought himself a pretty good set of clothes. He looks more like a young master from a wealthy family. Fortunately, I stayed in Sabayati Archipelago. If I was born in Panaro Island or Windmill Town, wouldn't I have no salesman? Thinking of this, he swaggered towards the auction site. "Hey, young master, what wind blew you here?" A man in a formal dress came towards him. He looked like a doorman at first glance. It was obviously GN's attire that made the gatekeepers think, "Some wealthy person has come. I'm here to auction some things." GN took out the goods he needed to exchange for money. 2 bags of Wolong spicy strips, Liziki snail noodles, self-heating. And 3 bags of Wolong spicy strips. That was probably all. As for the remaining ones, GN wanted to keep them for himself. You know, he is also an ultimate fan of spicy strips. Now, he has to earn his own capital first. I don't know, what is your auction reserve price for these things? These things seemed insignificant. Compared with the goods that cost hundreds of thousands at the auction, slaves can't compare. But the one standing in front of him must be of extraordinary origin just by looking at his attire. Although he is not as celestial dragons, he should be the prince of some island country. As gatekeepers like them, they can't afford to offend him. They were respectful to GN. These 2 small packages, the reserve price is 20,000 Baileys per package. 3 large packages, the price is 100,000 Baileys. As for the boxed one, the reserve price is 2 million Baileys. Seeing Rayleigh's obsessed look, GN understood how attractive these things are to them. But others don't know. In order to successfully develop the spicy strips market, GN had to reluctantly set the reserve price of spicy strips at a loss. "This young master, I'm sorry to bother you." GN's offer really shocked the auctioneer. He looked at the things in GN's hand very carefully, which looked unremarkable. The reserve price was set at 20,000. The thing wrapped in the box was actually priced at 2 million. I don't know, what's so special about this thing, it can be priced so high. Can we let our professional inspectors take a look at these things? Don't you just think this thing is ordinary and don't like it? GN shook his head. These people are very short-sighted. However, since it is to develop its own blind box market and expand its business, then I will reluctantly make a concession. Let's do this. GN took out another pack of Wolong spicy strips. This is a small package of Wolong spicy strips. I'll give it to you for free. Suspiciously took the transparent packaging bag in GN's hand, which contained 7 orange-yellow strips. It felt uneven and granular to the touch. Even the oil and water dripped onto my hands. Somewhat disgusting. Same time, same place. Good brother, do it. GN couldn't help but blurt out such a sentence. Hiss. One after another, they opened their mouths wide and grinned. It was like being spicy by the spicy strips. This This is a good thing. The auctioneer looked at the empty packaging bag in his hand with excitement. Wolong spicy strips? It tastes really great. Looking at GN with fiery eyes, the auctioneers and even the leaders stood up. This Wolong spicy bar really made them feel what amazing is. I think, young master. This thing, even if the reserve price is set at 20,000 Baileys, it is a bit low. Why not set the price directly, 100,000? How about it? This large package should be exactly the same as the small package, right? Then set it at 500,000. As for this one next to it, young master, what is it? After tasting the Wolong spicy bar, the look on the auctioneer's face instantly became extremely flattering. The numbing and spicy pleasure is always lingering, making people linger for a long time. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 14, Wolong Spicy Noodles, Free Tasting. That's called the Chestnut 7 Snail Noodle Self-Heating Edition. It's a kind of food, but it can heat up automatically, which is very magical. GN said casually. Self-heating? It's actually self-heating food. This novel and weird statement made the staff not know how to talk to him. Self-heating? What the hell? Automatic heating? Never heard of it. This is actually a convenient type of food. That is, before eating, you don't need to add any water, and you don't need to put it in water to cook it. Just put everything in and follow the instructions. At most 5 minutes, you can have a bowl of steaming noodles to eat. It's very convenient. GN's explanation made these people stunned. However, although they didn't quite understand it, it sounded very powerful. Moreover, self-heating may be used as a gimmick to attract some wealthy people. Okay, sir. Your items have been reviewed by our professionals and there are no problems. Here is your VVIP auction ticket. A black card with a gold border was handed to GN. Without saying much, GN walked into the auction house without looking back. It is of course a happy thing that the items have been recognized. But GN is even more curious. How will these professional auctioneers, after years of training, blow these things up? She is even more curious about the final transaction price. It should be able to stop my loss a little bit, right? Loss is secondary. As long as other people can discover the value of my items and then come to draw my blind box, the reserve price will be set higher in this way. Open up the market and you will make a profit. You know, GN has been coveting the high-end blind box worth 10 million Baileys for too long. It just so happens that with the help of this bug. No. The opportunity of fair trading, experience for yourself what kind of pleasure it is to have a high-end blind box. The entire auction house was packed. As a VVIP card holder, GN was naturally led to the front of the auction. Ah, so spectacular. Looking around, GN also saw such a grand scene for the first time. It seems that there are many dignitaries here. GN was extremely happy about this. The expense of his high-end blind box was finally paid by a big sucker. Then, the next item. As the auction staff followed the instructions, GN's Wolong spicy strips were also placed directly on the table. What is that? It seems. No, I can't tell. Buyers stood up one after another, curiously looking at the transparent package of Wolong spicy strips. I say, this thing is not a snack? What is the reserve price? No, when can the auction house auction such cheap things? A man in gorgeous clothes stood up. It was also very close to the booth, so he should be a VIP card holder. There was even more discussion in the audience. This is indeed a kind of snack, but it has never appeared on the market. It can be called a unique snack in the snack world. With the value we have assessed, it can be listed in our auction. Don't get excited, let me talk slowly. This thing doesn't look good, but it tastes very good. Even the person in charge of our auction house is amazed by this snack. Originally, the seller's reserve price was 20,000 Baileys, but after the evaluation of our professionals, the price was given, 100,000 Baileys. The whole place was silent. 100,000? Such a small package of things, even with a price increase? Black shop, it's really a black shop. I didn't expect that after not coming here for so long, this auction house is so shady. That's it. This thing is worth 100,000? Forget 100,000, I think 10 yuan is too expensive. The place suddenly became lively. GN didn't care at all, because they didn't taste it. I knew everyone would say that. So, our person in charge left a part of this package of Wolong spicy strips when he tasted it before. Absolutely clean and pollution-free. 10 times the price for fakes. Is anyone willing to come up and taste it for free? No charge. If it doesn't taste good, you can leave on the spot. Stunned for a moment. GN didn't expect that the people in the auction house would also play this trick. Soon, the man volunteered to go on stage. Looking at the red chili powder on the spicy strips, he swallowed it in one gulp. Hoo. It seems to be spicy. The sound of breathing attracted everyone's attention. But looking at his expression, it seems very enjoyable. This taste is so magical. This young man, can I bid now? It can be seen that the man in luxurious clothes became extremely obsessed after tasting it. He kept licking his lips with his tongue, as if he was savoring the taste just now. For something this delicious, I must bid 150,000 Baileys. Wow! All the buyers in the venue were shocked by this man's arrogant behavior. What's going on? This guy just said that these snacks are not worthy of appearing in the auction. Why did he change his tone now? It's like he can't live without this thing? Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 15, the auction was a sensation. GN made a fortune. 150,000 Baileys. This buyer bids 150,000. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer strikes while the iron is hot. This is a great time for publicity. Please wait a moment. I hope everyone will give me a favor. This pack of Wolong spicy strips, just give it to me. The auctioneer's actions almost made the man on the booth angry. Such delicious food, don't come to snatch it from me. However, this action directly made all the buyers on the scene boil. Damn, what's going on? This is going to be a rob. Is this thing so good? No, we have to try it too. Carl, your face is nothing. Since you are so interested in this thing, I have to take a good look at it. Another man in gorgeous clothes stood up. The bid card in his hand directly became 200,000. 200,000. This brother bids 200,000 to buy this pack of Wolong spicy strips. Is there anyone who can bid higher? The auctioneer was very excited, and GN was even more happy. The more active the atmosphere, the better. In this way, I can maximize my profits. 400,000. The man on the stage obviously couldn't stand. He bid 400,000 Baileys on the spot. GN was so excited that she almost fainted. Unexpectedly, the cost of Wolong spicy strips was only 100,000 Baileys, but it was directly sold at a sky-high price of 400,000. This is no longer a snack. Even the top wine is just this price. As the dust settled, the first pack of Wolong spicy strips was finally sold to the man who made the first bid at a price of 400,000. Damn it, why did I show such a covetous look? I could have gotten it for 150,000 Baileys. He returned to his seat with the Wolong spicy strips in his hand. He cursed and regretted his actions just now. Then, when a small pack and 3 large packs of Wolong spicy strips appeared on the booth one after another. The man who had previously bid for a pack of Wolong spicy strips for 400,000 Baileys could not sit still. How despicable! Such a good thing, but you didn't take it out before. Muttering something in his mouth. He thought that no matter how much the reserve price of these things was, he had to bid. Because this Wolong spicy strip was really invincible. Delicious. These 4 packs are actually exactly the same. It's just that the size is slightly different. 3 of them are even bigger than the previous Wolong spicy strips. Therefore, this time we have discussed and given a reserve price of 1.6 million Baileys. Wow! The whole audience was boiling. Everyone knew that a small package was sold at a sky-high price of 400,000 just now. And now, with 3 large packages, the reserve price is only 1.6 million. This, if you pick up a bargain, wouldn't it be a huge profit? I bid 2 million Baileys. As expected, the man directly offered a price of 2 million at the moment the reserve price was revealed. 2 million? Carl, you are dreaming. I let you get it just now. This time, the Wolong spicy strips are mine. I bid 2.5 million Baileys. Let me join in. 3 million. Carl is indeed the top food master in our Sabayati archipelago. Even he said so, the Wolong spicy strips must be very delicious. So I bid 4 million. At this time, whether it is GN or the staff of the auction, no one thought that after the first auction of Wolong spicy strips, the remaining 4 packs of Wolong spicy strips in the second round were all taken out, which caused such a sensation. This mess. I thought it was a robbery. Carefully calculated, if it was auctioned at a price of 4 million. GN found that he had made a net profit of 1.2 million Baileys. The net profit alone is enough to draw a mid-level blind box. And obviously, looking at this posture, 4 million Baileys is not the end. In the end, it was the elegant man who experienced the deliciousness of Wolong spicy strips in person. He knew what kind of invincible taste this thing had. He held back his bleeding heart and bought the last 4 packs of Wolong spicy strips at a price of 10 million. On average, 1 pack cost 2.5 million. Are you kidding? The small pack was only 400,000, and 3 large packs plus a small pack were priced at 10 million. However, this is probably the consequence of being in a high position, right? GN felt that the more such a situation appeared, the better. And GN also became a petty bourgeois with millions of Baileys in his hands. He made a lot of money. Even GN was very excited. You know, there are still lazy cheese snail noodles that have not been sold. Once they are sold, the taxes and fees of the auction will be deducted. Then GN's deposit will directly exceed 10 million Baileys. He can even have a high-end blind box. Reading books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16 Intermediate Reward of Advanced Blind Box, Anywhere Door? Humph. He glared at the man called Carl with an unwilling look. After all, his financial resources were not as strong as his. However, the auction was far from over. The next one is also a novelty. It is a food called self-heating snail noodles. No need to add extra water, just follow the instructions. You can taste the deliciousness in 5 minutes. Of course, you will smell some peculiar smell during the heating process, but don't worry, it is caused by one of the ingredients. According to the seller, that is the soul of the delicious snail noodles. And this seller is the same one who auctioned Wolong spicy strips before. His name is GN, a military officer of the Marine branch. At the end, the staff added mysteriously. Actually, from the same person? Since Wolong spicy strips have caused a huge sensation, I guess this snail noodles must be no worse. Everyone thought so in their hearts. However, a person in the VVIP seat. He showed a wretched expression on his face. Oh, it's self-heating food? It can heat itself, it's amazing. I can't help but want to try it. GN? Is he the one who auctioned this little thing? I didn't expect that he still has these treasures in his hands. After the auction, I have to do a good reconnaissance. See if that kid named GN has anything better. It would be even better if there was a stock of Wulong spicy strips. Wearing a white Admiral military uniform, but with a grey-white coat on the outside. In order to investigate the Sabayati archipelago human trafficking and the inexplicable appearance of conquerors Haki at the auction venue, he concealed his identity and came to this island. Unexpectedly, during the lurking process, he found such an interesting thing. Admiral Kizaru. If GN turned his head to look to the side, he would definitely recognize his wretched expression. Okay, I've said so much, I guess everyone is tired of listening. The price of this self-heating snail noodle is 2 million Baileys. I wonder if anyone has made an offer. As soon as this was said, the scene instantly became awkward. Even Carl, who had always praised Wulong spicy strips before, was a little hesitant at this time. After all, he had tasted the taste of Wulong spicy strips himself and understood the value of this thing. But this self-heating snail noodle? Although it is quite novel. But the reserve price of more than 20 times a bag of Wulong spicy strips, in exchange for a packaged food that is not much bigger? Even he was reluctant to part with it. At this time, Admiral Kizaru saw the opportunity. 2 million Baileys, considering his salary level, he can afford it. It seems that no one is willing to bid. Then how about giving this self-heating snail noodle to me? Raised the bid card. Seeing this, GN and the auctioneer were ecstatic. It's you. GN also looked at the bidder. With a frown, he could tell who he was just by his appearance. It's Admiral Kizaru. Why is he here? However, it doesn't matter. If Admiral Kizaru is interested in his stuff, then he can divert the blind box lottery to Marine. In this way, the market will be expanded again. 2 million, this is what the system gives back to him. Is it a free ride? Add this 2 million, and deduct the miscellaneous auction taxes and fees. Count the 1 million that was left undrawn. After this auction, GN directly had a deposit of 10.92 million Baileys. Among all the vendors in the Sabayati archipelago, he is the most generous. Even he can already have the high-end blind box that GN has always dreamed of. He left the auction house. System, give me a high-end blind box. GN suppressed his excitement. He wanted to see what good things this high-end blind box could bring him. A puff of smoke floated over, and at the same time, an orange blind box appeared in GN's hand. He waited and found it was heavy. He suppressed his excitement and took the opportunity to open it. A flash of light almost blinded GN's eyes. And when the contents of the blind box finally appeared in front of GN. This. He could no longer suppress his excitement and screamed. It's not GN's fault that he was too excited. Because, this thing that suddenly appeared in front of GN. It really made GN himself amazed. Congratulations host for winning the intermediate prize, Anywhere Door, 10 times of use. Anywhere Door? Is it the legendary Anywhere Door used by Doraemon? Even Anywhere Door can be obtained? It really deserves to be a high-level lottery. But, just 10 times, isn't it a little too little? Although Anywhere Door is indeed worthy of the prize of the high-level lottery. But, even Anywhere Door can only be an intermediate reward. What exactly are the luxurious prizes in the high-level blind box? 10 times. Could it be that in the higher-level luxury, supreme-level blind boxes, there are more ways to open Anywhere Doors? GN thought of the previous things. 10 times, not too much, but not too little. According to the nature of the system, it is likely that several anywhere doors with different uses were thrown into blind boxes of different levels. For example, the intermediate blind box may only be used 3 times. You can only hear a sound. And the high-level blind box, it is 10 times. Reading books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 17, Despicable Behavior Allowed by the System. Host is really smart. The Anywhere door is actually a reward that can be opened in the primary blind box. However, the Anywhere door in the primary blind box can only be used once. And the Anywhere door in the intermediate blind box can be used 3 times. If the host can exchange for the luxury, supreme, or even ultimate blind box, maybe he will draw more Anywhere doors. This is a must-have for traveling, relaxing, and making friends. After the system's explanation, GN couldn't help but be amazed. This system is really magical. Even the Anywhere door has been divided into so many versions. So, what about other rewards? GN is really curious. How many things are in this blind box? System, can you reveal a little? What are the luxurious rewards of the advanced lottery? GN is really too curious in his heart. Even the Anywhere door, 10 times, can only be ranked as an intermediate reward. So what kind of luxurious and terrifying thing should the advanced reward be? The system cannot tell you this for now. The important thing about blind boxes is the unknown, and the sense of surprise when you open them. But there is one thing I can tell the host. That is, for all types of blind boxes, the intermediate and luxury prizes are not just one product, but multiple. In other words, the luxury prizes of the primary blind box are not just the EVO submachine gun. There may be other things. And the intermediate rewards of the advanced blind box are not just a simple arbitrary door that can be used 10 times. Damn it! It seems that I have to use the bug a few more times. No, I have to seduce a few more people to draw the lottery. Noticed the emergence of the system. GN didn't want to say the word bug too often. You know, bugs, once discovered, must be fixed. This system will not do such a thing. Since the host has discovered it, of course, this method can be used to seek benefits. The system very considerately defaulted to GN's behavior of bug. Oh my god! Such a considerate system? Where can I find it? Keep looking at the pink door that suddenly appeared in front of him. I thought that I had to keep this kind of thing for myself. Of course, I could also show the rich woman how powerful this thing is. This way, I could attract Shucky to try for a high-level blind box and bring GN more profits. Place the arbitrary door, 10 times, randomly in the universal capsule. GN walked happily towards the place where he first met Rayleigh. I don't know if Rayleigh has made any money after so long. If I show him the arbitrary door from the high-level blind box, maybe this poor guy will be interested. But Rayleigh looks so poor, I'm afraid he can only play with the intermediate blind box at most. Even if he is interested, he can't afford it. He shook his head helplessly. Standing in the same place. Not long after, he saw Rayleigh walking towards his direction. GN was so scared that he quickly changed his posture. Rayleigh's face was filled with a happy smile, and he lowered his head and tapped the Bailey he got from the auction of Shadow Clone. After the auction, Rayleigh's clone used Conqueror's Haki to stun the old woman who bought him. Then he brought the money to the agreed location with GN. Haha, this is 11 million Baileys. GN, help me get 6 intermediate blind boxes. Don't forget. You still owe me a 50% discount blind box. After handing the money to GN, Rayleigh rubbed his hands happily. Seeing Shucky so happy to draw an intermediate blind box, he had to try it himself. Of course, this is an agreement. But, are you sure you don't want to have a high-level blind box? Looking at so much white money, GN was stunned at first, and then felt that he should still lure Rayleigh to get a high-level blind box. Ah, high-level blind box? It sounds really interesting. Rayleigh's heart moved. But I want to experience the thrill of drawing 6 intermediate blind boxes at once. Come on, let me see. Rayleigh struggled. He felt that it was a bit wasteful to spend all the money at once. Ah, okay, since you said so. GN had to agree to Rayleigh's request. Anyway, no matter what Rayleigh draws, it will be fed back to him at a higher level. It must be a sure win, absolutely no loss. This is the principle that GN believes in. But GN didn't know. This time, his meeting with Pluton Rayleigh was seen clearly by Admiral Kizaru. Oh, it's Pluton Rayleigh. Is it that the Conqueror's haki that appeared inexplicably at the auction venue was his trick? Hey? Why did that kid named GN get involved with Pluton Rayleigh? Could it be that this kid knows the true identity of Rayleigh? Impossible. Or is he trading magical items with Rayleigh? Kizaru said, and his figure flashed past. He wanted to see clearly what GN and Rayleigh were going to do. At the same time, GN took Rayleigh's 11 million Baileys. He sighed in his heart that Conqueror's haki was really good. It would be so comfortable if he could draw one someday. In his mind, he immediately started the lottery. This time, GN did not plan to save money anymore. A mere 5 million Baileys, it would only take a few minutes. It would be better to satisfy the addiction of lottery first. Get yourself 5 intermediate blind boxes. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 18. The night is long, this thing can help you regain your strength. System, give me 11 intermediate blind boxes. A puff of smoke drifted by. 5 intermediate blind boxes appeared in GN's hand. And Rayleigh had 6 in his hand. Unfortunately, I didn't win any prizes, but I got a consolation prize, Walong spicy strips, large package. Unfortunately, I didn't win any prizes, but I got a consolation prize, Walong spicy strips, large package. Rayleigh had 4 large packages of Walong spicy strips in his hand. GN's eyes twitched slightly. Although Rayleigh made money, his luck was not very good. But Rayleigh was content to look at the Walong spicy strips that he could hardly take. The hand was too small, and the spicy strips were too big. Therefore, Rayleigh didn't care about his status as a big boss. He just opened his arms and held them all in his arms. He had a happy face, as if there was nothing more joyful than Walong spicy strips. Brother, this should also be Walong spicy strips, right? And a large one. Then I can enjoy it. Rayleigh's eyes couldn't hide his greed, revealing that he had completely become a loyal slave of the spicy strips stall. Unfortunately, I didn't win any prizes, but I got a consolation prize, chestnut 7 snails noodles. Rayleigh's excitement was completely released. In the distance, the sharp-eyed Kizaru immediately saw Rayleigh's smiling face. Hey, why is Rayleigh so happy? Did something happen? Hey? Walong spicy strips large package. Soon, his attention was attracted by the 4 large packages of Walong spicy strips that Rayleigh held tightly in his arms. All of a sudden, even Kizaru himself, looking at GN's eyes, became hot. I heard that Walong spicy strips are a hard currency. 4 packs were sold for a sky-high price of 10 million Baileys. And now Rayleigh has 4 packs in his hand. Kizaru's wretched expression was full of surprise and surprise. It must be related to that kid named GN. Well, the Marine branch here, it should be easy to find someone, right? Let the Marine here bring him to the branch. Then, go to the base to meet him. It will save you the headache of confronting old man Rayleigh. I also want to taste what Walong spicy strips taste like. Swallowed the saliva in his mouth. As for the others, I will ask when we meet. Covering the self-heating version of chestnut 7 snail noodles in his hand, a light flashed, and Kizaru's figure instantly disappeared and appeared in the marine branch of Sabayati archipelago. The branch chief who was playing mahjong was so frightened when he saw Kizaru Admiral suddenly appear that he overturned the table. It turned out to be 4 large packages of Walong spicy strips, and a bag of Li Ziai Chi snail noodles. What is the last blind box? Pluton Rayleigh decisively took the opportunity to open the last blind box. A small pill with a diameter of about 1 centimeter appeared in it between the flashes of light. At the same time, a prompt sound popped up in GN's mind at the right time. Congratulations, you have won the intermediate reward, Physical Strength Pill. As the name suggests, after taking the Physical Strength Pill, the host's physical strength will be improved accordingly. With the host's current physical condition, I'm afraid that after taking the Physical Strength Pill, he can run continuously for 3,000 meters without panting. The system's prompt sound made GN feel more and more uncomfortable. Running 1,000 meters without panting, this is the result after taking the Physical Strength Pill. GN felt that the effect of this Physical Strength Pill was not very good. No, it's just because the host's body is relatively weak, so the Physical Strength Pill in the intermediate blind box does not significantly improve the host. Nima system, are you trying to say that my body is weak? But, let's talk about it again. This Physical Strength Pill was not drawn by GN himself, but by Rayleigh. In other words, after the system's feedback, GN will get a stronger version of the Physical Strength Pill. He quickly took out the Universal Capsule, Ultimate version, and searched it. Sure enough, the Physical Strength Pill he got had big words engraved on it. Big, Physical Strength Pill. From the outside, there is no difference between it and the Physical Strength Pill in Rayleigh's hand. But, touching it in his hand, GN felt that his body seemed to become agitated. I haven't eaten it yet, but my body has already reacted. This big Physical Strength Pill is really powerful. For the reward given to him by the system, GN praised it highly. However, just as he was about to swallow this tonic, he wanted to experience the power of the Physical Strength Pill himself. The spell was interrupted by Rayleigh. Hee, little brother, I wonder what this round pill is. Rayleigh ran to GN with the Physical Strength Pill and smiled. GN immediately showed an incredible expression. This, uncle, you are so lucky. This thing is really a tonic. A tonic? Is it so magical? Facing what GN said, Rayleigh's curiosity was completely aroused. This is the first time that I have drawn such a pill-shaped thing from the blind box. Yes, let me introduce to you how magical this thing is. Its name is the Physical Strength Pill. After taking it, it can greatly improve the user's physical strength. It is especially suitable for elderly people with a burly figure like you. Rayleigh's face changed and he looked at GN unkindly. Uncle, why are you looking at me like that? GN was flustered. Little brother, don't look at me as an old man who is over 70 years old, but I am still strong. I hate it most when others say that I am old and not as good as others. Rayleigh's glasses flashed with a murderous light. GN was speechless. No wonder Rayleigh had such a big reaction when Shuki extracted the Universal Capsule, Youth version. Hey uncle, I didn't say you are old. I mean you are, just need this kind of tonic. That's more like it. Then tell me what this thing does. Rayleigh snorted coldly, and the badness in his eyes disappeared completely. This thing can greatly enhance your body functions. Let you be energetic in the long night. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 19, Strength Pill. Is Rayleigh back to his peak health? When Rayleigh heard this, he smiled knowingly. He was also shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that there would be such a good thing in the intermediate blind box. But since it was opened from GN's blind box, it must be the best. He is also an old customer of GN. The quality of the products here is really beyond reproach. However, this little pill can make my body stronger. Can I try it myself? Curious about the effect of this thing. Although this is another novelty, Rayleigh is already very confident about GN. Knowing that GN will definitely not harm him. Of course, this is what you drew, uncle. GN nodded. Rayleigh took the physical strength pill without saying a word. As the pill entered his mouth, he felt a faint sweetness filling his mouth. Then the pill melted and turned into a warm current flowing throughout Rayleigh's body. Then, Rayleigh felt that his body was stronger than before. The whole body seemed to be surging with surging power. Rayleigh's eyes could not help but slowly widen, and his eyes glowed with a strange light. "Little brother, wait for me here." Before GN asked Rayleigh what he wanted to do. Rayleigh's figure disappeared in an instant. Damn, when did Rayleigh learn to teleport? Is this also given to him by the physical strength pill? Surprised at Rayleigh's actions. About 5 minutes later, Rayleigh came back shirtless. There seemed to be water splashes on his face and body. "Did you go to the bath?" GN looked at the smiling Rayleigh with surprise. "Nothing, just a trip back and forth between Sabayati Land and Nine Snake Island. Your face is not red, and your heart is not out of breath. Little brother, your physical strength pill is really a good thing." Rayleigh looked at GN with amazement. The faint sweetness left in his mouth seemed to remind him that all this was the credit of the physical strength pill. "No, no." GN waved his hand, but accepted Rayleigh's praise with peace of mind. "After he leaves, I will also try the effect of this large physical strength pill to see if it can also improve my physical strength so much. It's amazing. This little brother, do you know that the physical strength improvement effect given by this physical strength pill is permanent?" Rayleigh couldn't help rubbing his hands. This seems to be an intermediate reward? Even compared to the shadow clone technique, disposable version, that Shucky got, it is not weak at all. Don't let Shucky know. If he knows, he will definitely grumble about me taking her shadow clone technique. Rayleigh thought in his heart. Ah, yes. The improvement effect brought by the physical strength pill is indeed permanent. GN nodded in affirmation. Then this thing is even more powerful than the shadow clone technique, disposable version. Rayleigh made such an evaluation. Then, Rayleigh told GN. "You know, physical strength can only be gained through self-training. In a place like Sabayati Archipelago, you should have a deep understanding of this, little brother." GN nodded affirmatively. In Sabayati Archipelago, pirates can be seen everywhere. Naturally, he is very clear about the importance of strength to himself. Although GN has no strength, he also knows that physical training can only rely on himself. From this, it can be seen that this physical strength pill is indeed a very good thing. If you want to improve your body, you must go through hard training. However, this physical strength pill can permanently improve a person's physical fitness by just taking one pill. This thing is really good. It's unbelievable. If I didn't have no money in my hand, I would definitely have to come to the intermediate lottery a few more times. Rayleigh left with satisfaction. He kept muttering, "Physical strength pill, physical strength pill. This is really a good thing." After saying goodbye to Rayleigh, GN first checked his lottery results. "I almost forgot to open my own blind box." With excitement, GN opened them all. Suddenly, golden light emerged. "Unfortunately, I failed to draw any prizes, and got a consolation prize, Walong spicy strips, large package. Unfortunately, I failed to draw any prizes, and got a consolation prize, Walong spicy strips, large package. Congratulations to the host for winning the intermediate reward, Armament Hacky, March Hard Training. Congratulations to the host for winning the intermediate reward, Observation Hacky, March Hard Training. Congratulations to the host for winning the intermediate reward, Armament Hacky, March Hard Training. WOC. When GN opened all the 5 intermediate blind boxes in his hand. After the golden light flashed, 2 blind boxes contained 2 consolation rewards, Walong spicy strips, large package. However, the other 3, although empty. But under the prompt of the system, GN also understood. My armament haki level has been improved in 6 months. An observation haki, also from nothing to something. How come the probability is so high? System, I got your favor. Recalling Rayleigh's 6 consecutive draws, 5 consolation prizes, and 1 intermediate reward. The upgraded version is still lying in GN's bag. But what about the draws by myself? Except for 1 consolation prize, the others were transformed into GN's own strength. Counting the initial January hard work, GN's armament haki has grown a lot. An observation haki is also an entry. There is no doubt that this is a favor given to him as a host by the system. Now the time. Damn, why is it so late? It's already 7 o'clock in the evening. Unknowingly, I chatted with Rayleigh for so long. Dry mouth, a little tired. Big physical strength pill? Then I'll enjoy it after I lie in bed. GN thought. Read books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20 GN? Kizaru Admiral named the person waiting. Hey, hey, hey. All the military officers, all the military officers. On the way home, GN was surrounded by a group of fully armed Marine soldiers. She was taken to the Marine branch without any explanation. It's not that she can't resist, it's just that this place is too close to the naval headquarters. If she resists and is hunted down as a pirate for no reason, GN's plan to sell blind boxes to the Marine will be completely ruined. She was taken to the Marine branch by the Marine soldiers. All the military officers, what is going on? What's going on? GN looked around. She found that the base commanders seemed to be looking at her viciously. It's a bit too much. Is it not possible for her to do some small business? The living room of the branch. While taking a nap, Admiral Kizaru heard the cursing voice of the branch chief, mixed with the word GN, and woke up instantly. Hey, it's GN who's been brought here. I have to go and see him. He turned into a beam of light and ran straight to where the crowd was standing. GN looked at the branch chief in front of him as if he were an idiot. Branch chiefs are so arrogant, swearing without saying anything. If you do this outside, it's easy to get into trouble. And at this moment, a yellow flash appeared. Kizaru's 2-meter-tall figure suddenly appeared behind the branch chief. A wretched and protective voice suddenly sounded. Hey, GN is someone I specially invited here. When will it be your turn as an unknown person to make decisions? The chief turned around and looked up at the person who was staring at him with a condescending attitude. Yellow sunglasses, slanted mouth, yellow striped clothes. A white admiral robe on the outside. Yellow. Kizaru Admiral. The branch chief was like a clown, frightened by Kizaru's aura and collapsed on the ground. His previous sharp voice was completely replaced by trembling. I was confused, completely confused. I heard that Kizaru Admiral came here to wait for an important person. For this reason, the clown chief thought that other admirals were coming. So he temporarily summoned all the patrolling soldiers to prepare to welcome the arrival of all the big shots. But who would have thought of this? The person that Kizaru Admiral was talking about, was the one who was waiting. It turned out to be GN, whom they brought with brutal means. Damn! Kizaru Admiral didn't explain it clearly. He thought GN had done something to anger Kizaru Admiral, and was told to bring her. But now it seems that the clown is actually himself? Seeing GN, Kizaru changed his face. Everyone, disperse. Next, I have something important to discuss with Brother GN. After the voice was spoken, there was no extra person in the area of hundreds of meters. No matter how curious those people were, what important things the Admiral would discuss with GN. They could not disobey the order of the Admiral of the headquarters. An empty place. Brother GN, you should know why I want to find you, right? The wretched smile was extremely bright at this moment. For the endless good things in the auction house. Kizaru was naturally very excited and wanted to taste the Wolong spicy strips that were sold at a sky-high price of tens of millions. What is it like? Is it for the Wolong spicy strips? GN tentatively guessed. During the auction, GN once turned his head to look at the surrounding situation. I found that Kizaru seemed to show a look of desire at that time. It's just that because of the angle, it was not seen. Yes, yes. Brother GN is such a straightforward person. Admiral Kizaru nodded repeatedly, looking at GN eagerly. I wonder if there is any stock of Wolong spicy strips? You know, I saw you with an old man this afternoon. He couldn't help but recall the scene when GN and Rayleigh were trading. Rayleigh was holding 4 large bags of Wolong spicy strips in his hand, and Kizaru, who was greedy, almost drew out the sword of Aim no Kurokumo and fought with Rayleigh. That? Of course there is. But, that is an item drawn from a blind box. GN said with regret. Since Kizaru took the initiative to deliver it to him, he had to be a bad guy and drag Kizaru into the blind box pirate ship. Blind box lottery? No wonder the old man Rayleigh was so excited, holding a few boxes in his hand. Kizaru's wretched face showed a trace of realization. However, since it is a lottery, then Kizaru can't miss it. His luck today was great. No one competed with him for the self-heating version of Lazy Chi snail noodles, and he bought it at the lowest price. I wonder if Admiral Kizaru is interested in the blind box lottery. You know, the old man was having a lot of fun in the afternoon. I won 4 big bags of Wolong spicy strips directly, which is worth tens of millions of Baileys. GN persuaded and told the facts. He talked for 10 minutes. The Marine soldiers hiding in the house, who had no idea about the situation, and the clown branch chief secretly looked at the playground. Seeing Kizaru and GN's enthusiastic communication, their eyes widened. This is FG. In Sabayati Archipelago, GN is the first one to have a close communication with Admiral Kizaru, right? It's really interesting. Then let me try it too. Kizaru roughly understood. Wolong spicy strips small package, only 200,000 Baileys can be drawn once. That thing can be sold for 400,000 Baileys. Have fun reading during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 21 Intermediate Rewards of Primary Blind Box, Anywhere Door. Then let me draw 5 blind boxes first. This is 1 million Baileys. Kizaru thought about it and took out 1 million Baileys. It's not because he is short of money. But he wants to test the waters first. After all, no one knows what the probability of the lottery is. After receiving the 1 million Baileys, GN immediately drew 10 primary blind boxes. His blind box was full of Wolong spicy strips. GN sighed and looked at Kizaru. Well, at least he can make a small profit, not a loss. The 5 in Kizaru's hand soon burst into golden light. Unfortunately, I didn't draw any prize. I got a consolation prize, Wolong spicy strips. Unfortunately, I didn't draw any prize. I got a consolation prize, Wolong spicy strips. Unfortunately, I didn't draw any prize. I got a consolation prize, Wolong spicy strips. Unfortunately, I didn't draw any prize. I got a consolation prize, Wolong spicy strips. 4 packs of Wolong spicy strips made Kizaru's heart burst with joy. A small pack sold for 400,000, and 4 packs, but I only spent 800,000? Worth it. GN shook his head helplessly. There is one last blind box. Kizuru looked closely. A pink door appeared in front of him. This is... It seemed to be a thing he had never seen before. Door? What does this thing do? GN looked at the pink door and thought it was a good opportunity to promote his blind box. Dear Admiral Kizuru, congratulations, this is the intermediate prize in the primary blind box. It's called the Anywhere Door, but it's a magical thing that can be teleported to any place. In terms of function, it is many times stronger than Wolong spicy strips. You really made a profit. Anywhere Door. Kizuru was even more curious when he heard the name. What kind of door can be called Anywhere Door? Brother GN, I don't know what this Anywhere Door does. Kizuru asked. This door is amazing. It can allow the user to go anywhere in the world according to the user's thoughts. Just think of the destination in your mind and then open the door. It's very simple. Even if the place you want to go is a million miles away from here, there is no problem at all. As long as the door is not closed, you can go in any time you want. After listening to GN's explanation, Kizuru's expression suddenly became wonderful. First of all, he was shocked, and then he couldn't believe it. There is such a magical thing in this world. And then he thought that if he wanted to go somewhere else, he had to use the power of the flash fruit frequently. Although it is very convenient, it is also a great burden on the body to use it for a long time. If there is this arbitrary door, wouldn't it be more convenient for me to fish? Kizuru's eyes were full of surprise. You know, on weekdays, although Admiral's work is very little, he can't leave naval headquarters at will. This time, Kizuru took the initiative to ask for slacking off, so he came out to investigate the Sabayati archipelago. Take this opportunity to play freely. But there is no such opportunity normally. If caught, he would be scolded by the angry Marshal Sengoku. But if I have this thing, once Sengoku has the news, I can appear there without anyone noticing. You know, the teleportation of sparkling fruit will attract attention. But, is this thing really that powerful? GN looked at Kizuru's face now, and seemed to be a little unconvinced. He laughed. Since Admiral Kizuru doesn't believe it, why not try it yourself? Kizuru thought it made sense. Whether this arbitrary door is true or false, you have to experience it yourself. Just think about the destination in your mind and open the door. GN nodded affirmatively. It's very simple. I guarantee you will be surprised. Kizuru didn't say anything, just stretched out his hand to open the door and stepped in. And GN followed closely behind. The marine soldiers of Sabayati archipelago secretly watched Kizuru and GN disappearing in the door. Their faces were dull. The door opened, and a comfortable big bed came into view. Pink, the color of a macho man. It seems to be Kizuru's room. Kizuru paused slightly when he noticed GN's strange look. It's the bed sheet that was temporarily changed. However, while explaining something, Kizuru looked at this familiar room, and his body stood still instantly. Stupefied. Because what GN said was actually true. A shocking light was flashing under the yellow sunglasses. I actually came to my own exclusive room as soon as I opened the door. At this moment, even he didn't realize that the room was already full of other people. This is simply a magical tool for slacking off during missions. Kizuru thought happily that with this door, he could finally rest in bed for a while longer. Ahem, Borsalino. A light cough instantly made Kizuru's hair stand up all over his body. As the admiral of the naval headquarters, he was extremely sensitive to this cough. Marshal Sengoku? Why did he come to his room? Borsalino, shouldn't you be in Sabayati archipelago at this time? Why did you come back suddenly? This is the voice of Marine Admiral Aokiji Kyuzan. Good Borsalino, your sparkling fruit is really convenient. Even Sakazuki came. The expression on Kizuru's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He raised his hands above his head and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. "Oh my, you are all here." He had a smiling expression on his face, but he was extremely embarrassed inside. Damn, was he caught slacking off? Is this how you work? It seems that this month's salary, Who is that person next to you? Sengoku glared at Kizaru unhappily, but soon saw Ji-en following behind Kizaru. And a pink door? Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 22 Pink, the color of girls. Ah, this door. Kizaru was anxious. This was the tool he had always dreamed of, so he couldn't let them know. And what is this door? It's so strange. The sternness on Sengoku's face had been replaced by curiosity. Because through that door, he actually saw bubbles from Sabayati Archipelago. Dear Marshal Sengoku, I am Ji-en, an ordinary blind box supplier from Sabayati Archipelago. Ji-en felt that this was a great opportunity to show off in front of the marine executives. Whether the blind box can be promoted to marine depends on this time. It's so strange, why did Borsellino bring you here? This door. You didn't come from this door. Sengoku walked past Kizaru and patted the door curiously. The door frame made a bang-bang sound. It's so solid, he said with admiration. And Kizaru shouted in his heart, not good. Yes. Admiral Kizaru said he wanted to experience this magical door, so I followed him here. I didn't pay any attention to the look Kizaru kept giving me. Instead, I respectfully introduced it to Sengoku and others. Suddenly, Kizaru's face drooped. Oh? This door is so magical. After hearing Ji-en's words, Sengoku also showed an extremely curious expression on his face. Can I try it? Marshal Sengoku's face was shining, and the other admirals, except Kizaru, also showed shocked and suspicious expressions. Of course. Ji-en smiled and nodded. In fact, what they got from the intermediate lottery was just an experience version of the door, which could only be opened once. However, as long as the door is not closed, they can still go back and forth through the door unlimited times. In my opinion, why not go directly to Sabayati Archipelago? I just can't think of any good places to go. And now it's time to get off work. It shouldn't alarm the officers and soldiers over there. What do you think, Borsellino? He squinted at Kizaru at this time. He was deflated, and there was no trace of Admiral's demeanor. Even the Wolong spicy strips in his hand were not lively. Marshal Sengoku just took Kizaru's consent and made the decision. Let's go to Sabayati Archipelago. So the big guys of the naval headquarters. 3 marine admirals, plus Marshal Sengoku, and then, an ordinary blind box supplier. All passed through the arbitrary door. The marine branch of Sabayati Archipelago. Because of the departure of Admiral Kizaru and Ji-en, the marine soldiers who were originally scared and hiding in the room, as well as the unlucky boss. They all stood up and looked at the pink door curiously. Get out of the way, let me see first. I am the boss here. After Kizaru left, the boss finally returned to his old stern lord. The soldiers all moved away, leaving a path for the boss to go out. You said, Kizaru Admiral just left through this door. And not Kizaru Admiral's ability. He stared at the soldiers gathered on the playground questioningly. The answer he got was affirmative. That's really strange, the other side of the door. You can vaguely see a big pink bed and people walking around. But it's not very clear. Let me get closer to see which girl's boudoir it is. Ouch, which idiot bumped into me? The boss just wanted to look at what was on the other side of the door. Suddenly he was bounced away by a fierce force. He landed on his butt and got a layer of dust. He was so angry about Ji-en's matter that he couldn't eat. Now he was even more furious. Just as he was about to explode, he suddenly felt that his surroundings became extremely quiet. "What's wrong with you? Are you all mute?" the boss scolded. He vaguely sensed something was wrong. Why did his subordinates look at him like this? "Who are you scolding?" The hot breath coming from the front made the branch chief sweat all over. Not only cold sweat, but also hot sweat due to excessive heat. I am. AKA. Admiral Akainu? You actually have time to come." Seeing that he had just said something. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to vent, but he didn't expect that the person walking towards him was the admiral with the most explosive personality in the naval headquarters, Akainu. "Hey, you seem to be talking about the girl's boudoir just now." Admiral Kizaru also stood up with a frown on his face. "It seems that the lesson I just gave you is not enough." This boss, including all the soldiers behind him. Everyone looked at this luxurious marine group. They all began to doubt their lives. Akainu Admiral. Kizaru Admiral. Aokiji Admiral. Even Marshal Sengoku. Looking at the four figures in front of them with horror. Each of them exuded an extremely terrifying aura. In addition to the white marine robes around them, even this boss who always liked to use force to suppress others, instantly sat on the ground with his eyes blank. At this time, he even felt that he was already a dead man. Having offended so many marine bosses, it is difficult for him to live. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23 Anywhere Door, a strategic material that can turn the tide. If it weren't for testing GN's Anywhere Door, I really wouldn't have known that there was a commander like you in Sabayati Archipelago. Marshal Sengoku's eyes suddenly became sharp. GN. They only realized it through Sengoku's words. It turns out that GN has always been following the big guys of naval headquarters. They immediately had an urge to worship him. It turns out that GN is the real hidden boss in our Sabayati Archipelago. One person actually has connections with so many marine high-level officials at the same time. Sengoku glanced at these people indifferently, and then turned his head. Looking at this ordinary pink Anywhere Door, he couldn't help but exclaimed repeatedly. "This is really a good thing. It would be a waste if it was only used for individuals." For a moment, the breathing of these marine big guys couldn't help but increase, and their expressions became very exciting. Once this door is used in military strategy, it will definitely be a killer. Completely change the way of war in the past, and the marine will no longer need to deploy troops through warships. Just use this door to send the elite forces of the headquarters to any corner of the world. Yes, this arbitrary door is really a strategic material that can change the situation of war. For a moment, all the marine high-level eyes burst into brilliant colors. GN, let's go over and talk. He glared at the branch chief next to him who looked like he had lost his parents. There were also branch soldiers who were paralyzed on the ground in fear. Marshal Sengoku looked at GN with extremely eager eyes. Yes, GN. The fewer people who know about this kind of confidential matter, the better. Admiral Aokiji also said on the side. Let's go. GN nodded. It just so happened that there was no need to let the marine soldiers of Sabayati Archipelago know about the blind box lottery. The arbitrary door is still in an open state. And all the marine high-level people, along with GN, came to Kizaru's room again. Feeling the changes in the two worlds inside and outside the door. Everyone felt it was amazing again, and exclaimed. You know, although the distance between Sabayati Archipelago and naval headquarters is not far, no one can reach it in an instant except Borsellino. But with this door, you only need to take a light step to reach a place thousands of miles away. Even devil fruit is far from this magical. Yeah, it's really like a dream. Borsellino, did you really get this door? Great work, great work. Marshal Sengoku was obviously in a very good mood. But GN felt that it was necessary to let them know that this arbitrary door was actually just a castrated version. Actually, although this arbitrary door is good, it is an experience version. It can only be opened once. GN spread his hands and said, "What? Such an important thing, you didn't tell me in advance." Kizaru's face immediately showed an unhappy expression when he heard it. The other marine executives were also stunned. It seemed that all the plans just now were interrupted by this sentence. Well, because Admiral Kizaru drew the lowest level blind box. So the anywhere door you drew can only be the trial version. GN spread his hands innocently. After all, the primary blind box is 200,000 Baileys each. And with the value of the anywhere door, GN felt that even if it was a one-time version, it would be easy to sell it at a sky-high price of hundreds of millions of Baileys. The lowest level blind box? Ah, so you mean that you can draw more anywhere doors in higher level blind boxes? Kizaru's expression changed. Indeed, when GN introduced the blind box to him, he said something like this. The higher the level of the blind box, the better the things you draw. That's right. GN nodded affirmatively. However, Marshal Sengoku and the other two admirals were confused. Wait a minute, blind box? What blind box? They were very puzzled by this unfamiliar word. GN stood up and patted his chest. Actually, drawing blind boxes is my fruit ability. Blind boxes, you can think of it as a kind of lottery. It's just that unlike other lotteries, there will be no black box operation, but directly use the fruit ability to generate the corresponding blind boxes. Of course, in order to maintain the energy of blind box drawing, you need to pay. The primary blind box is 200,000 Baileys, the intermediate blind box is 2 million Baileys, and the advanced blind box. GN patiently persuaded and told the story. Sengoku and others were shocked. This fruit ability is really unheard of. Rare paramecia? It's even more unheard of. Is there really such a magical ability in the world? Everyone was very surprised. However, there was no excessive doubt. After all, devil fruit is so strange and has all kinds of abilities. Even the fruit illustrations dare not say that they record all the abilities in the world. I didn't think much about it. Brother GN, according to what you said, there are more times of arbitrary doors in more advanced blind boxes. Marshal Sengoku spoke. Of course. The random door drawn from the intermediate blind box can be opened 3 times. And the advanced blind box can be opened 10 times. However, even the random door is not the best reward here. Maybe you guys will have better luck and draw more magical items, and you won't even care about the random door. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24, Sengoku, Aokiji is also coming to draw blind boxes. GN's words made Sengoku and a group of marine admirals' eyes flash with heat. Hey, Borsellino? You said that you drew this one-time arbitrary door from the primary blind box. Sengoku's voice sounded. He got a positive answer. So these marine bosses could no longer suppress their inner impulse. 200,000 Baileys for one draw? That's really too good. At this time, Aokiji's lazy voice sounded. I say, Brother GN, you see so many people here, can you make it cheaper? 200,000 Baileys, 2 million Baileys are really too expensive. Marshal Sengoku is unwilling to raise our wages. Why don't you give us a face? GN sneered in his heart. Impossible. The initiative is in my hands. Moreover, as the owner of the blind box, I only get half of the kickbacks for your draws. It's already very conscientious. Even, once I set this precedent, maybe you will find it expensive in the future. Do I have to do business at a loss? GN shook his head decisively. My dear soldiers, it's not that I don't give you face. But this price is already quite affordable. Besides, look at the products of the blind box. 200,000 Baileys for a chance to use the Anywhere door, how can it not be a loss? Even if you win the consolation prize, you can get a bag of Walong spicy strips. Look at Kizaru Admiral, isn't the Walong spicy strips in his hand that are sold at 400,000 Baileys per bag at the auction? GN turned everyone's attention to Kizaru at the right time. At this time, Kizaru couldn't help it and secretly opened a bag to taste it. Hiss, the sound of opening the bag. Everyone's eyes turned directly to Kizaru with GN's words and the sound of the transparent packaging bag squeezing. Kizaru smiled obscenely and awkwardly. Borsalino, what are you holding? Are they snacks? 4 packs? So thoughtful, we can have 1 pack each. Regardless of whether Kizaru is willing or not, Sengoku and 2 admirals took action directly. Divided the remaining 3 packs. Kizaru looked at the only remaining pack of Walong spicy strips in his hand. He wanted to cry but had no tears. If you want to eat, just take it yourself. Why are you robbing me? You, a bunch of robbers. Borsalino is so thoughtful. He didn't forget to bring a pack of things for each of us when he went to perform official duties. Really, it seems that I have wronged Borsalino. What is this? What are the red dots on it? Sengoku, Aokiji, Akainu, 3 senior marines looked at the small packs in their hands with different expressions. Only Admiral Kizaru felt a bleed in his heart. When did I ever say that this was for you? Hey, GN. Is this a snack? Why does it look? Take the bag and put it directly in front of them. The 7 straight orange-yellow strips made them feel a little uneasy. Yes, it is a kind of snack, but it is more delicious than the senbei you usually eat. Seeing that these people seemed to be hesitant, GN did not hesitate to take out a large package of Walong spicy strips from the Universal Capsule, Ultimate version. Then he opened the bag. Why, your Walong spicy strips are bigger than ours. Sengoku's eyes widened. However, it didn't matter. Since GN ate the Walong spicy strips, what were they waiting for? Hiss, hiss, hiss. They tore open the packaging bags one by one. They picked up one by one. When they put them in their mouths, a tingling and stimulating feeling immediately emerged from the tip of their tongues. Even the faint tingling pain was not only not uncomfortable. On the contrary, combined with the salty and sweet taste of the spicy strips themselves, the flavor was more perfectly stimulated. The feeling of whole body and mind comfort made Sengoku and others couldn't help but moan. Hiss, cool. 4 happy shouts made Sengoku look at the bag in his hand with shining eyes. And Admiral Kizaru's face showed an intoxicated look. It seemed that the pleasure brought to him by Walong spicy strips had made him completely forget all the previous unhappiness. Good things should be shared with colleagues, Kizaru said with intoxication on his wretched face. Perhaps, the red powder on the outside of this spicy strip is the real reason why Walong spicy strips are fascinating. It's really worthy of the Walong spicy strips that sold at the auction for 400,000 yuan. In my opinion, don't even mention 400,000 yuan. Even if it doubles, 800,000 Baileys. I'm willing to buy it. At this moment, Sengoku and other marine executives have completely bowed down to GN's Walong spicy strips. How did you finish it so quickly? GN, can you let us try your big package of spicy strips? It's so spicy. I've eaten a lot of snacks, and that senbei Garp, that old guy, often snatched it from me. Now? He can take the senbei, but I will never give this thing to him. Borsalino, you only spent 200,000 Baileys to draw it? I originally thought it was expensive, but now, Admiral Aokiji immediately changed his mind. Expensive? This blind box lottery is not expensive at all. It's really cheap. It makes me want to have one right away, a primary blind box. Aokiji hurriedly touched his pocket. Suddenly found that his wallet seemed to be gone. Wait a minute. I'll go back and get some money. Then he left Kizaru's room like a flash. Come to the office after getting the money. Let's see who has better luck. Marshal Sengoku shouted. Then he whispered to GN, Brother GN, you have to give me a 2 million Bailey intermediate blind box later. I want to see what's so great about this intermediate blind box. Leave the first blind box opportunity to me. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 25, Win over GN to become Marine. The blind box can only be drawn by Marine. Leave a note for GN, written by Sengoku himself. With this note, you can ask the soldiers to take you directly to the office. As the last admiral left, GN was the only one left in the room. Intermediate blind box? The things you give me back are at least from the advanced blind box. GN was happy. Sure enough, it seems that the Marine line really has the potential to make a lot of money. However, GN was the only one left in the room. Take out the Universal Capsule, Ultimate Version. A small pill appeared in GN's hand. Big physical strength pill, finally I have time to take this. Swallow it in one gulp. First there was a faint sweetness. Then the effect of the medicine spread. GN only felt that the muscles all over his body had expanded several times. The strength was unprecedentedly improved. This is really awesome. He tentatively used the armament haki that took 7 months to practice. His arm turned black directly. This is armament haki hardening. GN felt that the power in his body was about to burst out. Kizaru's room, we can't attack here. Go outside. He ran out like a fly. He ran for 3 kilometers without taking a breath. He finally found an empty training ground. The ground was full of steel dummies for training. It was probably the place where Marines who practice armament haki gathered for training. He stood in front of one of the dummies. GN punched it without any fancy moves. The moment the fist touched the dummy's forehead, only a series of bang 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 sounds were heard. The distance between them reached 10 meters, and the first steel dummy was directly turned into fragments by GN's punch. The powerful force also made the 3 dummies behind it fly backwards. Surprisingly, it is so powerful. GN looked at this scene exaggeratedly. Although the 3 dummies behind were not broken, but their appearance had been severely distorted. GN's eyes widened to the limit, and the shock in his heart burst out infinitely. Big physical strength pill, well-deserved reputation. Just this one pill, his physical fitness reached an extremely high level. If there are a few more of these pills, wouldn't I become a physical skill master directly? GN thought happily. With Marshal Sengoku's handwriting in hand. In front of GN, a polite Marine soldier led the way for him. The curious and surprised eyes around him made GN extremely proud. The entry-level observation haki gave him a little idea of what those people were sighing about. He patted his newly bought handsome clothes. Indeed, anyone would feel strange to see a Marine soldier leading a non-Marine young man to the Marshal's office. And in the Marshal's office, sitting there are not only the admirals and marshals who appeared in Kizaru's room just now. Even Vice Admiral Garp, the Chief of Staff, appeared. They all wanted to see what was in GN's blind box. Of course, the money was also ready. However, although GN's blind box is very magical, but he himself lives in Sabayati Archipelago. While GN was not here, Sengoku and the others began to discuss some other things. That arbitrary door has completely captured their hearts. However, according to Kizaru, in addition to providing blind box draws with Marine, GN seems to be dealing with an old man. Pluton Rayleigh. It seems that Conqueror's thing was done by him. Now, he is also attracted by GN's blind box. Chief of Staff Crane said thoughtfully. And we don't know what we can get from GN's blind box. What if more and more people come to him to draw blind boxes in Sabayati Archipelago? You know, Sabayati Archipelago is the entrance to the New World. It's where pirates meet. Once those people know GN's blind box ability, it will be very troublesome. Yes, those damn pirates will probably be addicted to GN's blind box. If they draw more arbitrary doors, it will definitely be a threat to our marine. Sengoku, Garp, and Akainu all expressed their opinions. Wouldn't it be great if we could bring GN to naval headquarters to work for our marine? Admiral Aokiji said thoughtfully. I think we should tie him up here, and only our marine can draw. Really, and those pirates, don't even think about it. Sakazuki said with a serious face. Even if the news gets out, they can't do anything at all. Everyone was stunned for a moment when they heard this. This isn't good, is it? It's like they are not in the naval headquarters, but the bandit headquarters. However, Kizaru shook his head. This won't work. Why not? Akainu frowned. Everyone looked at Kizaru, not knowing why. Although it was indeed a bit barbaric to tie him up. But GN's blind box ability, the things drawn from it can completely change the world. Such a terrifying existence must not fall into the hands of pirates. Besides, GN is now in the naval headquarters. According to Marshal Sengoku's order, directly arrange a position in the naval headquarters for GN. It's not a big problem. For example, the captain of the Special Equipment Research and Development Unit of the naval headquarters. However, Kizaru pouted. GN told me that he cannot refuse anyone with his blind box fruit ability. Once you refuse, those things may lose their magical abilities. After seeing GN have such magical abilities, I also thought about bringing him back. This is of course what GN said to fool Kizaru. After all, his target customers cannot be just marine, but the whole world. No matter who comes to him to draw blind boxes, he can't refuse. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. I have never heard that the ability of devil fruit has such restrictions. It's really amazing, right? But it's a rare species that has never been heard of. Everyone is too lazy to worry about it. Anyway, GN is now in their naval headquarters. They marine will still have some priority in drawing blind boxes. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 26 Woohoo! Universal Capsule, upgraded version. After all, he is the user of the blind box fruit, so we should treat him better. Kizaru added. If we lose such fun, and more importantly, those magical items, it will be a loss for us marine. Especially the delicious Walong spicy strips. Don't you think it is really invincible? Kizaru smacked his lips, and he really didn't want to lose such a delicious taste. There is another more magical thing. After work, I will reluctantly let you have a taste. Kizaru thought of the self-heating snail noodles worth 2 million Baileys in his hand. Self-heating? I believe that if these old guys saw it, they would be dumbfounded. That's right, and GN is so young. Young people don't like to be bound. Staff Crane echoed. Sengoku, Garp and others nodded slightly after hearing this, thinking it made sense. Even the always serious Akainu agreed with Kizaru's statement. After all, those magical items were drawn by GN's ability. If we lose it, it would be a pity. GN is now a favorite of marine. Only the strategic materials in GN's blind box are the key to suppressing pirates. We must treat her gently instead of roughly. Everyone is discussing how to treat GN. And GN came to them under the leadership of a marine soldier. GN, you are finally here. Sengoku's face was already full of joy when he saw GN. As agreed before, I will take the first 3 middle. Ah, as the Marine Marshal, can't you be humble? Let me take the first. Pushing Sengoku, who was about to step forward, Garp stood in front of GN. "Well, ladies first, let me take the first middle and try my luck." Granny Crane stood between Sengoku and Garp with a calm look. "Hey Crane, that's not what you said." It was clearly me who agreed with GN first. Marshal Sengoku winked at GN and made an expression. GN shrugged. Marshal Marine's position is really high. Although Granny Crane and Garp are also high-ranking officials, he still doesn't want to offend Sengoku. I did agree with Marshal Sengoku. GN spread his hands. On the side, Kizaru and Aokiji, two admirals who wanted to overtake in the corner, froze and smiled awkwardly. "Wait a minute, GN." Kizaru raised his hand. "It is said that as long as you introduce someone to draw the blind box, you can get half price, right?" Marshal Sengoku and the others were all introduced by me. So it's not too much for me to ask for half price for 5 times. Unfortunately, they met you in your room by chance, and you didn't introduce them. GN chuckled. "You can't." "Okay, Borsellino, get out of the way. I'll go first." Marshal Sengoku directly pulled Kizaru away. He dragged a box and handed it to GN. "A total of 26 million Baileys." GN's eyes lit up. "Wow, he's really rich." He took the box from Sengoku with a smile and put it into the Universal Capsule, Ultimate Edition, calmly. "I don't know what level of blind box Marshal Sengoku is going to draw." Sengoku smiled. "Give me a high-level blind box and 2 mid-level blind boxes." GN was a little surprised. Originally, I thought that Sengoku, as the resourceful general, would try the water first. He would probably try the mid-level blind box many times. After all, it's human nature to test the water. The other marine executives around were also very surprised. "Hey, Sengoku! Aren't you planning to test the waters first? Give me 13 mid-level blind boxes." Everyone was curious about why Marshal Sengoku suddenly changed his mind. "Nothing else. Lots of money, so I can be willful. Is that not okay?" Everyone was speechless. "Lots of money? Then Marshal Sengoku, can you raise our salary? I covet the high-level blind box." Kizaru looked at Sengoku nonchalantly. And the other admirals, including Garp, looked at Sengoku with unkind eyes. "Hee. Let's talk about the salary increase later. Aren't you also curious about what's in the high-level blind box?" Sengoku smiled awkwardly. Now that GN is here, he doesn't want his reputation to be ruined by an inexplicable reputation of overdue wages. GN didn't care too much. Instead, he was very happy that Sengoku generously took out 26 million Baileys to play a big game. What a bold move! Let's get started. GN silently selected 2 high-level blind boxes and 6 mid-level blind boxes in his mind. He was so happy. He sold so many things at his auction house, but he only drew a high-level blind box once. But he came to Naval Headquarters. He got a free one right away, and even got a higher-level version that Sengoku gave him. Soon, Sengoku and GN had a high-level blind box and 3 mid-level blind boxes in their hands respectively. The 3 mid-level blind boxes were opened, and the things inside made Sengoku sigh. What is this? In addition to the 2 consolation prizes, Wolong spicy strips, large package, version that attracted the covetousness of Kizaru and others. The extra capsule-shaped thing in his hand attracted the attention of Sengoku, Garp and Crane. Kizaru? You have also drawn it. Have you seen this capsule? Admiral Aokiji asked Kizaru beside him with curiosity. Kizaru shook his head slightly. Even he had never seen this thing. Congratulations on winning the intermediate reward, Universal Capsule, upgraded version. Read books every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 27, it's actually a grand prize. Tessaga, one piece only? From the system's prompt, I learned about this thing. GN recalled that his Universal Capsule, Ultimate version, also received an upgraded version from Shucky. He felt that he should learn from the salesman in his previous life. Since he wanted to arouse their interest, he must shock them with practical actions. This capsule is a good thing that is no less than the Anywhere door. You will definitely not believe it just by saying it. Marshal Sengoku, you are carrying 2 large bags of Walong spicy strips in your hand. It must be tiring, right? After hearing what GN said, Sengoku felt that it was quite strenuous to carry them like this. Put them down, give me the capsule, and I will show you. GN showed a weird smile. Sengoku carefully handed the capsule to GN after hearing this. And the 2 large bags of Walong spicy strips were also placed on the ground. Then, he took a few steps back. GN didn't say anything nonsense. He pressed the Universal Capsule, upgraded version, in his hand and threw it at the 2 bags of Walong spicy strips. As the capsule came into contact with the spicy strips, large package, the Walong spicy strips disappeared directly. This scene made Sengoku, Garp, and other marine executives open their eyes slightly. And Kizaru's expression froze. The magic of this thing is not inferior to the arbitrary door at all. Just now, he didn't even know what happened. You know, when this happened, they were watching the whole process. Absolutely didn't miss any details. But why did the 2 large packages of Walong spicy strips disappear without a trace after the capsule was thrown out? Did they swallow it? Sengoku looked at GN suspiciously. I thought it shouldn't be possible, GN shouldn't have the courage to do such a thing. However, the 2 packages of Walong spicy strips disappeared right under his nose. What is going on? Brother GN, I wonder if you can explain what happened just now. GN smiled. How could he not understand their inner thoughts? This is the magic of the Universal Capsule. In this version of the Universal Capsule, there is a storage space of 100 cubic meters. Any object below this capacity can be put in this way. Of course, it cannot exceed 100 cubic meters at most. Sengoku showed an even more surprised expression. And Kizaru and others were even more curious, wondering how such a magical capsule could exist. What did you say? This capsule that is not even the size of a palm can hold a space of 100 cubic meters. Doesn't that mean, even our office can be put in? GN laughed, nodded, and picked up the Universal Capsule, upgraded version, on the ground. Just operate it like I did just now. If you want to store, press the button and throw it towards the thing you want to put in. If you want to take it out, just press it again and throw it out. Then the thing can come out. As he said that, he pressed the Universal Capsule again and threw it on the floor. With a bang sound, 2 large bags of Walong spicy strips appeared on the floor intact. Sengoku and others were amazed to see 2 packs of Walong spicy strips coming back. Their cognition was refreshed again. This is just the Universal Capsule in the intermediate blind box, it seems to be called, upgraded version. Doesn't that mean there is also a deluxe version? Isn't this Universal Capsule also disposable? Facing a series of questions from Sengoku and others, GN naturally answered them one by one. It's really amazing. This intermediate blind box is really amazing. Next, let me see what good things are in this advanced blind box. It's best to have a more random door. The magic of the Universal Capsule made Garp, Crane, and the 3 admirals almost unable to hold back. Old thing, draw faster, this blind box is really interesting. As Sengoku opened the advanced blind box in his hand, a somewhat broken samurai sword suddenly appeared from the floor. Empty. No, when did the knife on the floor appear? Sengoku looked at the empty blind box in astonishment, and then saw a knife that seemed to be completely rusted. Could this thing also be drawn from a high-end blind box? What kind of rubbish is this? Brother GN, are you kidding me? When the senior executives of naval headquarters were stunned by the appearance of this broken knife, a system prompt suddenly popped up in GN's mind. Congratulations on winning the grand prize. Got Tessaga, One Piece Limited. It turned out it was the grand prize in the high-end blind box. Tessaga? Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 28 Sengoku is shocked. This rusty sword is absorbing my haki. GN was slightly stunned. Then he heard the system's voice continue to sound and introduce. This is the weapon of Inuyasha in the Bankai. Of course, according to the improvement of the system, this Tessaga has completely adapted to the style of the pirate world. The original ability to absorb demon power has been transformed into the ability to absorb devil fruit. In addition, it can also absorb the user's haki to amplify the power. The Tessaga comes with a corresponding challenge. If the user can pass the challenge, he can even give Tessaga other attributes. But if you want to transform it into the underworld Tessaga, you need to fuse it with another luxury prize in the advanced blind box Tensaiga before you can use it. This explanation made GN stunned again. Unexpectedly, this system can even get the ultimate artifact in Inuyasha. I just don't know if there is a Bakusaiga, Kusuganaga, etc. GN thought. However, the initial version of Tessaga alone, its own absorption and release capabilities are already very heaven-defying. It can be called the #1 killer of all kinds of demon fruit power. Even if the swordsman uses it, its power may be even better than dark fruit. On the side, Marshal Sengoku and other marine high-level officials were frowning. Because the knife lying on the ground looked like a useless rusty knife. However, after seeing the excitement on GN's face, he also had some expectations for this knife. Brother GN, you look so excited, is there any mystery about this rusty knife? Seeing that GN did not deny it, Garp, Crane, and the three admirals looked at GN with fiery eyes. Even Sengoku had an eager expression on his face. GN then got out of his mind and returned to reality. Seeing Sengoku, Garp and others actually came over directly, and they laughed at the moment. That's right. Marshal Sengoku, this is really a super amazing thing. Super? Amazing? I have never heard of such a word used to describe an item. Kizaru, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling sick? Why don't you go out for a while? Seeing that Kizaru looked a little uncomfortable, Aokiji immediately suggested to Kizaru. No, I've never heard of words like super and amazing when I was drawing the lottery before. Even when he drew the anywhere door, GN didn't look so excited. Kizaru stammered. He really looked very uncomfortable. But this is understandable. He didn't draw it, but his comrades drew something better than him. No one would feel comfortable with this. No way. This rusty knife is so strong. They were all shocked by Kizaru's shocking words. No matter how you look at it, this knife is associated with words like super and amazing. Hey, brother GN, please tell us how powerful this thing is. Why is it so rusty that it's about to break? It's as if it was corroded by Zion's ability. Sengoku couldn't help but think of a rusty man who ate the rust fruit in their marine. His name is Zion, and whatever he touches will be corroded into powder. GN smiled and began to introduce this rusty knife. Marshal Sengoku, is it okay for me to take this knife? Sengoku affirmed. It seems that GN is going to demonstrate this thing in person again. Without any nonsense, he directly picked up the handle of Tessaga. And just as GN held Tessaga in his right hand, the entire blade of the blade somehow expanded several times. A bare knife with many corrosion marks on it became extremely smooth at this moment. The blade was white, and even Sengoku was a little surprised at its sharpness. How did it suddenly become so big? And why are there so many white hairs on the handguard? It was yellow and round just now. GN smiled and began to introduce the name of the sword. This sword is called Tessagá. He threw it directly to Sengoku. After all, it was his trophy. Sengoku didn't waste any words and took Tessagá from GN's hand. Sengoku couldn't help but shrink his pupils slightly after taking Tessagá. This sword. It's absorbing my haki. Feeling the gradual loss of armament haki in his body, even Conqueror's haki, Sengoku's eyes showed a deep horror. What? Hearing Sengoku's words, Kizaru and Aokiji's faces couldn't help but change. I have never heard of any sword that can absorb the holder's haki. It seems that only Wanakuni's sword can have it. Marshal Sengoku, why don't you let me try? Kizaru said casually. Taking the Tessagá, Kizaru's eyes widened. This, as expected. My own armament haki seems to be absorbed by this sword. Because Kizaru does not have conquerors, this Tessagá only absorbs Kizaru's armament haki. The whole Tessagá, with the continuous influx of armament haki, seems to have a faint whirlwind and airflow. Kizaru suddenly had a feeling. Once he swings this sword, I'm afraid Marineford will suffer considerable losses. Seeking flowers and comments. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29 Grand Prize, Tessagá and Tenshugaya. What a terrible weapon! Marshal Sengoku. Kizaru even felt the palpitation of the Tessagá that had awakened at this time. It is worthy of the luxury prize of the high-end blind box. This ability is indeed worthy of the title of luxury prize. Kizaru even had a feeling. If he had this sword, he might have taken away the throne of the world's #1 swordsman. This Tessagá is even more powerful than the Supreme Blade. Kizaru praised repeatedly. Yes, you know, the Supreme Blade may not be obtained even with billions of berries. I remember Tashigi seemed to have said. Aokiji recalled that he had met Smoker and others by chance, and asked about swords out of curiosity. It's a great profit to get such a sword for 20 million berries. Sengoku, you have played enough, it's time for me to come, right? Garp rubbed his hands, wanting to push Sengoku away and have a go himself. It's really strange, the winning rate is so high, GN, won't you lose money? Grandma Crane discovered the blind spot. Ah, no. It's charity. GN waved his hands repeatedly. Seeing the marine bosses give such an evaluation of Tessagá, he sneered in his heart. Dear admirals, you are all wrong. This sword is not the real complete form. It also contains 3 challenges. Only through challenges can this sword be more powerful. Kizaru Admiral, hold Tessagá in your hand and try to empty your mind. GN felt that it was time to announce to them the method of strengthening Tessagá. And Kizaru did it curiously. Suddenly, I felt that my consciousness surged into a whole new world. In front of me, there seemed to be a huge red barrier. I still held Tessagá in my hand. There seemed to be an order in my mind to use the Tessagá in my hand to break the red barrier. This strange scene instantly disrupted Kizaru's thoughts. His head was filled with all kinds of strange thoughts, so he had to withdraw from the challenge. It's true. At this time, Kizaru, who felt the power of this Tessagá, even had the idea of taking this knife for himself. Impossible. Marshal Sengoku decisively refused, snatched the Tessagá from Kizaru's hand, and put it on his waist with the scabbard. Seeing Marshal Sengoku's appearance of protecting food at this time, Kizaru couldn't help but curl his lips. The other admirals, including Garp, Crane, and other marines with more seniority. The expression looking at Sengoku at this time was full of contempt. Is it so exaggerated? No matter how strong it is, it's not just a knife? Everyone, there is another more important point I didn't say. This knife actually has the function of communicating with the underworld. However, if you want to upgrade Tessagá to the underworld Tessagá, you must merge it with another luxurious prize in the advanced blind box. Dense I got to do it. GN coughed lightly. Being included in the premium blind box and becoming a grand prize is, of course, not just that simple. After all, even the EVO submachine gun, Pirate Limited, is already so powerful. That's just the grand prize in the primary blind box. Merge with another grand prize? Communicate with the underworld. So even absorption and release are just one of the myriad abilities of Tessagah. The Marine executives all widened their eyes and exclaimed. This grand prize in the premium blind box is the first time even Kizaru has seen it. However, no one would have thought that Marshal Sengoku, who was doing a blind box lottery for the first time, would be so lucky. The first time he drew a premium blind box, he drew the grand prize. I was going to try the intermediate blind box prize a few times. It seems that the premium blind box is the most cost-effective choice. Although it takes 20 million Baileys to draw a premium blind box. But I don't know how many times the reward is better than the intermediate blind box. Everyone was completely shocked by the knife. The luxury prize of the high-level blind box is already so strong. I really don't know what heaven-defying things are in the higher-level luxury blind box. If it is the supreme blind box. Thinking of this, Garp almost couldn't suppress the urge to draw a lottery in his heart. Wait a minute, Brother GN. Admiral Kizaru's eyes turned. Suddenly, it occurred to him that GN seemed to say that there was a luxury prize in the high-level blind box. I wonder what the function of Tenseiga is? It's very similar to the name of Tessagah. Could it be another extremely high-quality weapon? Several eyes pointed at GN. You're right. Admiral Kizaru. GN nodded proudly. Tenshuga is indeed a top-grade sword that is not inferior to Tessagah. Unlike Tessagah's ultimate destructive power, Tenshuga has an ultimate ability that can bring people back to life. What? Can it bring the dead back to life? Kizaru's mouth opened slightly, full of disbelief. And Garp, Granny Crane, had an even more exaggerated expression at this time. Completely different from her usual indifferent expression. Resurrection? I didn't expect that this ultimate ability would appear in the rewards of a high-level blind box. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 30. Garp also drew a high-strength pill. It's really awesome. I can't help this blind box lottery. Vice Admiral Garp opened the huge box in his hand. It's my turn now, right? In terms of seniority, I'm not much worse than Sengoku. Tsuru, just give it to me, how about it? After being looked at with disdain by Grandma Crane, Garp rubbed his hands and handed the 20 million Baileys in his hand directly to GN. Give me a high-level blind box. GN did not hesitate. He threw a high-level blind box in his hand into the Universal Capsule, Ultimate version. Now is not the time to open it. It's not too late to see his spoils after leaving the headquarters. Garp couldn't wait to open it. A palm-sized pill appeared in Garp's hand. At the same time, the system prompt sound appeared in GN's mind again. Congratulations on winning the intermediate reward, Great Stamina Pill. Garp looked at the pill in his hand curiously. GN, what is this? GN smiled. This is a good thing called a large physical strength pill. Great physical strength pill. Sengoku, Garp, and the three Marine admirals murmured curiously. What does this do? They were very interested in this pill called a large physical strength pill. Is it some kind of medicine that can quickly restore the user's physical strength? The resourceful General Sengoku asked. No, Marshal Sengoku, you are wrong to guess like that. If it is just to restore physical strength, it is not worthy of appearing in the rewards of the advanced blind box. GN chuckled. I have taken this thing. I deeply understand how terrible this thing is. In fact, this thing increases the user's physical strength limit. I took it before, but I accidentally smashed the dummy in your training ground, and the field was also a mess. GN scratched his head embarrassedly. But there was nothing he could do. After all, if they don't smash it into the training ground, do they want to smash Kizaru's boudoir into ruins? When everyone heard this, their faces changed slightly. They all felt incredible when they looked at this pill. It can actually increase the upper limit of the physical strength of masters like us. You know, Garp, as a strong man without fruit. Just relying on armament haki, he can compete with the strong men at the level of 4 emperors. However, after taking this big physical strength pill, Garp's physical strength will rise to a higher level? Isn't this incredible? I have never heard of anything with such an effect. Garp looked incredible. However, what followed was a touch of ecstasy. This kind of pill has a huge effect on his growth. You know, he has no fruit ability, and the only thing he can rely on is his own physique and armament haki. However, just this one pill can directly increase his physical strength limit? I originally thought this thing was just for quick recovery. But I didn't expect it to be even more heaven-defying than I thought. Marshal Sengoku took a deep breath. Ha 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 ha, Sengoku, you old thing, you've narrowed your path. This thing is the most suitable for me. But your Tessagá, although it is a grand prize, is not suitable for you. After all, I'm still luckier. Garp caressed the big physical pill lovingly. I felt that this high-level blind box was really worth it. Humph. After all, this artifact is also a grand prize. Although I don't understand swordsmanship, I can learn it. Sengoku's face turned pale and blue. I didn't expect that I would be despised by Garp, the old thing, even though I won the grand prize. Brother GN, can you let me try this big physical pill now? Garp smiled. After getting a positive answer, Garp was not polite. He put the big physical pill directly into his mouth. The marine executives around him all looked at him expectantly, including Sengoku. As Garp's comrade for many years, Sengoku knew that Garp's strength and physical strength were closely related to haki. If the physical strength pill was effective for a strong man like Garp, then the value of this physical strength pill would have to be increased. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, Garp felt a warm current flowing through his body. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Standing next to him, Sengoku kept looking at Garp with curiosity and asked, "How is it?" Garp did not respond, but carefully felt the changes in his body. The expression on his face changed from curiosity, surprise, to shock. I just feel that there is a constant flow of power in my body. This physical strength pill may be equivalent to my 1 year of hard training. Everyone present was shocked by Garp's remarks. In terms of physical skills, Naval Headquarters is naturally the strongest Garp. Even if we only talk about strength, the other 3 admirals dare not say that they can beat Garp alone. Even he can feel the changes brought by the large physical strength pill, which is enough to prove that this large physical strength pill is indeed a top quality thing. And this is just the large physical strength pill in the high-level blind box. According to GN, the level of items obtained in blind boxes of different grades will also change. Doesn't that mean that there are things more powerful than the large physical strength pill, such as Supreme Physical Strength Pill? Who knows, if this kind of large physical strength pill comes a few more times, a top-level rocks level strongman will be born inside Marine. This is really a top-quality thing. In terms of effectiveness, it is no worse than the previous Tessagá. Please give me a review ball and flowers. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 31. I am very happy because I have done what I can. Next, it's finally my turn, right? No one can compete with me. Grandma Crane, who had the lowest presence among the crowd, came out very happily. I think, to save time, let's pool our money and draw together. Of course, no one can take advantage of me. He took out 40 million Baileys. And Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, each of them only took out 4 million Baileys. A total of 52 million Baileys. GN, give me 2 high-level blind boxes and give them 2 intermediate blind boxes each. Okay. GN didn't bother to say much. However, he already had a lot of inventory this time. He didn't plan to continue the lottery. I have nearly 30 million Baileys now. I'll have to go to the auction house to sell all my inventory when I return to Sabayati Archipelago. It's time to try a more luxurious blind box than the premium blind box. A luxurious blind box worth 100 million Baileys. GN felt it was time to sell the arbitrary doors, various versions of Wolong spicy strips, and some universal capsules in his hands. It's useless to keep those things in his hands anyway. Why not try and see what kind of premium things will appear in the more luxurious blind box? Soon, 2 premium blind boxes appeared in Grandma Crane's hands. And the 3 Marine Admirals each had 2 more intermediate blind boxes in their hands. It's a pity that I didn't draw the reward. Consolation prize, Wolong spicy strips, gift box. Congratulations on winning the intermediate reward, Observation Haki, June Hard Training. This was opened from 2 premium blind boxes. GN's Observation Haki also received feedback from the system, which improved his training level by a full year. Wow, this free Observation Haki is even faster than my own training. GN couldn't help but laugh. The Summit War is imminent, and the improvement of Observation Haki will also give GN more means to save his life at that time. Brother GN, Tsuru and the 3 admirals drew blind boxes. What are you happy about? Sengoku looked at him suspiciously, and GN was so scared that he quickly straightened his face. Just kidding, every time they draw a lottery, they have to draw feedback. This kind of thing, of course, can't be said openly. Otherwise, they will definitely use this as an excuse to ask him to reduce the price. You know, in a dangerous place like Sabayati Archipelago, under the protection of the Marine, we civilians naturally want to do something within our capacity. Now, all the military masters have drawn good things under my ability. This makes me laugh happily. GN's head turned hard. No matter what, he had to find a reasonable excuse. Otherwise, I'm afraid these old-timers would really ask him to lower the price for the lottery. Everyone, write it down. Marshal Sengoku looked at GN with admiration. But Akainu snorted slightly. If you really want to work for Marine, then just stay at the headquarters. Work for our Marine. Sengoku turned around with satisfaction and saw the shocked look on Granny Crane's face at this time. Tsuru, what's wrong with you? He frowned and looked at Granny Crane with her eyes slightly open. Through the top, he could see that Granny Crane's blind box was empty, and the other one was a red gift box, which was full of Wolong spicy strips. Wolong spicy strips are delicious. But compared to the high-end blind box of 20 million Baileys at a time, it's still a bit worse. But an empty blind box? It's not enough to make Crane like this. I feel that my observation haki level has increased again. This kind of growth is at least equivalent to my half-year hard work. It's really incredible. Grandma Crane activated her own observation haki. She herself is not a skilled user of observation haki. But after opening the blind box, Grandma Crane felt that she could understand everything around her. Is there a reward for improving observation haki in this advanced blind box? For a moment, everyone looked at GN. A reward that can directly affect the improvement of haki. Then this blind box must be drawn. Save the power of hard work for half a year. And the price is only 20 million Baileys. Doesn't that mean that as long as there is enough money, strength growth is not a problem? Everyone is very happy about the improvement of Grandma Crane. After all, everyone is one family. Hey? What happened to my reward? Sakazuki also opened his intermediate blind box. One of them is the consolation prize Wolong spicy strips. The other one was empty. His own stamina didn't improve. No, look next to you. The sharp-eyed Kizuru recognized at a glance that a pink door appeared next to Akainu. It's the Anywhere door. Here it comes again. Anywhere door from the intermediate blind box. It can't be a one-time trial version, right? Oh my god, Akainu, you are so lucky. Please give me flowers and comments. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 32 Big Client. Golden Emperor Desalo. Sakazuki, you don't go out much, I think you should let me use this Anywhere door. What do you think? Kizuru's eyes turned. He thought that since they were colleagues, it shouldn't be a big problem to share the Anywhere door. Don't even think about it. This door can certainly be used by everyone. But I will definitely use it for pirates. Pirates nowadays are too rampant. Akainu's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but think of the recent uproar over Blackbeard and Ace. Moreover, they themselves turned their attention to GN because of this Anywhere door. Sakazuki, your luck is really amazing. Marshal Sengoku's eyes were red at this time. Humph. Sengoku, don't take advantage of me. Your Tessagá is much better than my Anywhere door. Then, Sakazuki looked at GN and asked, GN, how many times has this Anywhere door been used? The eyes of the other senior executives were also thrown over. Obviously, the number of uses is something that every one of them cares about very much. Because it is a random door opened from the intermediate blind box, it is definitely not a one-time experience version. The random door drawn from this intermediate blind box can be used 3 times. 3 times? He was slightly stunned. It's a bit low, but it is indeed much better than the one-time version in the primary blind box. It seems that even if I practice hard for half a year, it can't compare to Sakazuki's random door. Sakazuki is still luckier. Granny Crane sighed helplessly. But it was just a simple sigh that her luck was not as good as Akainu. For the observation haki that only cost 20 million Baileys in exchange for half a year of hard work. Crane still felt very satisfied. At least, it was worth the price. Damn, why are our luck so bad? On the contrary, Aokiji and Kizuru looked at the 2 blind boxes in their hands with frustration. 2 large packages of Wolong spicy strips lay quietly in them. For their own luck, they really couldn't complain. But it's not a loss. This kind of packaged Wolong spicy strips will be sold for 2.5 million Baileys at the auction. Kizuru patted Aokiji on the back and forced a smile. But it's so delicious. I can't bear to part with it. Forget it, it's just 2.5 million Baileys, let's keep it for ourselves. Aokiji sighed slightly. Unconsciously, GN didn't know how long he had stayed in this naval headquarters. Marshal Sengoku, 3 admirals, Granny Crane, Vice Admiral Garp, it seems I have to leave. Looking at the vaults behind him reluctantly. No, it's the marine bosses. GN felt that this time the harvest was really too great. The money in his hand has accumulated to 30 million Baileys. If he is more eloquent, he can sell all the things in the bag that were given back to him at the auction. GN is sure. Not to mention the luxury blind box. Even the higher level supreme blind box. Maybe he can draw it. By that time, GN will definitely not be limited to the Sabayati archipelago. Who is the richest person in the world? Apart from celestial dragons, it is probably the owner of the Golden City, Golden Emperor Desalo. It seems that this portal cannot be sold easily. I still have to rely on this thing to find the Golden Emperor and seduce him to draw blind boxes. GN's ultimate goal is to firmly grasp the hearts of these 2 rich men and let them join the camp of drawing blind boxes. What is the age of discovery? This era belongs to me, GN. I named it the Great Blind Box Era. In the Marshal's office. Sengoku still wants to retain it a little. It's so late, why don't you stay at our headquarters? I have a luxurious room here. Garp has always wanted it, but I ignored him. Let you enjoy it today. You old man, you know that I like to enjoy it, but you would rather leave it empty than give it to me. But if GN wants to experience it, feel free. Vice Admiral Garp waved his hand generously, looking extremely generous. GN curled his lips slightly. Is it so refreshing that the room is yours? I really can't do it. GN shook his head. Seeing GN's determination, they couldn't keep her. The senior executives took GN back to Kizaru's big pink room. Don't go too far, we will come back to draw again. I can't believe it. I thought hundreds of millions of Baileys were enough to spend. But it's not enough for your blind box, brother GN. GN smiled and said, it doesn't matter. There is still a chance. Admirals are welcome to draw blind boxes at any time. No more words, and stepped into the portal. Back home. GN immediately began to check his trophies. Among them, the one that caught GN's attention the most was the feedback version of Tessagah. He suddenly grasped it with both hands. The blade of Tessagah expanded by an unknown number of times. It was even absorbing GN's own haki continuously. GN's face was excited. Seeking flowers and comments. Reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 33 Reward, Advanced Conquerors. Marine Branch shocked. This is really a good thing. Even compared to this ultimate Tessagah, even the original Gatling, One Piece Limited, is eclipsed. In terms of offensiveness and destructive power, Tessagah with various skills such as wind wounds and explosive flow break is naturally much more powerful than conventional weapons like Gatling. But Gatling's saturation attack cannot be ignored. I will keep these two good things and cannot auction them off. GN felt that although his strength had been increased by haki and physical strength pills, but compared with Vice Admiral, there is still a long way to go. With my current haki level, I can only be regarded as a Commodore at most. GN guessed. But, with this knife, I even feel that I can fight even against Admiral. GN looked at the Tessagah in his hand with fiery eyes. As his mind changed, its color continued to change. Sometimes it was blood red, sometimes it was covered with dragon scales, and sometimes it exuded a brilliant luster like diamond. GN was delighted at the moment. This upgraded version of Tessagah could condense the power of blood, dragon scales, and diamond without any trial. Then the Dark Road. As GN's consciousness continued to deepen, the blade of Tessagah turned black, and it also emitted a little starlight. An indescribable power of the underworld shocked GN himself. The power of the Dark Road. This upgraded version does not need to be fused with Tensuga to use the Dark Road Zangzuha. The Dark Road Zangzuha, that is the skill released by the ultimate version of Tessagah in Inuyasha. It can open a passage to the underworld, sending any attack, even the enemy itself, to the underworld. As the gap in the Dark Road became larger and larger, GN felt that his single hand could no longer withstand this power. Fortunately, this complete version of Tessagah has now recognized its master. According to GN's idea, the passage to the underworld disappeared. Tessagah turned back into a rusty knife and was inserted into the scabbard. GN put away this big treasure and turned his eyes elsewhere. With excitement, he counted all the rewards he had drawn and the remaining rewards given to him by the system. Even the upgraded version of the large physical strength pill, the deluxe physical strength pill, was swallowed by GN. Feeling the extremely abundant physical strength in his body, GN boldly opened the long sealed scroll. It was Shadow Clone Technique, improved version. Finally mastered by GN. looking at another clone in front of him that was exactly the same as him. GN happily opened the last advanced blind box that had been stored until now. Hearing the system prompt. Congratulations host for winning the intermediate reward, Conqueror's Haki, Advanced. It turned out to be Conqueror's Haki? GN almost screamed in the silence of the night. Conquerors, and it's an advanced version of Conquerors. An invisible wave of Conqueror's Haki came, and the earth was shaking. Because it was the first time to release it, the strength was not clear. GN estimated that the range covered by Conquerors this time must be hundreds of meters in radius. Not far from GN's residence is the Marine branch. It should be, I can't find it. Besides, with the relationship with the Marine boss, it should be impossible to do anything to me. Just when GN thought that no one would notice the sudden Conqueror's Haki in the middle of the night. At this moment, the Marine branch of Sabayati Archipelago. In the quiet dormitory, the Marine soldiers who had been tired for a day were suddenly awakened by the violent vibration. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Who is shaking the bed? Fortunately, Haki comes and goes quickly. In the blink of an eye, the vibration disappeared. The Marine branch also returned to peace. However, Rayleigh, who felt Conqueror's Haki, suddenly woke up with a serious face. Conqueror's Haki? Who is it? The next day, thinking that the props in his hands seemed to be a bit too much. Some things must be disposed of. Auction house, I think I should go to the auction house first and sell all the spicy strips and universal capsules that I can't use for the time being. Then, use the money to conduct a more advanced lottery. GN nodded slightly. But not long after walking, a voice sounded. Brother GN, why didn't I meet you last night? I'm still waiting to draw your blind box. This voice is very familiar to GN. This is his first old customer, Pluton Rayleigh. GN turned his head to look in the direction of the voice, and saw Rayleigh jump directly from the roof with a happy face. Why does Rayleigh look? Observation Haki noticed that Rayleigh seemed a little different. GN was startled at first, then suddenly realized. He immediately understood Rayleigh's method. Seeking flowers, comments, monthly tickets, and rewards. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 34 Rayleigh is confused, why is there a shock fruit thing? After a smile, GN said, Uncle, I didn't expect that you could play with the disposable shadow clone. Are you going to auction your clone at the auction house? Hehe, nothing can be hidden from Brother GN. Rayleigh smiled cunningly. However, he then looked embarrassed. But it was just a coincidence that I met Brother GN this time. I just want to know if I can draw any transformation skills from Brother GN's blind box. Rayleigh said. Transformation? What happened to make you want to transform? GN couldn't help but be curious. Pluton Rayleigh, both in strength and status, is a big shot in the pirate world. Why ask this question for no reason? Is he in trouble? Seeing GN's curiosity, Rayleigh's old face couldn't help but freeze. Hey, to tell you the truth. Originally, I planned to keep this shadow clone forever and reuse it. Then I would auction it continuously, so that I could make money without doing anything. In this way, I could draw your blind box more often. But, I've been there more often recently, and people recognized me. They wouldn't let me auction myself. At this point, Rayleigh's face also showed a trace of indignation. It's really abominable. Willing to buy and willing to sell. But the auction staff just wanted to meddle in other people's business. So I thought, can there be a technology that can make my appearance different every day? In this way, Rayleigh thought, if it weren't for concealing his identity, I would go there as a conqueror's. So you thought of this, Uncle? GN couldn't help showing an I understand look. To be honest, Uncle, this transformation technique can really be opened in my blind box. Hearing the 3 words transformation technique, Rayleigh couldn't help drooling at the corners of his mouth. Brother! It's my blessing to meet you. However, the permanent version of transformation technique seems to be a reward that can only be drawn from the luxury blind box. I guess other versions can only be used 2 or 3 times. If it's just 2 or 3 times, it may not be enough to support your ambitions, uncle. You also know how precious transformation technique is. Luxury blind box, 2 billion Baileys per time. GN stretched out his hand and signaled Rayleigh that if you want something, you have to pay. 2 billion. But I have saved for so long and only have 20 million. Rayleigh sighed. He took out the big box of money in his hand and handed it to GN. 20 million? That's enough for a premium blind box. However, although it is said that only luxury blind boxes can draw transformation technique, who can say for sure about such things? Maybe the transformation technique in the premium blind box can also turn you into a young girl, and you can earn 50 million Baileys at once. GN persuaded him, thinking that for my luxury blind box, Rayleigh, you should also immerse yourself in the blind box lottery. Indeed, indeed. Instead of saving 2 billion Baileys for a luxury blind box, it is better to try a premium blind box now. Rayleigh thought about this, his eyes kept flashing. Finally, he couldn't hold back his inner expectation of the lottery. 20 million Baileys, help me draw a premium blind box. Finally, the trick was successful. GN got a kickback of 10 million Baileys. I was too lazy to calculate how much money I had in my hands. Decisively let the system randomly draw a blind box and threw it in Rayleigh's hands. Congratulations on winning the intermediate reward, shock fruit. A pale purple devil fruit covered with fruit patterns appeared in the advanced blind box. And seeing a devil fruit appear in his hand? Rayleigh himself was shocked. Brother GN, this devil fruit, could it be? Yes, this fruit is the shock fruit of the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. GN patted his chest. Because the voice prompt of the system just now told him so. Impossible, impossible. Brother GN, you must be lying to me. Pluton Rayleigh waved his hands repeatedly. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible to happen. Because everyone knows that any ability of devil fruit is unrepeatable. Since Whitebeard is still alive, this may indeed be a devil fruit, but it is absolutely impossible to have the ability to trigger an earthquake like Whitebeard. What's impossible about this? If you don't believe it, you will know after eating it yourself. GN smiled and looked at Rayleigh. Because this shock fruit is produced by the system, it naturally does not have the limitation of being the only devil fruit. Even if you are lucky, you can get 100 high-level blind boxes, and all the 100 prizes are shock fruits. This is possible. Eat. But I never eat devil fruit. Forget it, just sell it as an ordinary devil fruit. It can also sell for 100 million Baileys. Then I will come to Brother GN to draw a lottery with the money. Rayleigh made up his mind. By the way, Brother GN, are you going to the auction house too? It just so happens that why don't we go together? Since I met GN on the way to the auction house. Rayleigh thought that GN must be going to the auction house too. It's a good opportunity to see what GN is going to sell, and whether there are more exquisite things hidden by him. Then let's go together. GN shrugged and did not refuse Rayleigh's proposal. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 35 Down and Out Rayleigh, no match for Sabayati, an ordinary businessman? Follow Rayleigh to the auction. GN was also a little curious. Since Rayleigh got the shock fruit in the advanced blind box, what is the higher level product that was given back to me? Opening the blind box, I saw that there was nothing extra except the previous things. No feedback? That shouldn't be. Wait a minute. Suddenly I remembered that Mr. Oda once said that the shock fruit is the most destructive fruit among all paramecia devil fruits. It stands to reason that there shouldn't be a higher level devil fruit. Could it be that? GN felt that there was an inexplicable increase in power in his body. Looking at his fist, with every clench of his fist, it seemed that the air around him had a faint sense of bursting. Could it be that the system gave me the power of the shock fruit? But demon fruit power is a landlubber, I won't become one. The system kindly reminded me. Since this is an advanced version given back to the host by this system, there is naturally no side effect of devil fruit. The host can use the power of shock fruit without any worries and will not be affected by sea stone. Wow, this is too cool, isn't it? GN was very excited. Just imagine, who doesn't want to have a powerful fruit ability? The power of shock is the fruit ability that countless people dream of getting. Even Blackbeard, after getting the dark fruit, Summit War did not hesitate to tamper with Whitebeard's body in order to get the shock fruit. But now? GN just got the reward given back to him by the system. He actually got an extremely powerful paramecia ability out of thin air. And it's just a simple fruit ability. There is no annoying side effect of devil fruit. In GN's memory, 4 emperors was kicked into the sea by flame disaster Jin. Although she didn't die, she also suffered from amnesia because of the devil fruit. In the end, she was hit by Quinn and recovered. But GN? Even if he fell into the sea, he could still do a freestyle in front of everyone's shocked eyes. He arrogantly caused a tsunami on the seabed. Isn't this more awesome than Whitebeard? Thinking of this, GN suddenly became excited. Brother GN, what are you happy about? Rayleigh saw GN beside him laughing constantly, and looked at him suspiciously. He really doubted whether this little guy was making fun of him. The one in his hand was not the shock fruit known as the strongest paramecia, but a rubbish human fruit human form. If people eat that thing, not only will it not change, but it will also give people a debuff or something. No, we're at the auction house. GN waved his hands repeatedly. Arrived at the door of the auction house. He didn't care about the guards at the door checking the documents one by one, but rushed directly into the door with Rayleigh. Hey, GN, even an old man has to follow the rules, hey? Why don't they check your ID? Rayleigh's eyes widened. The scene in front of him made him start to doubt whether he was being targeted by the auction house. Damn, why do I have to take out my ordinary membership card every time I come in and show it to these staff clearly? GN, this kid, why is no one taking care of him when he is running around? Is this discrimination against us elderly people? Dear VVIP Mr. GN, may I ask if the pervert behind you came with you? The staff said to GN very politely. Pervert? Damn. Rayleigh felt that he was definitely being targeted. He began to doubt whether he had made a lot of noise a few days ago, causing everyone in the auction house to start targeting him. Yes, this pervert, uncle, is with me. GN took out his black VVIP Supreme membership card with gold edges and showed it to the staff. And Rayleigh finally understood why GN dared to rush forward and no one dared to stop him. So this guy is a VVIP Super VIP. I didn't expect that this guy is just an ordinary blind box merchant in Sabayati Archipelago, but he is so impressive. Rayleigh couldn't help but grin. After all, he was once a famous pirate. The title of Pluton Rayleigh is synonymous with a strong man in this sea. But, in this auction house in Sabayati Archipelago, he is not as good as a small vendor. But Pluton Rayleigh is wrong to think so. You should know that GN has made a lot of wealth from auctioning blind boxes in the past few days. Naturally, his wealth is not comparable to that of the poor Pluton who has to rely on auctioning himself to exchange for wealth. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36 New items at the auction, anywhere door, universal capsule. But GN didn't care what Rayleigh was thinking. He took Rayleigh to the place where the prices of goods were evaluated. "Dear VVIP customer Mr. GN, what do you want to auction this time?" the smiling lady staff said to GN. GN also showed 7 or 8 large bags of Wolong spicy strips, several universal capsules, upgraded version, and a random door, third version, in his hand. And seeing the dazzling array of goods, it was like entering a hypermarket, and Rayleigh's face couldn't help but reveal a greedy look. "I haven't tasted Wolong spicy strips for a day. I didn't expect that you, GN, actually have a bigger one. There are so many. GN, you are the real hidden rich man. I see that you have so many and big Wolong spicy strips in your hand. GN, why don't you give me a pack and let me try it?" "Haha, you know, Wolong spicy strips are really stingy." Rayleigh rubbed his hands expectantly and tried to put on a smile. But what he got was GN's silly expression. "Oh my god, it's actually a Wolong spicy strips gift pack." And when he saw something very familiar among these auction items, even a luxurious and enlarged version, it immediately caused unanimous exclamations from all the evaluators in the auction hall. "Wolong spicy bar gift pack? This is the ultimate version with many more than the large package sold at the auction yesterday. No need to say anything, the reserve price of this thing is at least 1 million Baileys. 100? I think even if the price is 2 million Baileys, there will be people who buy it." Everyone's eyes were attracted by the Wolong spicy bar that occupied most of the auction area. "This is not Wolong spicy bar, this is pure money. Excuse me, can you stop looking at my things with such greedy eyes? Talk about the price." GN understood their mood at the moment. After all, according to the situation in the previous auction, Wolong spicy bar caused such a huge sensation. And now there is an extra large version in the auction, so it is no wonder that they showed such envious and amazed expressions. "Pricing, I plan to set the reserve price at 2 million Baileys." Finally, one of the old men said after thinking for a long time. 2 million Baileys? This price is 1.5 million more than the large package. No. 2.5 million Baileys. I believe someone will bid for it. 2.8 million. You are still too conservative. You know, there is a distinguished guest in the auction today. Then 3 million. This is the most suitable. GN and Rayleigh stared at the appraisers who were in a heated argument in amazement. "I thought that although the Wolong spicy strips are extremely delicious, why did you guys fight before the auction started?" However, no matter how much these Wolong spicy strips can be sold for, even if it is sold at the lowest price of 2 million Baileys, you can get 22 million Baileys. I really envy you. Rayleigh's eyes kept looking back and forth between Wolong spicy strips and GN in amazement. In fact, to be honest, the value of Wolong spicy strips alone may not be the most valuable item auctioned in Sabayati Archipelago. You should know that in addition to auctioning some novel and strange things, Sabayati Archipelago also has some mermaids and slaves with abilities. After being handcuffed, they were dragged over for human trafficking. Such people with special abilities and beautiful mermaids can easily cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of Baileys. It is even more expensive than spicy bars. But, those slaves are not as novel as spicy bars. Moreover, just a new thing like spicy bars can cause a frenzy in the auction. What's more, this time GN sold more than a dozen large gift boxes of Wolong spicy bars. Next to Wolong spicy bars, a door and several small capsules also aroused the curiosity of the evaluators. I think it's better to set the price at 3 million Baileys. It's not too high or too low. But the things next to it. Can you please help introduce it, brother GN? Curious eyes kept flashing back to the arbitrary door and the 2 universal capsules. It's just that the 2 universal capsules seem to have different colors. Okay, let me introduce it. Just as GN was introducing, Pluton Rayleigh also came up. Brother GN, I haven't seen this either. Let me hear it. This thing is called Anywhere Door, Triple Edition. GN introduced. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 37, Doubts from the Auction Staff. Is the Anywhere Door really that magical? Anywhere Door? 3 times. The auction staff had heard of this term for the first time. Even GN's old customer Pluton Rayleigh was confused at this time. What is the use of this thing? 3 times? There is a limit on the number of times? This door can go wherever you want. As long as the user has a destination in mind, just open the door. It is really convenient. Even if you have been to the final island Raftel in person, you can go there again. When saying this, GN also deliberately glanced at Pluton Rayleigh. It scared Rayleigh into a cold sweat. Why did this BD glare at him when he said this? Could it be that my identity has been exposed? No. However, GN's words shocked the surrounding staff, and they were more unbelieving in their hearts. That's not right, brother GN. If this door is as magical as you said, then you can go directly to Raftel, and then the Pirate King will be yours, right? Even if you give it to Marine, you can get a very good reward or something. You are not lying to us, are you? Facing the doubts around him, GN shook his head. Everyone, you all ignored what I said just now. You can only open this arbitrary door if you have been to a place in person. If you haven't been there, you naturally can't get there. I haven't been to Raftel, nor have I been to places outside Sabayati, so I can't use this door. GN shrugged helplessly. He wanted to open the arbitrary door immediately to find the Golden Emperor and Celestial Dragons. Convince them, and then kneel down under his blind box. But he hasn't been there. Besides, even if he went, if people don't believe him, they will come to beat him up. That would be very troublesome. But GN's words made the auction staff look embarrassed. Although you are a VVIP Super VIP of our auction house, we don't know if these things really have those functions. But since GN's Wolong spicy strips have attracted so many people to fight for them, then we will auction this arbitrary door as usual. But the price may be cheaper. The reserve price is 10 million Baileys. The staff member was full of regret. After all, according to GN, this door can only be used 3 times. So it can't be tested on the spot. 10 million? That's fine. GN shrugged. Although this price is not worthy of the terrifying function of the arbitrary door. However, compared to a mid-level blind box, it is not a big loss. Then I can demonstrate this capsule for you. It's called the Universal Capsule. Pointing to the universal capsules placed on the table. One of them is an upgraded version, and the other is a luxury version. The capacity is different. Pluton Rayleigh recognized what the capsule on the table was at a glance. It's different in color from Shucky's youth version. Could it be that this is a bigger and stronger universal capsule? Can it hold more things? Rayleigh couldn't help but wonder. GN took out a pack of Wolong spicy strips. He pressed the button and threw it at the packaging of Wolong spicy strips. As he made this move, the auctioneer looked at it curiously. As soon as the universal capsule collided with the spicy strips, a bang sound was heard the next moment. The original Wolong spicy strips disappeared in an instant. Rayleigh was fine with this scene. After all, he had seen the magic of the universal capsule with his own eyes. But the staff couldn't help but widen their eyes and stare at the Wolong spicy strips that disappeared on the counter with a dull look. This one is an upgraded version. It can hold all items in 100 cubic meters. And the other one is even better. It's a luxury version that can hold the entire auction venue. Or to put it simply, this luxurious version of the universal capsule is enough to hold a battleship. GN picked up the capsule and said casually. You What did you say? This ordinary-looking capsule can actually hold a battleship. Facing the dumbfounded eyes of the staff, GN laughed. It seems that there are no battleships here. I can't show you. But the difference between the two is only in the volume, there is no difference other than that. GN said and threw it towards the empty space again. With another bang sound, the bag of Wolong spicy strips appeared intact on the counter again. GN picked up the Wolong spicy strips and directly pulled out one to eat. As a fan of Wolong spicy strips, GN naturally couldn't take all of them out to sell. I always have to leave 1 or 2 large bags for myself. Rayleigh's expression did not change much, only envy could not be stopped. Why don't I have this kind of luck to draw such a good universal capsule? The staff who were used to evaluate the price were completely refreshed at this time. This thing. Let's not talk about whether it can be loaded into a battleship. Just this function, I think it can be priced at 30 million Baileys. Actually, 30 million Baileys. Rayleigh's eyes widened. GN didn't expect that the auction staff here would be so reckless. It's just 100 cubic meters of universal capsules, but they actually offered 30 million Baileys. You know, 100 cubic meters seems a lot. But, to be honest, the actual significance is far less than that of the luxury version. 100 cubic meters of storage space, which is neither high nor low, is really a bit tasteless. Reading books every day on the 11th is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 38, A second shock fruit appears at the auction. Although some functions have been castrated, it may attract some curious people to buy it. And this is just the reserve price. If it is really sold, it will probably not be less than 100 million Baileys. GN nodded slightly, thinking that 30 million Baileys was acceptable. As for this universal capsule that can accommodate a battleship, I dare to price it at 200 million Baileys. The staff member who appraised the price trembled and set such a price very cautiously. 200 million Baileys? It's still a little low for this function. GN frowned. Besides, it's really insignificant compared to the price of 2 billion Baileys for the luxury blind box. Forget it, 200 million is 200 million. GN waved his hand, indicating that the appraiser at the auction house could auction it at this reserve price. If Rayleigh knew that GN had such an idea, he would definitely be scared to death on the spot. After I retired, I could only make tens of millions of Baileys by coding. With Shadow Clone, I barely made 20 million. You little brat, the reserve price of this universal capsule is set at 200 million, and you are still not satisfied. After counting the items in GN's hand, the staff stared at Rayleigh. Old man, do you have something to sell too? Of course, this is what I want to auction, called shock fruit. Rayleigh suppressed his inner jealousy and envy and took out the shock fruit he had just drawn. A fruit with lavender devil patterns appeared in front of everyone. However, facing this thing called shock fruit, the appraisers present burst into laughter. Shock fruit, the ability of the strongest man Whitebeard? Are you crazy, old brat? No, he's not kidding. This is indeed shock fruit. GN suddenly stood up to rescue Rayleigh. This thing was taken from GN anyway. As the saying goes, the original soup turns into the original food. Rayleigh sold this fruit, and the money he got would eventually return to GN's hands, wouldn't it? GN naturally couldn't watch Rayleigh's thing being devalued to nothing. No, isn't it? I heard that each devil fruit has different abilities, and now Whitebeard is still here, how could there be a shock fruit? Rayleigh looked at these skeptical staff members and felt that this was exactly the same as himself before. Really? Nothing is impossible. GN felt that in order to make this group of people believe that this fruit is really a shock fruit, he had to show something. GN clenched his fists, and seeing GN's unusual movements, Pluton Rayleigh looked over. Suddenly, he found that from where GN clenched his fists, a slight crack appeared in the space. As the strength of the clenched fists increased, this item value assessment room finally began to tremble and shake. Ah, is it an earthquake? Why didn't anyone report it? What about the people outside? Did they all escape? However, after seeing GN's calm face, he shifted his gaze to his hands. A few cracks continued to spread in GN's hands. And this vibration power was emitted from GN's body. Brother GN. Could it be that the vibration power just now was emitted by you? Could it be that you are also a shock fruit user? Not only the staff of the auction house, but even Pluton Rayleigh became dazed when he looked at GN. This guy. When did he hide his strength? Although there is still a big gap between Haki and me. But why have I never felt this kind of power before? By the way, the inexplicable conqueror's fluctuations last night seemed to come from the vicinity of the marine branch in Sabayati. And GN seems to live nearby. All kinds of speculations kept popping up in Rayleigh's mind. I thought to myself, Brother GN is really a hidden talent. So he has been hiding his strength in Sabayati archipelago? No wonder I have never heard of this person. No. Isn't Brother GN the blind box person who ate the blind box fruit? Why does he have the power of shock fruit? The other staff members didn't think much about it. They just simply thought that since Brother GN also has the power of shock, then shock fruit may also produce multiple. Then this lavender fruit may have a slight possibility of being a shock fruit. The reserve price may be set at 200 million Baileys. But Rayleigh has another idea. Inadvertently, I caught a glimpse of the iron fang on GN's waist, and my face trembled slightly. This guy, is he another swordsman? Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 39. Who will come and experience the Universal Capsule in person? Okay, Honorable GN, and the idiot behind you, what's your name? Old gentleman. Your items have been placed. Please enter the VVIP seats and wait for our auction to begin. Led by a staff member, GN and Rayleigh, who was taking advantage of the situation, sat together in the super VIP seats at the front. Ah, this time I really benefited from GN's help. I have never experienced a VVIP seat before. Rayleigh touched his gold-rimmed glasses. He kicked the slippers on his feet aside, and his legs were on the coffee table. GN looked at Rayleigh with disdain. Not to the point. This Rayleigh is really too disregarding his image. Although each VVIP seat has a partition to block a little. But if you look closely, you can still clearly see the people in each VIP seat. For example, he once saw Admiral Kizaru clearly, and then he was taken to naval headquarters and made a wave of extra money. Brother GN, you won't mind, will you? I'm from the countryside and haven't seen the world. Rayleigh chuckled. Unsophisticated? GN snorted. If you, the deputy of Pirate King Roger, are considered unsophisticated, then am I not from a remote village? After waiting for a while, the auction finally began. Now we are about to start the much-anticipated auction. First of all, let me remind you that the Wolong spicy strips that caused a sensation yesterday are still available in our auction today. And, they are super large. Wow! With the words of the auctioneer, the whole venue was directly ignited. Wolong spicy strips? Was there such a thing at the auction yesterday? Why didn't I know? The words of the staff member made Rayleigh look at GN with suspicion. Seeing GN's grinning look, Rayleigh pouted. Brother GN, you are not kind. There are still stocks. I am also making money. GN spread his hands. But today's focus is not on Wolong spicy strips. In other words, Wolong spicy strips are undoubtedly somewhat overshadowed by today's auction items. On the stage, the staff kept it a secret and gave GN a knowing smile. Of course, in order to ignite the mood of the auction, we decided to put a heavyweight item up first. A small counter appeared in everyone's sight. Although the counter was small, 2 capsules of different colors could still be seen on it. GN smiled. This is the universal capsule. Don't look at this thing's plain appearance, it has very magical abilities. Is there any distinguished guest who wants to come up and experience this universal capsule? Well, that's you. He pointed to a person who raised his hand. Judging from his appearance, he was obviously a rich man. Does this capsule have any special abilities? Isn't it just an ordinary capsule? Except that it's a little heavier, there's nothing special. The guest found something. There is something like a button here. Hey, this distinguished guest is really sharp-eyed. Please press this button and throw it here. The auctioneer brought out a big chair. Is that so? The guest was puzzled at this time, not knowing what the auction was going to do. But in the end he did it. He pressed the button and threw the universal capsule on the chair. The next moment, a bang sounded, scaring the guest. The other guests in the auction were also scared. A guest in the VVIP seat frowned and watched what happened. When the universal capsule touched the chair, suddenly, the chair disappeared inexplicably, and only the universal capsule was left on the ground. After seeing this scene, the guest was stunned at first, and he couldn't react. And the next moment, his eyes widened. I realized that the chair just now definitely didn't disappear out of thin air. It's because this seemingly inconspicuous capsule is actually a storage device. The chair did not disappear, but was absorbed by the universal capsule. The guest did not notice that his breathing became a little rapid, and his voice began to tremble. He murmured, This universal capsule is so magical. The guests at each seat also noticed this scene. Oh my God, it seems that this universal capsule is really a very convenient thing. I must get it. This universal capsule. I moved recently and was worried that it was too troublesome to move things at home. With this universal capsule, it is really God's help. After a volunteered guest personally demonstrated on the stage, the atmosphere of the auction hall was indeed ignited. This first auction item is so exquisite and magical. I really don't know what level the next auction items will reach. Please give flowers and comments. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 40, Meeting Doflamingo at the Auction. The heated discussion made GN and the staff smile with satisfaction. Only when emotions are mobilized can the things in hand be sold at a higher price. It seems that everyone has seen the power of this universal capsule. But there is one thing I want to make clear. This universal capsule is actually just a weakened version. But even if it is a weakened version of the universal capsule, its 100 cubic meters of storage space is enough for your daily life. After evaluation, we gave a price of 30 million Baileys. And the other one is also a universal capsule, a deluxe version. But its storage space is enough to accommodate a warship. So the price will be more expensive. This deluxe version of the universal capsule, we gave a price of 200 million Baileys. Suddenly, most of the buyers who planned to bid hesitated in front of the high prices of 30 million and 200 million Baileys. They all showed regretful and annoyed expressions. Damn it! I should have thought of it earlier. How could such a top-notch thing be owned by poor people like us? 30 million Baileys. This is not something that ordinary people like us can consider. Although the things are very good, but my annual income is only 1 million Baileys at most. I am too poor. Brother, you want to participate in the auction with 1 million Baileys? I think you are really outrageous, outrageous. 1 million Baileys? You can't even afford a few long spicy strips. You'd better not come to the auction to embarrass yourself. The auction hall, which was originally quite lively, became much quieter at this time. There is nothing else, just because 30 million Baileys, in addition to pirates, there are some top rich people who can take out. I am afraid no one can take out so much money at one time, right? Damn, I made a mistake. I forgot that 30 million Baileys is a huge sum of money for most people in the pirate world. GN suddenly felt that these two good things of hers would not be sold at auction. However, with the magic of the universal capsule, 30 million? It's not a loss at all. It's even a big profit. However, just when GN and the auction staff were in a state of panic, someone in the VVIP seat made a bid. Phew phew phew, this universal capsule is indeed a good thing. Since no one bids, I will accept it with pleasure. Hearing this familiar voice, GN understood it immediately. Don Quixote. Doflamingo. The king of Dressrosa would occasionally come to Sabaody archipelago to participate in the auction. Good luck, this is really good luck. This guy is rich. He must be ripped off. The famous heavenly Yaksha. Not only Shishibukai, but also the king of Dressrosa. The emperor of the underworld. Even if you have money, you dare not provoke him easily. Hey, GN, this is the famous heavenly Yaksha, you can't provoke him casually. Pluton Rayleigh on the side also reminded quietly. Well, although Rayleigh is stronger than Doflamingo in both reputation and strength, Rayleigh is unlikely to stand up for GN because of this matter. Living in seclusion here is just for the sake of the eyes and ears of others. If you confront Doflamingo and attract Marine to hunt you down, that would be a big trouble. What's the matter? Uncle, it's up to you. Help me to fight with Brother Ming, and I'll give you a 50% discount in the next lottery. How about it? GN showed a malicious smile. After all, he will have to deal with rich people like them in the future. He can't do things that offend him. So, he had to wrong Pluton Rayleigh. Anyway, this guy lives in seclusion here, it's not a big problem. You can't afford to offend, so you want me to offend? You're too. Rayleigh was about to refuse. Suddenly he recalled another sentence GN said just now, and his face changed immediately. You said that? If I help you raise the price, you will give me a 50% discount. Rayleigh looked at GN suspiciously, fearing that this guy would regret it. Although he looked down on Don Quixote family, he would be helpless if he called Marine to trouble him. Don't worry. As long as Brother Ming bids at this auction, you will help me raise the price. Then, I will give you a 50% discount. GN patted his chest. He is a real person and will never cheat you. How about giving a 50% discount for every time you raise the price? After all, you have so many products. Okay. Seeing GN's decisive look, Rayleigh sighed helplessly. He must use this 50% discount on luxury blind boxes. I'm interested in it too. One is offering 40 million Baileys, and the other is offering 400 million. Pluton Rayleigh's heroic voice appeared at the auction site. This sudden voice immediately attracted Ming Ge's attention. The other buyers were even more surprised that an old man dared to snatch items from Doflamingo at this time. No way! Someone actually came to ruin Heavenly Yaksha's good deeds? What is the identity of that old man? It seems to be coming from the VVIP seat. However, there are no such people in our Sabaody archipelago, right? Don't be a rich old man who doesn't even know Doflamingo's identity. That would be interesting. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 41, Heavyweight Item. The second shock fruit? When Rayleigh raised the price, it naturally caused a heated discussion. Dover. Someone dared to ruin our good thing. Why not give him a warning and let him retreat? Sitting next to Doflamingo was Toripol. He was also one of the cotters closest to Doflamingo when Gazoo Virgo was lurking in Marine. But after hearing Pluton Rayleigh's voice, Doflamingo frowned at first, and then waved his hand directly. It turned out to be this old guy. Pluton Rayleigh. For Rayleigh, who suddenly made a move, Doflamingo could not make a move against him even if he controlled the entire underground forces. Only the blue veins on his forehead that kept bursting showed his anger at this time. Rayleigh? That's really troublesome. However, I heard that Rayleigh was poor after he retired, and I didn't expect that he could come up with so much money in Sabayati. Toripole became suspicious. Since it was Rayleigh, there was naturally no way to trouble him. 100 million Baileys. 500 million Baileys. Doflamingo almost yelled at this time. It was so frustrating. As a Shishibukai, he had no choice but to raise the price as others maliciously raised the price. No way, who told him to be Pluton Rayleigh? Torble sighed. Whether in terms of identity or strength, Rayleigh was obviously better than Minga. In the end, GN did not let Rayleigh raise the price too much. Doflamingo still bought 2 universal capsules at a total price of 600 million Baileys. This scene made GN smile. 600 million Baileys. After deducting taxes, he made a net profit of 480 million. Rayleigh on the side looked at GN with great envy. Brother GN, I have never seen so much money in my life. After we leave the auction, can you buy me a bag of Wolong spicy noodles? Of course there are also snail noodles. Shuki has been asking if she can draw a few more bags of snail noodles these days. It's really not enough. Of course you can draw a lottery. Free? No, get out. GN sat on the other side of the VVIP seat with disdain. The auction staff appeared again. Then the next item is naturally the second one. It is the Wolong spicy noodles that everyone is very familiar with. However, this time the Wolong spicy noodles are in a real super large package, which really makes you feel refreshed. Price, 3 million Baileys. As the auctioneer's hammer fell, it caused a lot of discussion as expected. Wolong spicy strips. I heard it's a delicacy. I didn't expect that the seller named GN actually had so many magical things at once. Wolong spicy strips, let's go. But the starting price of the package last time was only 500,000 Baileys, but why did it rise to 3 million this time? Damn, did the auction house take kickbacks? It's so black-hearted. RNM, give me back the money. When the super large package of Wolong spicy strips was put on the table, the discussion it naturally aroused was more heated than the universal capsule. After all, we can only afford the unique delicacies like Wolong spicy strips. Although I haven't tasted it, I still remember the drooling and satisfied look on the face of the upper-class gourmet. Yet. What a pity, damn auction house. It's obviously only 1.5 times the size of the previous one, but why did the reserve price increase by 6 times? Swindlers, profiteers. Even though they were dissatisfied with the pricing of Wolong spicy strips, they finally fought for it. 11 Wolong spicy strips, super large packaging, were bought at a price of 5 million Baileys each. Others who were envious really wanted to go up and snatch it away from him. At the same time, there was a strong enthusiasm for the culprit who caused the hot situation GN. Who in the Sabayati archipelago doesn't know that the best Wolong spicy strips are made by GN? As long as it is produced by GN, no matter what it is, it will basically cause everyone in the auction house to go crazy. Of course, financial resources must be able to support it. The next auction item was provided to us by an old man. According to the old man, this is a devil fruit, called shock fruit. With that, the auction staff took out the fruit with lavender lines and placed it on the booth. As expected, there was another wave of discussion. Are the appraisers in this auction house all idiots? Shock fruit? Do you believe this? You must be kidding. I don't believe it anyway. Whoever wants to buy it can buy it. Please be quiet. Of course, we also know about the devil fruit. This kind of fruit is not the first time it has appeared in our auction house. But that old man was brought here by GN. I'm afraid you don't believe what the old man said, but you should believe what GN said, right? The auction staff said mysteriously. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 42, the finale of the auction. Anywhere door. Just now, when GN told us that this fruit is a shock fruit, we didn't believe it. But suddenly, there was a violent vibration in our evaluation room, which was emitted from GN. I wonder if you felt that vibration. Yes, yes, yes. Just now, there was a faint vibration, although it was not particularly obvious. Someone finally remembered. Although it was very subtle, the entire auction venue did shake. It didn't look like an ordinary earthquake. Then, it's a little more credible. But we can't be sure that this is a shock fruit. Unless you can let us have a bite. Someone outside the venue suddenly suggested. Of course this is impossible. However, since no one believes it, we can only sell this fruit as an ordinary fruit. The reserve price of 200 million Baileys is not expensive this time. The auctioneer quoted this price. 300 million Baileys. Doflamingo spoke first. At the same time, he glanced at where GN and Rayleigh were. Brother GN, are you going to raise the price again this time? Rayleigh asked with a frown. There is a high probability that he will raise the price, right? It will be hard for his old bones again. Rayleigh had a bitter face, thinking that he was still being dragged here to be a shill at such an old age. If Shucky knew about this, he would definitely scold him for being disrespectful. No, let's give this shock fruit to Doflamingo. GN smiled, but he had other plans in mind. The shock fruit can only be confirmed after eating it. And after Doflamingo confirms it, the first thing he will do is to come to him. When GN spreads the news like this. Isn't this hooking up with the rich? He successfully bought the devil fruit, which is called shock fruit. Seeing that Rayleigh did not raise the price, Doflamingo was a little surprised. Will this old man deliberately cheat me? If that's the case, even if I can't do anything to him, I have to tell Marine about his seclusion in Sabayati. Phew phew phew, it's so refreshing to think of Pluton being exhausted by Marine. Doflamingo sneered. There were several more items auctioned, but there was no more of the previous hot scene. Everyone was waiting for the last item of the auction. Hey? Didn't they say that the finale of this auction is a beautiful mermaid? Why is there another item after this? It's really strange. A door? What is that pink door? A door, as the finale of the auction? Will they look down on us? No, the evaluators at the Sabayati auction house are very skilled. They will never take out an ordinary item as the finale. This door looks like an ordinary door. The finale, could it be that it is also from GN's hand? It's GN again? That's something to watch. Who in Sabayati doesn't know this sentence? GN's products must be top-notch. Everyone looked at the pink door placed on the ground with different eyes. They all showed curious expressions, looking at the door while also looking at the staff in the venue. Haha, are you curious about why I suddenly took out an ordinary door? This is not a trick of our auction. It's because this door has a lot of secrets. This door is called Anywhere Door, 3-time version. Indeed, it was also created by Brother GN. As the name suggests, this door can lead to any place in the world. As long as you have been there. Whether it is Naval Headquarters Marineford or World Government Marie-Joyce. Even if you are accidentally imprisoned in Impel Prison. As long as you have this door, open it when you are in danger and silently think about where you want to go. Walk through it and you will arrive. With this function, it can definitely be called the finale of the auction. The starting price is only 10 million Baileys. After saying that, the auctioneer looked at the pink Anywhere door. Of course, the words just now were memorized. He himself did not believe that this thing had such magical functions. But since someone guaranteed it and asked him to say so, he had to say it again. As the staff member finished speaking, the entire venue was once again in great shock. Even Pluton Rayleigh was looking at the pink door on the booth with a shocked face. He thought, why are the things that Brother GN brought out getting more and more outrageous? When the reviewers were making the valuation, he hadn't even reacted yet. Brother GN. Is this door of yours really from a blind box? Suddenly realized that if this door is really as magical as that, wouldn't it be more convenient for Rayleigh to escape from Marine's pursuit? That's right, Uncle. In fact, this arbitrary door is also a good thing from a blind box. GN nodded, and it was impossible to hide these things from Rayleigh. It seems that the uncle seems to be very interested in this arbitrary door. I just happen to have 210 version arbitrary doors in my hand. I'll give them to you later. Before GN finished speaking, Rayleigh's mouth was almost drooling. Give it to me? GN, you are really smart. Then I will gladly accept your. Try it. Rayleigh's expression froze instantly as GN said the last 4 words. Please give me flowers and comments. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 43, Is the Anywhere Door Really That Magical? Let me try it. Haha. Rayleigh laughed dryly. Indeed, how could such a terrifying thing be given to him for free? Even if he just lent it to him to experience it, Rayleigh would make a lot of money. After all, there are only 10 experience opportunities in total, and one less opportunity is one less. It seems that the uncle doesn't like this arbitrary door very much, so I think it's better to forget it. Thinking that Rayleigh is not interested in this door, GN was about to take back what he had just said. But Rayleigh didn't want to. No. Although I don't have such good luck to draw the arbitrary door, since Brother GN said so, after the auction is over, I will reluctantly experience it. Rayleigh was obviously completely moved by this arbitrary door. Now the auction house is no longer allowed to auction myself. I must also think of a way to make more money. Rayleigh thought about this, his eyes flickered constantly. And at the auction venue, with the exposure of the arbitrary door, 3 times, auction items and the low price. First of all, it aroused everyone's curiosity. This portal sounds too fantastic. Can you show it to us? There are only 3 chances. It's impossible to show it, right? However, if you don't see it with your own eyes, you can't be sure whether it is as awesome as it is said to be. Hey, did you test this thing before the auction? Can it really travel to any corner at will? Then, doubts came one after another. It's not that they don't trust GN. It's because the portal is really beyond the understanding of all of them. The ultimate artifact that can travel to any place at will? Even Vegapunk can't make such a thing, right? But such a magical thing appeared at the auction site. It must open their eyes to convince everyone. This really can't be shown. That's why our appraisers will price it at 10 million Baileys. The auctioneer shrugged helplessly. There are only 3 chances in total. If it is displayed, there are only 2 times left. Phew, since no one is bidding, let me take this thing. The tone of this speech is naturally Doflamingo. Dover. Do you really want to spend 10 million Baileys to buy such a thing whose function you don't know? Toripole felt that this was a complete conspiracy. It seems that such a thing does not exist at all. Spending 10 million Baileys in vain to buy such a fancy door. It looks a bit stupid, right? It's just 10 million Baileys. However, if this door is not so magical after the test, you find the guy named GN and bring him here. My money is not so easy to cheat. Doflamingo smiled. Okay, if no one bids, then this item will belong to. The staff breathed a sigh of relief. Although 10 million Baileys is not worth mentioning compared to the value of this thing's publicity. But at least it was sold. It's better than failing to sell, right? Since the thing belongs to me, then please ask your staff to demonstrate the function of this arbitrary door for us on the stage. Is there any problem? Phew, I think there is probably no one here who is not curious about the function of this thing. Don't worry, even if this thing has no effect, I will pay you. Doflamingo laughed. Then please ask this distinguished guest to come on stage and experience the magical function of the arbitrary door in person. The staff made a please gesture. Brother GN, Doflamingo is up there. There won't be any problem with your door, right? If something goes wrong, I can't help you. As Doflamingo walked up to the stage with arrogant steps, Rayleigh also looked at GN nervously. He was afraid that something would go wrong with his things, and then he, an old man, would have to take the blame. GN waved his hand. I think your staff don't know how to use this door either. Why don't I let GN personally demonstrate the real use of the arbitrary door for everyone? Under the eyes of everyone, GN slowly walked onto the stage. No one can resist the curiosity of the mysterious guy who can easily take out all kinds of magical props. And the two words GN made everyone's eyes widen. Oh my god! This extraordinary guy is actually the owner of the legendary Wolong spicy strips, GN. So young? Even we old-timers have never heard of what he can do. Since GN is demonstrating it himself, it will be interesting. I really don't know if this arbitrary door is really as magical as the legend says. He can stand up calmly in front of the famous heavenly Yaksha. This GN may really have confidence in his own things. Countless hot eyes are aimed at the booth. Next, GN will personally demonstrate the magic of the arbitrary door. Please give flowers and comments. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 44 Doflamingo, this 10 million is totally worth it. As GN personally walked onto the auction stand. Naturally, she attracted countless curious eyes. After all, it had been a long time since the auction house had shocked the auction items. With the sudden appearance of GN, many unimaginable items appeared one after another. Where does this buyer want to go? Anywhere is fine. At this time, GN faced Doflamingo, who was looking at her suspiciously, without any fear. Of course, it must be a place I've been to. Phew, then Dressrosa. What should I do? Doflamingo's mouth curled up a little. There was a little curiosity about this blind box guy named GN. You just need to think about the place Dressrosa, and then open this door. Hearing this, everyone was very puzzled. Why do you have to think about where you want to go and then open the door? What is the meaning of doing this? Could it be that this so-called arbitrary door also needs to be located? Everyone's imagination seems to be imprisoned by this world. Although I don't believe it, since I'm trying it myself. Doflamingo did as he was told. You must think of Dressrosa. If you think of other places, it won't work. GN reminded him. Doflamingo didn't respond, but opened the doorknob directly. As the door opened, the scene inside the door also emerged. It was a completely different world from the auction venue. Everyone looked through the door, and for a moment they didn't recognize what was on the other side. They only knew that it was definitely not Sabayati Archipelago. Oh my god! It's actually a huge palace. Where is that? I've never seen such a luxurious palace. Could it be Doflamingo's palace? In other words, this door can directly allow this heavenly Yaksha to return to Dressrosa. There was a heated discussion in the auction venue. Shocked to the extreme. Because the scene inside the door has fully demonstrated the effect of the door, it is indeed the real deal. It can lead to any place. And Pluton Rayleigh suddenly stood up. This thing is actually real? Incredible, incredible. Then, thinking that after the auction, he would be able to experience the thrill of the Anywhere door with GN, he became even more excited. Damn it! Otherwise, I will give all the money from the sale of shock fruit to GN, and draw his premium blind box 10 times. Luxury blind boxes are too expensive. No, 11 times. I just raised the price for him. After GN's Anywhere door successfully attracted everyone's attention, Rayleigh suddenly had other plans in his mind. No matter what, he must draw this Anywhere door first. Doflamingo and Toripole were stunned at this time, holding the door handle and standing for a long time. Especially Toripole, who was extremely shocked at this time. Your name is GN, right? The other side of this door is not leading to Dressrosa, right? What the hell is going on? This is really unbelievable. Even Devil Fruit can't do this. Doflamingo, with a look of arrogance, originally had the idea of taking GN away if the Anywhere door doesn't work, but now this idea has become more intense. It's a pity that this thing can only be used 3 times. I wonder if this kid has more Anywhere doors. If I can control this kid, becoming the Pirate King is just around the corner. Little did he know that since the function of the Anywhere door was confirmed by the experiment, Doflamingo's idea of taking GN away has become more intense. Hehe, this door doesn't lead to Dressrosa. It connects to wherever the user wants. For example, if you want to go to Naval Headquarters, as long as you've been there in person and think about it, you can get there instantly once you open the door. There is no distance limit. The only limit may be that you can't get to places you haven't been to, or that you've used it too few times. GN's words were infinitely amplified through the microphone of the auction house. Everyone, including Doflamingo, was completely dumbfounded when listening to GN's introduction. It's even more outrageous than bragging. Anywhere can be reached? No distance limit? Isn't this too amazing? No. If you can go to Raftel, wouldn't you not even need the road sign history text, and you can get there directly? If you have to go there before, then just. Doflamingo looked at Pluton Rayleigh with a bad look. Phew, it seems that we need to join forces with Kaido of the Beasts to take down Pluton Rayleigh, and then force him to take us to Raftel. Unconsciously, Doflamingo even thought that he could use this portal to go directly to Raftel and become the Pirate King. Artifact, this is simply an artifact. Thinking of this, the smile on Doflamingo's face became brighter and brighter. Under this temptation, Pluton Rayleigh, who always made him extremely afraid, has now become a fat bait. Phew, it's really a magical thing. It seems that the 10 million Baileys are really worth it. By the way, how long does this door last? Is there a limit on how many people can enter and exit at one time? Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45, Cotter Invitation. Heavenly Yaksha is openly snatching people. This point is crucial. GN was keenly aware that Doflamingo had been completely seduced by the powerful function of the Anywhere door. No, this door lasts for a long time. As long as the door is not closed, you can have as many people in and out as you want. For a moment, everyone's breathing became heavier. And Doflamingo's eyes were even brighter. If this door can be maintained for a long time without closing it, then it means that he can be directly connected to Kaido's base camp Wano Kuni. It will be more convenient to discuss things at that time. Can I go in and take a look? Just thinking about it is useless. Although it seems that the Anywhere door is as powerful as advertised. However, without experiencing it personally, Doflamingo always feels that his chance to open the Anywhere door this time has been wasted. After all, there are only 3 chances. And he can't keep the door open in the auction house. Of course, this door belongs to you now. GN nodded. So, with curiosity, Doflamingo repeatedly jumped back and forth between Dressrosa and the auction house. It's really interesting. It seems that this arbitrary door only cost 10 million Baileys to get it, which is really a big profit. Doflamingo instantly felt that his 10 million Baileys were obviously not wasted. Suddenly, he even had an idea. He wanted to invite GN to join Don Quixote family. GN, you should know who I am, right? Are you interested in joining our Don Quixote family? If you come, I promise that you will quickly become a core coder within a month. Wow! As Doflamingo said this, everyone's breathing became heavier, and the expressions on their faces were as wonderful as they could be. Their eyes were about to burst out with bright light. Oh my God! The famous Don Quixote Doflamingo actually invited GN to join in such an occasion? Am I dreaming? Although Heavenly Yaksha is just a Shishibukai, it controls the entire underground world. There is endless money. It's really enviable. I didn't expect that GN was personally invited by Shishibukai at such a young age. But this may be a bit difficult, right? I heard that someone saw GN standing with Marine Admiral a few days ago. He actually knows Marine Admiral, then Naval Headquarters will definitely not agree to Doflamingo's invitation, right? After listening to Doflamingo's words, Rayleigh's eyes suddenly showed a bad look. Dare to hit on GN? Then I can't let him fall into your hands even if I have to risk being caught by Marine. Rayleigh's eyes were fierce. Once Doflamingo took action, he would definitely take action to help GN out. No, I still like to be free and alone. Faced with Doflamingo's hospitality, GN decisively refused. What a joke! Naval Headquarters tacitly agreed to the blind box trade between him and Rayleigh. Moreover, the identity of a free man gave GN great convenience. No matter who he traded with, there would be no obstacles. But what if he joined the pirate camp? Wouldn't that be equivalent to driving away the buyers from Marine in disguise? GN would not do such a loss-making business. In addition, there is the world government behind Marine. That group of celestial dragons is also a potential target of GN. Of course, he can't join the pirate camp. Doflamingo frowned at GN's refusal. There was a hint of anger on his face. Little devil! The young master invites you to join our Don Quixote family, which is a blessing that many people can't even dream of. Reject? Is it your turn to speak? Torrible couldn't stand it anymore. Don Quixote family actually, for GN, they would go to war in Sabayati archipelago. Indeed, the value of the items GN brought out is enough to arouse anyone's impulse. Even if the four emperors were here, they would never miss GN. After all, the things in his hands are too powerful. It's a pity, if GN falls into Doflamingo's hands, then we won't be able to see the delicious food like Walong spicy strips in the future. Maybe we can see it, but we can only buy it on the black market, right? The price must be more than 10 times higher. The air temperature around suddenly dropped as Toripole said this. Even the airflow in the air was a little dangerous. GN stood here calmly. Although he didn't want to make a scene with the wealthy Doflamingo. But it was helpless that things turned out like this. The gold light on Rayleigh's gold-rimmed glasses flashed. Just when the confrontation between Doflamingo and GN reached a stalemate, Pluton Rayleigh suddenly stood up from the VVIP seat. He sighed helplessly. Seeking flowers and comments. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 46 Pluton Rayleigh also comes out to join in the fun? I didn't want to reveal my identity. But since you want to take GN away by force, then I can only do it reluctantly. Pluton Rayleigh, my name should not have been forgotten by the world, right? At this moment, as Pluton Rayleigh stood up, the eyes of the whole audience were attracted by this old man who looked very vicissitudes of life. And Doflamingo's face became extremely solemn at this time, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. Pluton really? This old man, for GN, he actually exposed his identity and fought with us. The buyers in the audience were also shocked as Pluton Rayleigh's loud voice echoed in the auction hall. Is there an ultimate boss hidden in our Sabayati archipelago? Even Pluton Rayleigh is willing to expose his identity for GN. No wonder GN dares to go on stage to demonstrate the Anywhere door for Doflamingo. So, Pluton Rayleigh has been protecting him in secret. Former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. Known as Pluton Rayleigh. A person of this level against the Shishibukai, the Dark Emperor of the underground world? This is really exciting. The entire auction hall, as the name of Pluton Rayleigh was exposed, fell into a deeper shock. No one was not amazed by Rayleigh's appearance. However, the moment Rayleigh appeared, Doflamingo understood. With his own strength, it is impossible to take GN away from Rayleigh by force. Dover, I didn't expect that GN and Rayleigh have such a close relationship. There is no way. Torrible couldn't help but show a look of regret on his face. It's really hateful. I thought I could rely on the reputation of Shishibukai and the King of Dressrosa to make GN obediently hand over the strange object in his hand. But now it seems that this is impossible to achieve. Because without the help of the four emperors Kaido, with their Donquixote family, it is impossible for them to be the opponent of Pluton Rayleigh. Phew, there is really no way. Doflamingo sighed helplessly. Retreat. With Toripole, Doflamingo went directly through the Anywhere door and returned to Dressrosa. Then, the pink Anywhere door was directly closed, causing some people in the auction hall who wanted to watch the show to sigh. Damn it! I thought I could see a great battle. I didn't expect Minga to run so fast. But since Pluton Rayleigh has already appeared, I think Minga can't be Pluton's opponent. Retreating is a wise decision. It's really sad. The king of the underground world has a quarrel with brother GN. I'm afraid I won't be able to buy such a magical thing directly from brother GN in the future. I was envious of him for bidding for such a magical thing for 10 million. Now think about it, why didn't I bid earlier? Soon, the discussion of the people around changed from the battle that almost broke out just now to where did brother GN get all these magical things from? But after discussing for a long time, there was no definite answer. After putting all the items obtained from the auction into their pockets, GN and Rayleigh left the auction directly. After calculating the income, the two looked at each other in tacit understanding. Because this time, they really made a lot of money. Because they made too much money, the unhappiness just now flashed by. Hehe, brother GN's fruit has made me earn 300 million Baileys. After deducting 20% tax, I can also earn 240 million Baileys. Rayleigh thought immediately when he thought of the first time he had so much money in his hands after his retirement. Otherwise, take all of it to draw high-level blind boxes. I also want to see what is so great about this high-level blind box. In the past, I never had the mind to covet this level of blind box. But after an auction, I finally have the capital to be bold and enjoy it. Brother GN, can you let me have a taste of it? This is 240 million Baileys. I can't help it. Come on, 12 high-level blind boxes and 5 mid-level blind boxes. Brother, you said that you would give me a 50% discount once. Rayleigh picked up the big bag in his hand very generously. It was full of money. It was still warm when I just got it. It was just that when I handed it to GN, I felt a little heartache. The money had not even been touched and I had to hand it over again. Of course, no problem. GN smiled. He put 115 million Baileys into his wallet to prepare funds for the luxury blind box. The rest of the money was used to consume the energy to generate advanced and intermediate blind boxes. So, 17 blind boxes suddenly appeared on Rayleigh's side. He couldn't fit them in his hands, so the system even generated the blind boxes at Rayleigh's feet. Let me open them and see what's in these blind boxes. Hey! As the 12 advanced blind boxes were opened, he could see the contents clearly. There were a lot of new and strange things in them, and even he, an old customer who had drawn many times, didn't know. What on earth are these things? Seeking flowers and comments. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 47, It's Tianzhenjia? Uncle, you are so lucky. Brother GN, what are these things? All the high-level blind boxes have been opened. Only 5 intermediate blind boxes have not been opened yet. Rayleigh pointed to a pile of best cola, super large, on the floor, a pill, a plain knife, a rusty knife, and something like goggles. Rayleigh has never seen anything like this before. Of course, these on the floor are not all that Rayleigh has drawn. Some of them have directly turned into Rayleigh's own strength. Feeling his own strength, Rayleigh is almost crazy with joy. Since Rayleigh asked, GN naturally had to explain. Of course, through the system's prompt sound, even GN himself was shocked by what Pluton Rayleigh drew this time. This, I have to say, Uncle, your luck is really good to explode. This is not GN's exaggeration. It's because Rayleigh's luck this time is really awesome. Uncle. Did you see those pills? They are called Haki Enhancement Pills. As long as you swallow them, your Haki will directly increase by 3 months of hard training. Not only the observation Haki, but also the armament Haki. It is also useful for conquerors. Rayleigh's eyes were burning. He didn't expect that this small pill would have such a powerful effect. As for the other empty blind boxes, they made your own Haki grow spontaneously for several months. I think you should have sensed it, Uncle. GN looked at Rayleigh with a fiery look. Since Rayleigh's luck is so good, wouldn't the strength growth given to him by the system be even more terrifying? However, GN didn't dare to experiment at this time, for fear of scaring Rayleigh by moving his hands. After all, after this lottery with Rayleigh, how much his strength has increased, GN himself has not calculated it properly. Then, these 2 swords? They seem to be different. One is rusty, and the other one, although it looks like a normal sword, is nothing special. It doesn't look like a good sword of 50, a great sword of 21, or a supreme great sword of 12. It looks like an ordinary sword. Rayleigh looked at the 2 swords with some regret. He thought that these 2 swords didn't look like top-quality weapons. His vision was still online. After all, he was an expert in swordplay and would not make mistakes. I haven't seen similar weapons on the sword ranking list. But GN said that his luck was so good? This. Uncle, you are not kind. You got such a top-quality thing, and you are still ungrateful. GN exclaimed again and again. Because these 2 swords are the 2 weapons that the Dog Admiral left for Shimaru and Inuyasha in Inuyasha. GN took the opportunity to pick up the ordinary sword. As GN picked up the knife, Rayleigh also looked at it with curiosity. It's okay for me to touch it, right? Rayleigh couldn't help it. Seeing this famous knife, he really wanted to observe it carefully. Of course. This knife is a rare treasure. Because it is most famous not for its destructive power, but for its ability to revive the dead. GN did not stop Rayleigh from using it. Anyway, the knife is his, so let him touch it. Rayleigh was suspicious and wanted to use observation Haki to observe the knife carefully. After hearing GN say this knife can revive the dead, his expression froze immediately. What's wrong, Uncle? Are you feeling uncomfortable? I'll take you to the bathroom. GN thought Rayleigh had eaten something bad and planned to take him to the bathroom. No. Brother GN. Are you serious? Can this knife really bring the dead back to life? Pluton Rayleigh's eyes were filled with tears. He thought of his best friend Roger who died more than 20 years ago. If this knife can really bring the dead back to life, perhaps he can use the knife's ability to give it a try. Of course, you won't disbelieve in my blind box product. GN nodded affirmatively. This is another luxurious prize in the high-end blind box, as famous as Tessaga. Naturally, it must have extraordinary abilities. However, the reason why this knife can bring people back to life is that it can communicate with the underworld. If it is someone who has been dead for too long, I'm afraid it will be difficult for this knife to bring him back to life. GN sighed regretfully. Although it is said that the ability of Tenseiya can bring people back to life. But Roger, who has been dead for more than 20 years. His body has turned into bones, and he has not eaten the yellow spring fruit. It is estimated that the Tenseiya opened in this high-end blind box cannot do it. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 48, Intermediate Reward of Advanced Blind Box, Camera Change. Is that so? Then there's no point. In addition to his old friend, Rayleigh couldn't think of anyone else he wanted to revive. He had to put the knife aside. He looked at another knife. The rusty knife looked very similar to the knife called Tensei. But it was rusty. However, Rayleigh naturally didn't believe that the product of this high-end blind box would be such a rubbish. Oh, this knife is very powerful. It's called Tessaga. Speaking of it, it has an inseparable relationship with Tensei. If Tensei is a healing knife, then Tessaga is a killing knife that can absorb power. Especially suitable for middle-aged people with a strong physique like you, uncle. GN looked at Tessaga with less surprise. Its upgraded version is hanging around his waist. Of course, this knife is also the same as Tenseiga, and is listed as a luxury prize in the high-end blind box. That's why I said that you really made a fortune, uncle. I won 2 luxury prizes at once. It's really good luck. This is not what GN said against his will. Because it is true. He didn't expect that these 2 knives would appear in Rayleigh's hands at the same time. Because once they appear, it means that Rayleigh can fuse the 2 knives and directly evolve Tessaga into the underworld form. Both are luxury prizes? That's really... Rayleigh's old face was extremely excited. Not only that. Uncle, I saw that you seemed not very satisfied with Tenseiga's resurrection just now. GN noticed the subtle changes in Rayleigh's expression. Since saying that Roger could not be resurrected, Rayleigh seemed to have lost interest in Tenseiga. Then, uncle, you can completely fuse these 2 knives, so that your Tessaga will be upgraded to a brand new form. Underworld Tessaga. It fits your title of Pluton very well. GN said in amazement. When Rayleigh heard GN's words, his face was naturally very happy. It seems that you have also heard of my name. Well, why not follow me back to the rip-off bar? Shucky is waiting to find you for the lottery. GN did not delay. Followed Rayleigh back to the bar. After not seeing each other for a few days, Shucky was obviously a lot richer. He handed GN 100 million Baileys directly. GN was ecstatic and took the money immediately. With a smile on his face, he praised Shucky a few words. The latter just felt comfortable. GN was too lazy to talk nonsense and immediately started 5 advanced blind boxes. Unfortunately, I didn't win the prize, and I got a consolation reward, a can of Lao Gan Ma. Unfortunately, I didn't win the prize, and I got a consolation reward, a can of Lao Gan Ma. Unfortunately, I didn't win the prize, and I got a consolation reward, a can of Lao Gan Ma. GN's mouth twitched slightly. When it came to the advanced blind box, the consolation reward inside turned out to be Lao Gan Ma, a magical tool for eating. Moreover, this winning rate is too outrageous, right? This is also the first time in such a long time that he has seen such a low winning probability in a high-level blind box. Congratulations on winning the intermediate reward, Observation Hacky, 1 year of hard training. Congratulations on winning the intermediate reward, Dress-up camera. This is the dress-up camera in Doraemon of the 10,000 Worlds. It can help others change clothes by taking pictures of all the clothes in the photo. GN understood. To put it bluntly, this thing is a thing that can get clothes for free. For him, it is useless. Maybe he can sell these things directly later. And the next reward is not so bright. Brother, what is this camera-like thing? Shuki looked at the dress-up camera in her hand curiously. From the appearance, she certainly knew that she had a camera in her hand. However, since it was opened from a blind box, there must be some differences. This is not as good as a pack of Walong spicy strips, Rayleigh said helplessly. However, Shuki was not so direct. My handsome little brother, what's so magical about this camera? GN answered directly, if there is a photo of clothes, I can show you how powerful this camera is. It's a pity that there is no photo in it. Otherwise, I will just show you. Before GN finished speaking, Shuki took out a photo from his shoulder bag. On the side, Rayleigh couldn't help but complain, why do you carry photos with you? Are you narcissistic? Why do you ask about women's affairs? Shuki snorted. Then he explained to himself. This is my favorite photo. No, this dress is also my favorite dress in my life. It's a pity that this dress was torn into pieces during the battle together. I was so angry at that time that I hung the person who tore my clothes into pieces in the sun for a whole month. GN and Rayleigh, two grown men, didn't dare to say a word, for fear that Shuki would do the same to them. Please give me flowers and comments. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 49, Lao Gan Ma. This is a magical food for eating. Women are not easy to mess with. I think GN should be more careful in the future. Rayleigh whispered to GN. Alas, it's a pity that there are no such clothes now because it is too old. Shuki sighed slightly. On the side, GN said with a smile. Sister Chi, why don't you give me this photo? I'll give you a perfect piece of clothing. GN took the photo handed over by Shuki and didn't bother to explain anything. After taking a look, it was naturally Shuki's appearance when she was young, and she was wearing a set of clothes that made people can't help but arouse infinite reverie. GN couldn't help but straighten her body, and then quickly put the photo into the camera. Under the curious eyes of Rayleigh and Shuki, GN began to take pictures of Shuki. The latter also posed. Then there was a click sound, and the shutter button was pressed. A white mist appeared, and then Shuki's body was surrounded by this white mist. Shuki and Rayleigh were both surprised, not knowing what was going on. And their eyes were filled with curiosity. As the smoke disappeared, Rayleigh, who had been staring at Shuki, could not help but open his mouth slightly. Because, after a burst of white mist, the clothes Shuki was wearing suddenly changed. Is this, the ability to change clothes? Rayleigh said in surprise, looking up and down, and then marveled. And Shuki herself was looking at the clothes in front of her and fell into great shock. Then she was stunned, and then followed by a burst of ecstasy. This is too magical, right? This camera can actually change clothes. What is the principle of this camera? It can really make her clothes change so much without knowing it. Even the clothes that had been discontinued before appeared on her body intact. Shuki could no longer suppress the joy and stagnation in her eyes. Obviously, for all women, their clothes are always the most concerned place. The camera in GN's hand obviously seduced Shuki's heart. This camera is really amazing. It's more attractive to me than Walong spicy strips and snail noodles. Speaking of snail noodles, I wonder if GN has any stock. Or, let your sister come and draw it yourself. However, Shuki hasn't finished talking yet. I saw a few more bottles and jars in GN's hand. My attention was immediately attracted to a few bottles of red packaged Lao Gan Ma. Handsome brother, what are these bottles and jars filled with? It looks like the color is not much different from Wolong spicy strips. But, the shape is different. If you have to say the relationship between the two. The red particles inside are similar to the red pepper particles on Wolong spicy strips. Sister, you guessed it right. This is a good thing. Lao Gan Ma, chili sauce. If you use it to eat with rice, it's quite good. This kind of thing may be a little shabby for GN as a consolation prize in a high-end blind box. However, for people like Rayleigh and Shucky who have never seen Lao Gan Ma, it may be completely different. And this Lao Gan Ma can be used as the first pot of gold to open up the high-end blind box market. Eat with rice? Then I have to try it too. Although opening a high-end blind box has nothing to do with Rayleigh. But Pluton's momentum is here. GN is not in a hurry and slowly twists open one of the cans of Lao Gan Ma. Well. Since Sister Chi has also drawn such a thing for the first time. Then I will introduce it to you. Suddenly, the aroma of chili hits the face, and then Rayleigh and Shucky feel that the saliva in their mouths is constantly secreted. The eyes suddenly light up. Judging from the richness of the aroma, this can of Lao Gan Ma is much higher than the Wolong spicy strips. My appetite is almost aroused. Kime, do you have rice? Rayleigh's eyes were intoxicated. Since it is a sauce for rice, it is not enough to have sauce. It needs to be supported by rice to be strong enough. In fact, Shucky also had this idea in his heart. Yes, wait a minute. Not long after, Shucky was seen with a red face and brought a large bowl of rice. His face was full of expectations. Even the Wolong spicy strips in the primary blind box are so delicious. This Lao Gan Ma, in terms of aroma, is even richer than Wolong spicy strips. I believe it will never let them down. Reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 50 Sister, Lao Gan Ma, this is not how you eat it. Because today is a big day. GN, the blind box supplier, came to visit, so the boss lady Shucky decisively chose to suspend business even though it was not time yet. I'm treating you today, handsome brother, you can also try it. Shucky's face was flushed. It was rare for her to be generous. Originally, with her personality, such a bottle of Lao Gan Ma cost her 20 million Baileys to buy a blind box, and then she got it. The value of a small bottle is enough to be compared with a weapon of the level of a big knife. However, in order to build a good relationship with GN, Shucky also contributed one of the small bottles of Lao Gan Ma with some pain in her heart. Since it is a rice sauce, it is natural to eat it with rice. GN was also a little stunned when she saw the big pot of rice brought out by Shucky from the kitchen. When did rice, a staple food, become popular in the pirate world? 1 bowl per person, don't fight. Rayleigh, UBD. Seeing that Pluton, regardless of his status as the deputy of the Pirate King, filled a large bowl of rice, and looked at the bottles of red Lao Gan Ma with expectation on his face. This caused Shucky to sigh again and again. I didn't see him showing such an expectant look when coating other people's ships on weekdays. But then I thought, the things opened in GN's blind box are basically worth the money. It's totally worth the money. Thinking in this way, Rayleigh's behavior seems to be completely understandable. Take out a small spoon. Compare it with the bottle of Lao Gan Ma and find it's a little big, so I immediately go back to the kitchen to change it for a smaller one. Then gently put the small spoon into the bottle filled with Lao Gan Ma chili sauce, and slowly scoop out a small spoonful. I felt it was too much, so I poured it back a little. Shucky, you're going too far. You're even more stingy than when I shared the Wolong spicy strips with you. Rayleigh glared at Shucky fiercely. But he didn't say much. Such a small can cost 20 million Baileys to draw. And just from the aroma of the chili sauce, it's enough to feel how exquisite this small bottle is. Put yourself in his shoes. If he spent 20 million to draw such things, he would definitely be shy. Then it would be Shucky who would say he was wrong. Pour the Lao Gan Ma chili sauce on the rice. Shucky was about to take a bite of the chili aroma, but was stopped by GN on the spot. That's not how you eat it, sister. You have to use a spoon to blend the hot sauce with the rice completely, so that the aroma of the rice and the richness of the hot sauce are intertwined. The slightly salty sauce aroma will completely stimulate the taste buds on the tip of your tongue, and take your experience to the next level. GN smiled at Shucky. If you eat it directly, the taste is actually not bad. However, among many hot sauce brands, Lao Gan Ma hot sauce is the most well-known product. Who would have nothing to do but eat it directly? This kind of sauce is only fragrant when mixed. Also, sister, don't be reluctant. This kind of hot sauce, if you put too little, you can't taste it. You must add a little more to experience its deliciousness. Regardless of whether Shucky agrees or not, GN just grabbed the bottle of Lao Gan Ma that was opened. Then a full spoonful of Lao Gan Ma was poured on the rice. Stir vigorously to evenly mix. The originally white rice, every grain of rice was covered with red-hot pepper sauce. There was still some minced beef, which made Rayleigh and Shucky swallow their saliva. This scene made the two of them suddenly realize. It turns out that you need to eat it this way to taste its deliciousness. It is really a good thing drawn from a high-end blind box. Following GN's method just now, Shucky gritted his teeth. Although, it is a bit painful to eat it like GN. But, in order to be able to see the delicious taste in GN's mouth, what does it matter if I empty this bottle of hot sauce with one spoon? He kept stirring with a small spoon in his right hand. As more and more peppers and minced meat appeared on the rice, the richer aroma also aroused Shucky's interest. Is this okay, handsome brother? Somewhat unable to suppress the impulse in his heart. Shucky really wanted to swallow it directly like this. But, he finally held back. GN forced a smile on his face and nodded. That's right. Sister, you have to taste the deliciousness of Lao Gan Ma. Don't think that such a small can costs 20 million Baileys to draw. But its taste is better than Walong spicy strips. After GN said this, Shucky's face was really a little impulsive. Rayleigh took advantage of Shucky's inattention and secretly scooped another large spoonful and poured it on the rice. Stirred and tasted it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Please give flowers and comments. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th.